eater ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
What's up guys? Kasama ko ngayon ang ating co-host sa Super Fan City, Ivan, dahil kami kanina ay nagkaroon ng awarding for MDL Philippines Season 6 where we awarded AP Rough World Era bilang champions ng ating season. We also awarded the All-Star Team, which is the whole lineup of AP Rough World Era din. Meron din sa kanilang regular season MVP, which is Tibor, and the finals MVP, which is Matt. And hindi lang yan, meron din tayong awardees na Rookie of the Season, Evan, at meron din tayong Most Improved Player of the Season, Cinderella.
Of course, aside from that, we did have our meet and greet wherein our mythic ticket holders had the chance to meet the winning team, which is Team Liquid of Philippines. And right now, may makakasama tayong super fans para malaman how was the experience dun sa meet and greet natin.
And now, we would like to call on here sa ating area, si Miss Kiara and Miss Kim, obviously fans ng TLPH. Gaano na ba kayo katagal na fans ng TLPH?
Actually, ako parang 1 to 2 years na yata.
Ako yung since echo pa lang sila. Tapos nag-change ng name ng TLPH na Team Liquid ako.
Wow, it has been a long time na sinusuportahan natin ang Team Liquid Philippines. How was the opportunity? How was the experience na na-meet nyo yung mga idols nyo kanina?
Sobrang saya po, lalo na nung nakita ko si Sanford.
Same din. Masaya kasi nakita ko na sila in person, yung malapitan. Yun nga lang, ang dami nagpa-picture kay ONIC. So, medyo nalayo ako sa kanya. Pero, super worth it yung pagpunta dito sa venue.
So, si Oheb ang bias mo?
Hindi ko siya.
Hindi halata. Si Madam, sinong bias mo? Si Sanford. Natabihan mo ba si Sanford kanina?
Nahawakan ko yung kamay niya.
Grabe
Sana
naman
all.
talaga ang karisma ng ating mga players, Ivan.
Ibang-iba talaga ang dating ng ating mga players. And of course, Team Liquid Philippines is moving on to the next round of our playoffs. Kaya naman, imbitahan nyo ang iba pang part ng Cavalry and of course, the other super fans para manood dito sa ating playoffs.
Manood po kayo ng playoffs hanggang sa finals. So, sana magkita si TLPH at si Aurora.
At para sa inyo, sino mag-champion sa Season 16?
Siyempre, TLPH.
At yan lamang naman ang mga kaganapan natin today sa ating Super Fan City. Kaya naman balik muna sa inyo, guys.
Di abutan dito! GG bro!
Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa!
Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, sarap panalo! Luto tong plato, panalo!
your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon, your trusted air conditioning rental and services provider across the Philippines.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangang gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong ten. Focus!
Ganito ba? Ay, naku!
Bibi!
Gatot Katsa? Need help? Injection!
Wala ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi!
Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go!
Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-setup ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dog SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of the MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix GT30, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on. BPI, the official bank partner of the MPL Philippines. Mas epic na bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partners in esports. Clear. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear. NOR. Sarap panalo with NOR. And our official suppliers. SIP. Alis uhaw, sip na. Arctic Aircon. The difference in cooling. And Go Hotel. Tara na sa Go Hotels. Let's go explore more. Don't miss any action by following the official MPL Philippines pages and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL Philippines on TikTok for more content. Witness and experience the new era of MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs live at the Cuneta Astrodome. Go to the official MPLPH website to secure your seats. No ticket, no problem. You can still be part of the MPLPH playoffs hype. Experience the action live at the Superfan City Festival grounds and join the free watch party. Don't miss the fun, freebies, and the ultimate Superfan experience. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Sino ang makakakuha ng unang panalo? Is it ONIC? Is it Team Liquid? Cuneta mag-ingat! just won one game.
Hindi po kami kinakabahan. Sobrang na-excite lang talaga kami ngayon.
5 laban sa 3. May Lord pa silang dala-dala.
Double ba?
Makatok sa basit, kunti-kunti ng sinisira. Team Liquid Philippines ang makakaunang hakbang.
This is a very scary gamble para sa ONIC Philippines. Sa pagpapatuloy ng Golden Rivalry, pagtutuloy-tuloy din ba ang init at confidence ng Team Liquid PH?
May conceal play mula sa ONIC kasi saan mo nang gusto nila na full na yung Dragon 4 pero makakatakas pa rin ng fight play and a Dragon Tail combo. Takot biglang dumating ang tropa ng Team Liquid Philippines. Not the Dragon, not Sandborn. Point for the cavalry.
Paano kaya mahanap dito ng ONIC yung kanilang pagbawi against sa rumaragasang stampede ng cavalry? Pero ngayon ang ONIC, huwag sila naman maghahanap ng paraan para makakuha ng kalamangan. Picking off Sanji.
Narito si King Kong sa paligsahan patungo sa ginto at sa tinatahak nilang gininto ang kalsada ni hindi mahaharangan ng Super Bang ang stampede ng Liquid.
Game number 1 para dito sa dalawang koponan na kung saan para sa Aurora gusto nilang patunayan kung bakit sila ang top seed, samantalang sa TNC the challenger mindset.
True bias kayo sa aming lupain pero mukhang sa mismo papatumbahin kaya naman Aurora. Sila ang unang magsuside at magliliwanag. Dito sa Black Dragon Force ito aming kanyang gusto unahin pero may ayaw mapitid play pang counter engage. Ito'y marilawanin pero tumatawar lang ang tropa ng TNC sa isa pa. Ang game number 1 para tuloy ang patayin ng apoy. Base ay tuloy pa rin na binabanatan ng Aurora. Tutong pa si Benny, tutong pa ba isa-isa. Muling magliliwanag ang Aurora. We're heading to a game number 5. Saka pa na Elgord goes in para kunin ang buhay ni Zaid at Tribar at Shakno. Benny Cutie na lang ang mag-isang dedepensa sa apoy ng Phoenix Army pero mas magliliwanag pa rin ang Northern Lights.
We have made it to the halfway mark of the playoffs. I'm your host, Almira Tang, and I'm just as excited as you are to witness history unfold in the MPL arena. We've got epic rivalry between Aurora Gaming and Team Liquid Philippines in the upper bracket and a battle of survival between TNC Pro Team and ONIC Philippines in the lower bracket. One will secure their grand finals appearance at an M7 slot, while another will be eliminated. Kaya naman, handa na ba kayo maging saksi sa aksyon? Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16, the playoffs!
It's the third day of our playoffs here on Season 16, and so far we've seen some numerous level-up games for our players. Athena and Minute here for the third day. We're halfway through our playoffs, Midnight.
Yeah, this is the halfway mark of the playoffs, and we've seen a lot of amazing MLBB games from day number 1 and day number 2. A lot of crazy moments, actually, and right now, I want to see more amazing matches, especially today with the upper bracket, having that M7 slot secured if they win, but also I'm a little bit sad because we're going to see a team drop out of the playoffs after today's matches.
It will be a good run indeed, but still, we cannot deny that all of games right now have been leveled up. Like level up your game with BPI by Vibe by BPI. If you download inside of our Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries. Last month, actually, 200 lucky winners receive 1,250 MLBB diamonds each.
That is a lot of diamonds indeed. And this month, we've raised the amount for you to potentially win. By the way, 50,000 diamonds. All you need to do is download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
That's so much diamonds. that you could buy any skin that you want, especially onto the aspirant skin.
More skins.
Even championship skins, by the way.
Yeah.
M6 for ONIC Philippines. And more data, more GG. Experience the winning power of Smart's only 5G and enjoy it with a Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
Yeah, Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. Victories you can count on.
And we could count onto our teams to show us a very spectacular match today. And by the way, this tournament is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
You know what? This day, it brings me gratitude that we will witness the first team to secure grand finals and also the M7 slot. But again, as I've mentioned, it's also quite saddening because like most of these teams, you'd want to reach the grand final, especially with the games that we've seen yesterday between Aurora and TNT. But unfortunately, there were only 3 teams that will remain after today.
And with that, we will check out our updated playoffs bracket. From day one, it was sad to see, but we have to say goodbye for Team Falcons and even for Twisted Minds. Moving forward from our yesterday's matches where TLPH completed their stampede, sending ONIC Philippines onto their lower bracket.
Yeah.
And so far, for our last match yesterday, a blockbuster. Game 5 games for RORA, eliminating or putting TNC onto our lower bracket where they will meet ONIC Philippines later on.
You know, it's a lot of crazy matches will happen today, but I just want to point out what happened yesterday was a complete opposite of a lot of the expectations from the community because people expected TLPH and ONIC to go the distance, go game 5, bring us amazing MVP action, but TLPH was like, no, we're going to stampede our way through the grand finals. But RORA and TNT though, even though we see TNT in the lower bracket, they're going to be up against ONIC Philippines. At this point, you don't even know who's going to make it after this match because this is a hell of a blockbuster, as you've said.
Yeah, honestly, by seeing TNC's performance so far for the first 2 days of our playoffs, they gave Aurora, our top-seeded team of the season, a very hard time. So for ONIC Philippines, this might be tricky. This might be a poison out to get them. And for our upper bracket finals, as Almira have mentioned, one will move forward onto the grand finals and also qualify to be our M7 representative.
M7, baby. But it is interesting, like, after the first match, we'll get an M7 rep, but I'm more excited about ONIC and TNT. Like, who gets to drop each other? As you've said, this might be the poison that ONIC will have to find a cure with, because, hey, Chuck Mamba is still in the playing field. So, you know what? Predictions, all out of the window.
All predictions actually yesterday was broken off.
Yes.
Especially onto our last match. And you mentioned you are excited for the ONIC versus TNT. But first up is going to be the epic rivalry of Aurora versus TLPH here onto our upper bracket finals. And even onto our PH broadcast actually, we've seen some numerous KOLs, even streamers like Fuego, trying to predict what would happen or who will be able to see the first spot onto our grand finals. And I do not want to predict at all at this point because everything so far has been somewhat of a roller coaster of emotions, especially for our teams as well.
Yeah, because the thing is, you could be wrong, you could be right, but at the end of the day, you don't get to project who gets to M7 first. And even if they lose, even if they drop to the lower bracket, they still have a way of climbing up, back to the grand final. So again, TLPH and Aurora, there's a big thing at stake. Like it's M7, but most importantly, winning the championship all across the board for the Philippines, especially for Team Liquid Philippines, because they're still trying to vie for the Golden Road.
And it's an international rivalry, of course, Aurora, knowing that they also have international experience as well. But Coach Knapp yesterday mentioned that he wanted to somehow see something new, especially under a patch or updates. And so far, the update has been in favor for the side of TLPH, most specifically here for Sanford. And looking closer also onto the junglers, Carl TZ and Demon Kite meeting again. And this time, it's going to be the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, you want epic rivalry? This is as epic as you'd get. Carl TZ, Demon Kite, all throughout MPLPH history, these two guys have been at each other's necks and throats. Even though they wouldn't admit it, they would give PR answers, like safe answers to the public. We all know the story. Like Carl TZ had a heated battle against Demon Kite, but this smiling demon has had his smile never faded by Carl TZ. He's always managed to climb up, get his foot back in the stage And right now, he does have the chance to say to Carl Tizzy, no, this time around, you get to rest.
Yep. Even before the PR trained era of our players, actually, even Carl Tizzy and Demon Guide said some spicy things. But speaking of, very spicy start here for Aurora in the playoffs. Looking closer, since season 14, they are just getting higher and higher in terms of their finish. And now for season 16 so far is their highest with a 13-1 match win-loss.
Yeah, that's the thing about Aurora. Like, even the community has mentioned that time and time again, Aurora's just progressed and continued to improve. Even though last season, they did fell short in the playoffs. That's where the inconsistent thing got to them. I think the key with this team is that they're just strong all together. And the beauty of Aurora in the season is that these players have bonded with each other. We have Light, Demon Guide, Light also bonding with Dominic Guide. And even in day one, we saw Yue having close relationships with Light. And I think that's the key. Like, they were a strong team fundamentally, but what was lacking was a solid foundation, the chemistry. And I think that's what graced them with Light's entry. They were provided with like a good environment to actually start building up on the dominance that they've shown in the regular season.
Dominance, and even the confidence here for Dominic. He mentioned that this season he's actually more confident onto the shot calls.
Yes.
Being more proactive, and confidence projects good results, and good results equals Team TLPH scores. We've seen a spectacular performance stampeding your way onto a 3-0 versus the reigning world champs. Looking closer here onto the GOAT during his playoffs mode zone.
Look at the goal differential. Even under games that they lose, he doesn't have that much of a goal difference compared to enemy junglers. And as you've seen in the average, it's still very high. Like on average, Carl Tizzy's goal difference is 3 to 4K against enemy junglers, and when they win, it's almost like absolute dominance, as he's shown against King Kong yesterday, not just with gold, but also in terms of XP. By the time you reach the Lord Dance's 12 to 18-minute mark, Carl Tizzy is leading by 2-3 items.
Hey, what do you mean? All I see is green. Kidding aside though, for Carl Tizzy, it just means that all of the time, or most of the time, is just really dominating, especially on his Lance Tizzy. I'm sorry, I combined it. Okay, his Lancelot. And so far, even their editors onto their pages are editing it onto a meet and greet, because he's always signing each and every player or hero that he is up against. So we will see if there will be an also meet and greet here for their battle versus Aurora. And for our game today.
Oh, we have a game.
Yesterday, I know you viewers were actually curious onto our debates.
Oh.
When we say debates, there will be specific answer in here, and we have to defend it. And it really depends on what we will be picking here onto our Magic Crystal Ball.
Okay, you go pick it.
Black
I have bad
is
luck.
the best MPL Philippine era. I will be picking up the answer, and Midnight will explain and defend why. Okay? It's the global power.
Okay, there were two good answers here, Age of Crown and that. Now, global power is the best MPL Philippines era, because that's when we actually dominated the global stage, and that's where when we retook MSC back, because we already took MSC, we lost it, and now we had it back. And we've had the most dominant teams ever to exist in the international stage. We had ONIC, we have Team Liquid, and at this point, we were still kind of in the global era.
Yes.
Now we're kind of transitioning out into a different era, a new era for MLBP, but a lot of people would say, especially from other regions, this is when the other regions actually started to look at PH as the #1, because before we were just taking tournaments. We kept on winning the M series, the MSC. Well, MSC got stolen from us, but outside of that, international events, some teams would still lose to like their top 1, top 2 from other regions. But in the global era, it didn't even feel like it was close. There were a lot of there were a lot of sweeps in the grand finals.
Yeah, it also cemented the idea that Filipino players worldwide are the most sought after imports as well.
That too.
And the start of other regions looking at us as the strongest contender for the crown, for the throne. may it be MSC, may it be the M World Championship, and now they are locked in here on MPL Philippines playoffs. So far, even other casters from different regions are speechless, especially onto the games that they're watching or restreaming. By the way, shout out to our streamers here for our playoffs. And succeeding on that is also our community supporting us live here on the Cuneta Astrodome. Let's take a look onto what happened earlier today, where Cavalry and even the Lights woke up early, got ready early, and managed to go and support their teams here live on Cuneta Astrodome.
Yeah, it's fun because like whenever you're in the venue, and especially if you pop up here early as early as you can see some of the parades that are going on. Right now we had TLPH and Aurora, so the Cavalry and the Lights or the Auroras showed up to support their teams. You can also do that, by the way, if just come here to the venue. By the way, get a ticket. Buy your tickets now, especially for day 4, day 5, because, well, day 5 already, sold out. Day 4, you can still, make habol or...
you could catch up, actually.
Yeah, catch up. I was trying to look for the term, but...
It is okay. But so far, even if you didn't manage to secure a ticket for the grand finals, MPL Festival onto our Super Fan Series is actually free for all.
Yes.
So you could get to enjoy different games. We have Odin there, hosting some of our lively games there, and even the booth and merchandise for all of the teams. If you want to buy a jersey, wear it to show your support, buy some merch here from our sponsors. A very fun indeed day that you could get here if you watch live here on Cuneta Astrodome. And so far, all of the teams right now are very active for their community. And so far for our Infinix Keys to Victory, we will head on over to Hull with Wolf.
No, you're actually going to hear from us first. Howdy, Athena and Midnight. It's me and Brigida.
Yep. I'm so sorry. I just miss Wolf so much. It's reflected here on
But you don't miss us. How about us?
FOMO.
50-50. But kidding aside though, it's going to be Leo and Brigida
50
here.
for Leo, 50 for Brigida. Don't worry. It's full.
So
it's 100.
So it's a total of 100.
Okay. It's 100.
Let's add it up. But to add up to that, do you agree? But you have to agree though that
Global Power
is the best era so far.
What better time than now? Midnight is right, because this is where we are. This is the wake of the Global Power, and until we figure out what exactly that next stage is, this is the best time to be an MLBB fan.
Yep, and I've always said that I feel this was the era, or it's
still.
because we're currently still in it. This is the era that I've been most part of. I got to experience it firsthand. I got to really turn into a fan of the teams who kept representing and winning titles for the Philippines in this particular era. So it really resonates with me. It's an era that's very close to my heart. But I also cannot wait to see how are we gonna develop even further if or after we get past this era.
It is the present and the gift to everyone from our players to present to the whole world that we are still the strongest contender for the throne.
Global era had the power of Brigade Buff.
Yes.
MLBB, Mobile Legends, Brigade Buff.
You cannot deny that there's still a Brigade Buff here.
Yeah.
And looking forward to long games and maximum games. And so far, thank you so much, Leia and Brigida, for sharing your thoughts here onto the Global Power being the best era of them all. And we could catch them live later on here on Cuneta Astrodome for exciting matches, play-by-play matches. And here midnight, we could also discuss on what should we expect here. Is it going to be a game 5, sweeps? Quick prediction.
Okay, quick prediction. 5 games. I would say Team Liquid. I'd have to, even though I did say this is the least chance TLPH will ever get the Golden Node because they started in the play-ins, but they were already breaking patterns from day 1. So why not continue breaking patterns all the way to M7 and actually finish the damn thing?
Okay, midnight 2025.
Yes, finish the damn thing.
It's too long to code.
Finish the damn thing. That's the code.
Even if others have mentioned that it could be a sweep, for me, I do believe that it's going to be a long game number 5 series.
It is.
Max out game number 5 for our first match. A lot is at stake. Aside from being the grand finals M7 representative. So players and even the coaches are looking forward for this one. And even our viewers here live are actually getting ready.
Yeah.
Some are actually already riding M7 representative. May it be the Lights or RORAs, or even the Cavalry are getting their banners ready.
Yeah, I mean, even with us, like we're already preparing to kind of make the narrative switch from MPL to M7, because at the end of the day, it is an important aspect of winning an MPL. You get to go to international stage and represent your country.
And the preparation is indeed grueling, and we've seen them adjust, but a snappy adjustment here for TLPH. And I do agree that they might have the higher chance to actually finish off this first series into their favor, considering what they did to ONIC Philippines. And I do believe that momentum is a really great deal onto our tournament.
Yeah, getting a 3-0 sweep against the reigning world champions. Matter of fact, they took down M-Series champions, Falcons, ONIC. Now they're about, I'm not saying they're about to take down Aurora, but if they want to get to M7, beating down number 1 is the way to go.
There is a list, and they've managed to take down one of the famous titans here onto our flips. That's the first day, and they are on a 3-day streak playing here live on Cuneta Astrodome. And to know further onto this game, let's check out our Infinix keys to victory, Dahal with Wolf.
For sure, inaabangan ito na lahat ng mga viewers natin. Pasensya na mga ibit. Alam ko gusto nyo marinig ang Infinix Keys to Victory. Siyempre, dito lang yan sa Dahal. It's TLPH versus Aurora. Para naman sa TLPH, hindi naman to mahirap para sa kanila. Well, it will be a difficult challenge for sure, pero hindi na bago sa kanila mapunta dito sa spot na to kung saan isa na lang ay magi-international na sa kanila. Ang katapat nga lang nila is Aurora, which is para naman sa Aurora, kailangan nilang i-deny yung first turtle mula sa TLPH. This is also not the first time na natakil natin yung first turtle strength ng side ng TLPH. And para sa Aurora, isa rin to sa mga strengths naman nila in the early game. So, abangan natin laban na to kasi for sure, magkakaroon tayo ng matinding bakbakan sa first turtle fight. Ang kailangan din gawin dito ng Aurora ay pigilan itong si Sanford, the apex predator. It is we cannot deny, napakalakas si Sanford in the previous games, the previous series. Lalo na pag nahawakan niya yung signature na Yuzhong from eras back pa. Ngayon ay binabalik natin sa current era na meron tayo with Sanford being very dangerous with this XP lane hero. Nakatahi din naman yung pagiging malakas ni Sanford sa XP lane dun sa first turtle strike din naman ng TLPH na kailangang i-deny ngayon ng Aurora. Now for Team Liquid Philippines, kailangan nilang i-watch out yung CC priority. So, ano nga ba yung napansin natin dito sa CC priority ng side ng Aurora? When it comes to the draft, inuuna nilang piliin ng CC. And it's mainly because pwede na nilang i-flex to. I gotta say, mas gusto ko pa rin makita si Domen kahit sa mga marksman. Pero dahil meron silang opportunity na i-flex yung CC, nagkakaroon ng mas maluwag na drafting para sa Aurora. Kaya naman, pag pinarioritize na yung CC, hindi mo alam kung ano nga ba eventually yung strat na gustong gawin ng Aurora. Gagawa ba sila ba ng funnel strategy? Makuha ba sila ng marksman? Kukuha ba sila ng double fighter? Ipa-funnel ba nila yung late game scaling doon kay Yue? Ganun ka flexible ang Aurora kapag na-prioritize nila yung CC. Ito yung kailangan watch out ng TLPH. Also, kailangan nilang puwersay ng Aurora na mag-double fighter. Kakasabi ko lang na mas gusto kong makita si Doming Kite doon sa mga marksman. And I'm not saying na mahina siya kapag double fighter setup para sa Aurora. Pero, it is also noticeable na when it comes to the stats, hindi ganun kaganda para sa Aurora compared to other teams. At syempre, ako naman gusto kong makita ng marksman versus marksman battle between Oheb and Doming Kite. Pagalingan talaga mula sa lane hanggang sa dulo kung paano magbuhat ng laro para maabot ang kanilang mga victories. And for you guys, you can experience victory with the Infinix GT30 with GT triggers and MLBB certified 120 FPS. Enjoy ultra smooth gameplay and outplay the rest. It is Team Liquid Philippines mula sa third seed and Aurora na hanggang ngayon ay nananalo pa rin 14 win streak. Para sa Aurora, kaya bang basagin yan ng Team Liquid Philippines? Panoorin natin ang ating mga teams. Let's welcome TLPH and Aurora.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through the Smash Hour marshals, Juven, Chico, JJ, and Yaku Jeff. It's a 14-match winning streak so far. Can they extend their streak in this epic rivalry? Give it up for Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Light, and Domin Kite. Lights up, it's it's Aurora Gaming! But standing in their way is the Cavalry. Can they continue their stampede in the playoffs? It's Sanford, Carl Teasy, Sanji, JP, and Oheb. Make way for Team Liquid Philippines! The two teams are also going to be joined by their respective coaches. It's Coach Master of the Basics for Aurora and Coach RC for Team Liquid. Rora's Cavalry ticket to M7, make some noise!
That is a very nice entry here for Aurora. We have Edward, Demon Kai, UL Light, and even Dominkai.
The bad boys of the playoffs, Aurora, vying for the M7 slot and also the grand finals. There's a lot of expectations for Aurora here. They have to keep the consistency in check because they're up against one of the biggest challenges in MPL Philippines.
And a force to reckon with is TLPH, Sanford, Carl TZ, Sanji, JP, and Oheb.
I mean, it's the Stallion standing loud and proud, you know, rightfully so after sweeping ONIC yesterday. They just have to make sure that they play the same way, especially up against Aurora, who has beaten them in the regular season. It wasn't a close game, so there's a lot of challenges as well for TLPH. But again, that concept goes to both teams.
And it also reflects onto our team head-to-head, wherein most of these facts are actually onto the side of Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, objective-wise, you could definitely say that Aurora, they have the better control. But in terms of primal instincts, TLPH just have that down. Even though kill participation does still favor Aurora, the amount of first bloods that TLPH has accumulated all throughout the regular season is a shine that, again, part of the keys to victory. The first turtle, that's gonna be the the turning point for these two teams.
I love how you mentioned primal instinct for TLPH. And remember, for one of the infinite keys to victory for Aurora, Wolf have mentioned cage the predator.
They gotta, you know the dialysis, the lapu-lapu, the Yuzongs. And the crazy thing is, those are 3 heroes. Sanford, he has more.
That is only 3, and so far onto a best of 5, we could definitely see some cheese picks or even bucket picks that we have yet to see so far for the regular season here onto the first 2 days of our playoffs. But let's check out on how our players are prepared. Let's all watch our Smart 5G ping test.
Sa TLPH, good luck.
Oh, good luck.
Bigyan nyo na sa amin to. Nakailang series na kayo. Wala pa appearance, oh.
Pwede ba kami muna? Kami muna?
Pagkapasok namin grand final, sa inyo na.
Uy,
slot lang, ha?
Hindi, huwag ganun.
Ay, huwag ganun. Mirror lang. Slot lang.
Slot lang. Kami muna, mamaya.
Saka sa mga fans na nanonood, thank you sa laging support at pagpunta din sa venue. Rinig namin lahat na sigaw nyo.
Tama, solid.
Sa girlfriend ko, mahal na mahal kita always.
Oh, you got power.
Lakas, di kayang tawas.
Oh, you got power.
Kay Daniel Madilla.
Di, baliw, iba yun.
Daniel Caesar pala. Chico, paki-assist naman si Kalad. Bakit alis dyan?
Di, dry yung lips ko, di.
Oo, rin nga eh.
Kailangan natin tubig dito, ah.
Oy. Kiss ata.
Uy, iba naman sa'yo eh.
Rory. Kaya mo ba yan, G? Rora?
Kaya ba yan? Feel ko hindi.
Ako din eh. Puso na lang ata tayo.
Pusong Pinoy na lang kami. Pusong Pinoy.
Gagalingan namin sobra. Ano message mo kay Yue?
Gagalingan mo kasi gagalingan namin.
Yun. Bruce Goat yun ah. Gaya kay Bruce Goat ah.
What's that? I'm mic check again.
Another words of wisdom.
Give me some words of wisdom and I say in camera.
You'll say whatever I say?
Yeah.
I love you all.
I love you all.
Boys.
I love.
Again?
Salamat sa inyo. Mahal ko kayo. Ang pangit ko.
Oh my God.
Full.
Salamat.
Sa inyo?
Ikanyo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Pangit ko.
Ang pangit ko.
Let's go.
And that is our Smart 5G Pintas. All smiles and positive vibes here for our players from TLPH and Aurora. And somehow they're also wishing TLPH to let them go first.
Yeah, go for it. That's a good trade, honestly. Like, okay, let us go to let us go to M7, and then maybe let's see who wins the grand finals.
my
But
gosh.
I don't think TLPH will agree with that because again, they're trying to build this golden road of theirs. But first pick, it does go to Aurora. Now, I want to talk about like how Aurora should have approached this before they sat down to actually face off Team Liquid. I think we need a change. We need something different from this team because TLPH, they've brought on Golden Fighters, but so far, even the community has discussed this last night. Golden Fighters for Dominicate doesn't seem to work.
There are some sentiments that after the first game, oh wow, Dominicate actually stepping out of his comfort zone. But speaking of comfort zone, by the way, for Sanford's Yuzong history, an historical stats midnight, you take over.
Jesus, 10-0 in season 11, season 12, 6-4, 7-4, season 13. Those are still like good stats, relatively speaking, because at that time there were a lot of like brawls in the XP, but now you bring it back to the semi-final meta. Yuzong once again shines because he just deletes people that wants to be in the team fight.
That's a 3-0. 100% win rate here for Sanford's Yuzong. And the moment that this was actually picked for a first day, I was like, oh my gosh, Sanford is in the zone.
Yeah.
He is zoned in onto getting the throne.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, he is number 1 Yuzong in Philippines, in MPLPH. Number 1 in kills too. So this is really the apex predator, but that's Yuzong. You still have to worry about Lapu, the Esmeralda, the Arlet, but you also have to worry about this guy, the man who is born out of consistency, Aurora's XP laner. You know, the accolades, they speak for themselves. That's why he's, Legend Zero. He has a lot of achievements under his belt. But I gotta talk about what happened yesterday. Even after facing the pressure of trying to beat TNT and proceed to the Upper Bracket Finals, last game he had to sell his items and still play the game for the next 3 minutes.
That was a really hot sentiment on why he did that. But thankfully, there was an interview. Even V-Wise have actually messaged him after that game on what happened.
Yeah, like what happened?
And for me, it's important that he took accountability and explained it well.
Yeah.
That, to be honest, he thought that was an endable matchup. That was an endable clash. But so far, that was a really, really scary tactic and decision that he made.
Yeah, that's why he is Mr. Consistent. The amount of composure that this guy has. Even if you block him in draft, you block him in game, you make his game miserable, he shows up. That's the thing about Aurora's XP lane. He is the pillar. He is the stability, the stable player of this lineup.
Even in real life, actually.
Yeah, even in real life. He's very chill.
His grandma, actually, Lola Lucy,
Oh,
for the
yeah, you're
first
right.
time, actually watched live here on MPL Arena.
He's a little pillar.
Even outside the game, he's the shining protector. He's the guardian. He sets up his family for a better future, a better setup indeed. And we've seen a better setup here for Demon Kite as well yesterday.
He's smiling.
Very good performance. The smiling demon is smiling yet again.
Yeah, he's smiling. I mean, as much as I'd love to say the last Raider, Light kind of broke that deal for us because he went back. So there's 2 Raiders.
The final 2.
Yeah, the final 2. The last 2 Raiders of Aurora. But this isn't the last raid. They still have 2 raids left because upper and lower bracket is still waiting. If they win against TLPH, I mean, that's probably the last raid. But for M7, at least they secured that slot already. But for TLPH, this is a very comfortable spot for them to be in. Again, momentum is everything in playoffs, and you just swept ONIC Philippines. They wiped the floor against the Super family, and I think the pressure and the burden of change is upon Aurora, upon Light and Demon Kite, even Doming Kite might as well. Because the thing is, we've seen Aurora like utilize their strategy, their gameplay, the fundamental MLBB approach, the almost perfect MLBB. But we've seen that being broken so many times now, even in their last match against TNC, as we saw close games. And the thing is, Aurora were having so many troubles even yesterday. And against TLPH, who is going to be able to break your early game, who will depend on their mechanics to initiate fights, and will, execute chaotic breakdowns, I think Aurora has to really deep dive on how they wanted to approach this game. Maybe focus on you're setting up for the marksman on Dominkite, and even consider pulling out utility junglers against Carl Tizzy.
It's all about filling up the small cracks for Aurora. Because TLPH is the kind of team that once they see even the slightest of a hole, they could make it onto a window or even a door, an opportunity for them to attack you head on. And for me, some of the concerns is actually, if ever, this is just one of the scenarios that could happen today. If TLPH goes to the lower bracket, they might be playing for the first to the 5th day. All days here onto the playoffs. So stamina is also a question here in endurance for TLPH. But we will be heading over for our first bracket phase onto our upper bracket finals. It's going to be Aurora onto the blue side and right side here for TLPH. And let's take a look onto what our map will be for the first game.
Flying Clouds? Okay. Hispanic Rivers. A little bit neutral, but Lord Dances and Turtle Dances will be important for these two teams. Matter of fact, Aurora's only lost once in this map. And Liquid, they have I would say, I don't mind, I don't really care. Stat line 3-3, 50% win rate. But it does matter in this match. And Aurora first bans Yuzong, full respect, caging the hero pool of Sanford.
And that's it. Even for Coach RC, sorry Midnight, I just have to quote it. The CC ban as well.
Yeah.
Actually, Coach Wolf specifically highlighted, watch out for the CC priority, so why not just ban it all together? And even the Lunox actually for Aurora has been removed.
Yeah, they're hitting a lot of stones here for TLPH. They removed Domink's best gold lane and also the flex route of the gold lane fighter. Now, if you wanna go to gold lane fighter route, there's only the Rubies, the Esmeraldas, Banes, but Aurora's only shown to use Ruby. But they haven't really performed with it. Even with the first match that they played Ruby with, Dominkite, it lost against Team Falcon. So now, Aurora, they don't want to let Carl Tizzy get his hands on the Lancelot, but Yi Sun Shin is still up for taking. Might consider picking it now. They don't want to reserve it for Red 3. And then, Gatot Kacha. This is a very stable draft for TLPH. For Aurora, though, might want to consider getting the Kimi for Yue as early as now, and then potentially a marksman, something like a Granger. Or Uranus/Alice, honestly.
Because honestly, for Dominkite, we've mentioned his heroes onto this match. He's more on the 50-50 when it comes to the fighter game. So you would want to set him up onto a hero he's more comfortable with. And a high loss here for Aurora to finish off their first phase of the draft.
This is peak RORA week 3. This was what they used to do. Like, get jungle, and if they need to get gold for Dominkite and then pair it up with a Hylos. This shuts down the YSS for TLPH, but Sanford gets his hands on the Arlott. This is going to be a good pick because now they will be able to block off XP laners that can deal with the Arlott, such as the Alice, Uranus. They don't even have to worry about Lapu Lapu, honestly.
And this is honestly a very good draft here for Coach Arce, considering that even though you've revealed your XP and roam as early as the first phase, but it's alright. And even banning out the Alice here. Just so they could ensure that no one will be somehow so flexible here onto the map to retain their position.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because now they can just remove some of the problems for Sanford, make him very viable in the turtle fights. And now Aurora shutting down gold lane fighters, but I don't think they have enough. Because honestly, TLPH, now that this Arlott's lane is secured, they could just get whatever Oheb wants, like the Esmeralda. If he wants to go the Marksman route, he can go for the Obsidia, last pick. They are red side, so that is a definite possibility.
So many options still here for Oheb. Even the Chokegold.
Chokegold, yeah, indeed.
We've been seeing that here onto our playoffs. And for Aurora, I would love to see them bound the Kimi. Because if ever they would go for a route of a fighter for Oheb, the Kimi is still an option here for Sanji. But we cannot forget the Forza, of course, being banned out here for game number 1.
Yeah, now Sanji, he has a lot of options here. Farsa was the best. I wouldn't even consider it like best because there was a Hylos in the game. So maybe now you think about heroes like Eve, Kagura, well, Lunox has been banned out. Even Valentina is okay here because you do get that Glorious Pathway steal, which is going to be good with the Gacha AOG. So that will be a good combo. If they want OHEB last pick, Valentina's a good red 4.
Oh, or maybe the Eve.
Yeah, Eve or Val.
Yeah, for the pokes around here for the early game. But for TLPH, they might actually go for an OHEB hero this early. Oh, no.
Wow.
It's going to be a Selena.
Okay.
Okay, there's option E. Go for the Selena here for Sanji.
This is the TLPH normal picks. We don't care about meta picks. We care more about our signature heroes. In TLPH, I think this does accelerate their game from the very first turtle, because now Carl TZ has a choice whether he wants to contest turtle or not. They have side lane pressure and also the acceleration of farming speed for the Eastern Shin, because now you have the traps, you have the you can even get Season Hunter on Sanji just to boost the farm of Carl TZ. So now Rora, he does get his hands on the Lapu Lapu, and then Kimi or Navaria, Selena and Navaria. This is what they used to run against ONIC Philippines. They keep matching the Selena with the Navaria.
Yeah, and considering the map is the expanding rivers, they would want somehow to catch more vision when it comes to the objective game here for TLPH. And now all that's left is going to be a hero here for OHEB. Any predictions on this one, Midnight?
Esme or Bane. I think Esme or Bane is good here. They don't really mind playing into the pokes of the Navaria, especially those two heroes have heals.
Dragon is ready anytime.
Okay. This is spicy.
I just mentioned that earlier, but I didn't expect it to appear this early for game number 1.
This is a big risk. This is funnel strat for TLPH. They're really focusing on Carl TZ's farm, which might cost them the late game, because there's a lot of ways for Aurora to actually deal with the YSS.
It's also reflecting here onto our index, wherein onto the late game potential, there is where it will spike the most here for TLPH. So many crowd controls indeed here. But for Aurora, considering that they've got the Lancelot, Entrance, and Demon Kite, this will be a battle for our king onto the jungle. But moving forward, let's see if who will get the first blood, first game here for our first match of our upper bracket, third day of our playoffs. Let's get it over and start with our game. Casters, it's your time.
The race to Jakarta begins here. The upper bracket finals, first to the grand finals, first to M7. Game 1, Aurora, Team Liquid Philippines.
You could feel the momentum seep through the way both of these teams decided to go in with their drafts. Very comfortable picks so far that we're seeing on both sides, and I cannot wait to see the XP Lane showdown.
Brigida and Leo at your service for this long haul slobber knocker, expecting no less than 5. Aurora last night was sweated by a TNC. I think that whole fighter side lane really gave them a run for their money. Now look at this, it's OHEB who's rocking a show against Dominkite, who is proven. Our panel mentioned it. Athena and Midnight, they said, hey, Dominkite, he's not so good on them fighters yet.
And I feel like Aurora also started to realize a few things, especially after yesterday. Because it's not like teams don't get to adjust completely after observing that Aurora does stick with this plan, but Carl, barely dodging the Star Shutter.
Revitalize, already used by Daddy JP. There's no way he's gonna let one of his sons die. Not like that. Edward!
Not Carl. It can't be Carl. Sanford here against 2 though. He gets to walk under the turn and Unbreakable from JP as well. But that's all the help we're needing for now.
All right, 2 close calls for Liquid. Aurora, they get a small lead off of that. They get to push the cavalry back out from their side of the jungle. Let's go back to that gold lane matchup. Again, a Granger versus a Cho. I think this will really make more of a difference in actual team fighting.
I agree. And when the more macro scale rotations come into play, because we saw it even from Benny yesterday. There was a time that the Cho got to complete a solo kill against a Ruby who was just trying to rotate and regroup with his teammates. So it's not impossible for this Cho to do the same against a Granger.
You gotta watch out. Oh my god, the flicker from OHEB! Baby Cake's doing work, but Dominkite refuses to fall!
He gets to keep himself safe. That turret, the advantage that he gets, the additional sustain and defense, and that's a free turtle that Aurora takes.
You know what? I think Aurora knew that something was afoot, that there was shenanigans around the lower half of the map, because Carl and Oheb, they don't usually do this. They don't usually telegraph where they are. So RORA, again, kudos to their coaching staff. Kudos to Master the Basics, to Dexstar, and to Khaled. They were like, Dominica, you watch out for yourself. You protect yourself.
Yeah, and wasn't this one of the things mentioned in the Howl? That you gotta take away the first turtle from Team Liquid Philippines. Not that Team Liquid wanted to get it for themselves during that instance, but it feels like they didn't even allow for Team Liquid to consider even positioning themselves or contesting that objective at all. It was just that quick of a decision from Aurora.
So Aurora is playing off of former knowledge. This is just, again, knowing Liquid inside and out from the playoffs, from the regular season, and this is going to be key to the Northern Lights getting a good start. Let's check out the items real quick. Not much of a difference between these two teams. Again, a paltry lead for either side.
I guess it's the Encourage that's the most
interesting. Again, Light on that high loss with an Encourage and of course an Elegant Gem. He's playing very low to the ground.
Yeah, this has been Light's choice for the Roam Blessing since yesterday, and I feel like it suits Aurora so much. Hold on, finding Sanford here. I know I did mention wanting to see the XP lane showdown, but RORA, even though they don't get to take the kills, they're doing a great job at somehow caging the Apex Predator for now.
Yep, by caging Sanford, you avoid him from making game-changing plays early on, delaying that rotation, delaying him from rotating out and affecting the rest of the map. So Edward's playing man-to-man defense, or should we say man-to-beast defense, because the Predator is currently just can't do much. Now we see them rotating down to the lower quarter of the map. Second turtle spawned. Liquid has a bigger presence here. Carl Easy with an amazing push and a pull. Sanford checking at that pixel brush. Oh my god, 3-man echoes!
Oh, that's a 4-man actually. Yue also caught by the final slash, and that's gonna be first blood for Team Liquid Philippines. Aurora still deciding to join in the glorious pathway already laid down. Demon Kite can't fight anymore though. He's very low, and Edward 2 will fall next. Light trying to run away, but then Team Liquid, they're able to take 3 and they actually want more. But will Light allow them to? Sanford makes a double!
It's not up to Light. It's about that Apex Predator getting unleashed. He joined the fight, went straight for the important targets. And when you say gold lane fighter and you look at a Cho, I think that's a misnomer. This is a gold lane assassin. You see the precision that Oheb put on display. Totally ruining RORA's backline.
You gotta look for him if you're Yue. You want him to be part of that Astral Echo, but even then, you couldn't stop the surprise of a flicker way of the Dragon play. You can't entirely avoid that, especially if Oheb's just really keen on looking for the right targets. And just as we mentioned, the Apex Predator being caged. At that moment, he just felt unleashed.
No, he caged all. It was a total opposite. I'm not locked in here with you, you're locked in here with me or something like that. Liquid up now by 3,000 gold. Brigida, 6 minutes in, they missed out on the first turtle, but that turtle was but a speed bump. It seems like the cavalry, the stampede is just getting started.
Yep, it's gonna be a lot more terrifying if Liquid have learned how to adjust, even despite not taking the first turtle for themselves. Because I feel like that's a major thing.
God.
But JP already using the Revitalize, only fighting up against Light at this point though, so they won't necessarily be taking any kills from there.
He's fine. This is what JP is built to do. He's a trailblazer. Checking how deep the rest of Liquid can dive in. The bottom lane though, this is definitely the recovery lane. It's totally in shambles. Again, 6.5 minutes in, I don't think Dom and Kite expected to be this far out. I'm pretty sure he still expected that tier 1 to be there until he built maybe his third item. But now, what's he at even? Maybe he's on his winter, his Hunter Strike, and then maybe on the way to the Sky Piercer. Like, that is best case scenario for a Granger that was pushed out of his lane this early.
But at the very least, he hasn't died just yet. And it's not like we don't see him suddenly pick up some maniacs every now and then when Aurora actually find that one big team fight. So that could be a possibility for them, but a 2-man final slash forcing Demon Kite to move away. Carl TZ has the turtle all to himself, but not for now. That's another way of the Dragon onto Demon Kite a perfect pickoff for Team Liquid Philippines.
Edward coming in with the bravest fighter. Everyone getting hit hard via the help of that Echoes, but they're struggling to find the follow-through.
Now Light might go down next, but Sanford has all his eyes set on Dominkite. He picks up Light for now. Dominkite runs away, but Edward will be the trade.
The juice ain't worth the squeeze. Aurora are struggling to set up an amazing combo wombo across the big 5v5s, but they just can't make it work. Too much of a disruptor Liquid's picks are. The way the dragon, the final slash out, even that rogue arrow from Sanji ruins everything Rora's trying to set up.
Because you could see Light. You could see Light trying to find a way to the key members of Team Liquid Philippines. He actually got to stand in front of Carl TZ. But that's the thing, he was all alone because of, again, the amount of disruption that's in Team Liquid's lineup.
And that's why the setup seems so slow. That's why even when you think Aurora should have started take 1, 2, 3 down from Liquid, you're like, how do you do that when 2 have already died on your side? Aurora are down 5k gold. The stats say Demon Kite is down 5 minutes away from reaching level 15 away from Carl TZ, and Carl hasn't even gotten kills. He's just been farming like a madman.
Yep, and he's already 2k up ahead of Demon Kite. This is a very unusual scenario that we're seeing right now where Demon Kite's behind in terms of levels, in terms of gold, and he's not able to keep up entirely. I mean, that's a 3-level gold lead we're seeing in the hands of Carl TZ.
Gold and EXP, it's miserable. But these two mid laners, let's talk about this real quick. Astro Recall into the Star Shatter versus the Abyssal Arrow. Better hit rates on Yue, but what does it mean? Oh my god, the Purified has stopped! The final slash is Sanford! Gets shut down, the Hunter becomes the Hunted.
And now,
AOG back!
That's the first stack that they get on his Sky Piercer. Will they continue this fight though? Because they already lost 2. And that's right before this Lord actually spawned, Leo.
So 3v5. Liquid, for the first time in a while, have to consider we have less bodies on the floor. Sanji throwing out an arrow.
What? Light's already half HP with just that single combo. And now that's making things a bit awkward for Aurora. But they're still deciding to blitz the Lord. Carl TZ trying to make his way. He has to deal with Edward first. OM looking for a target. And it's going to be Light instead. But on the other side of the map, Carl TZ finding Edward, and Sanji has a double kill.
Oh my god!
Carl TZ and Sanji! What a chase from the cavalry!
Nothing comes for free. A stampede in the wake of a stolen Lord. RORA, highway robbery up against Liquid when they were down 5,000 gold. Liquid with a punish.
What Lord? That Lord's gone. Team Liquid Philippines. It's as if it never even existed. It wasn't even able to get past their tier 2 turret. That's how quick they were able to deal with the Lord right after they just forced the fight. And normally, fights that are forced after you lose the objective are very dangerous, but they made it work.
This is the prime example of living outside of your means. They spent their whole paycheck to have one night of fun, and they spent all of their resources to try and steal one Lord, and they lost 3, make that 4 members on the way out. Liquid ended up with a bigger lead because Aurora got tunnel visioned from that Lord. 7,000 gold now between them, and all the outside turrets wiped out.
And I just said, Dominkite got his first Sky Piercer stack, but then
got shut down.
He got shut down. I don't even know if you could consider it to be a shutdown. He just had a single kill.
So he has like 5 stacks now, because you lose half of it on the way out when you die. Looking at the items, so far 2,000 between these gold laners. The time-tested Granger and the Assassin in the gold lane, that show. And then between Demon Kite, Carl TZ, forget about it. That's 3,000 gold now.
That's too much. Even JP, knowing what he has to do and what his job is, prioritizing the Twilight armor. So that's why you always see him standing in front of wherever Yue tries to throw out those Star Shutters. But Mountain Shotter, Astral Echo thrown out as a response. But they won't commit anything just yet. But look at how Team Liquid Philippines constantly forces Aurora near the base.
Dang, nabbit, you see how many projectiles were thrown out? The boat, that arrow, a random final slash could come in via a flicker, an AOG from Daddy JP. It's just too much that Liquid is throwing at RORA without even considering that gold lead. Again, 7,000 gold. Calculating now, that's a full item on each of the cores, plus change across each role.
And although you would want to look at Aurora's potential in the late game, the way that you could definitely depend on the Novaria and the Granger for their late game damage, it feels like the setups take a lot more time compared to Team Liquid Philippines, who could just decide to fight whenever they want to.
Oh, yeah.
You could say, I guess, it's the same for Edward, but that's just Edward. When you want Light, Yue, and Dominkite to be in sync with one another, then there has to be a certain sequence to how they lay out their skills. Team Liquid Philippines, it feels like all these projectiles you mentioned are just thrown out whenever they want to.
Yep, and it's not like Edward or Light can catch them for you. They have to be proactive in positioning, proactive in initiating, and they just can't die. Again, when Light or Edward are at half health, the rest of RORA have to back out. So there's the Mount Shocker. Crown TG sees everyone.
What? Why is actually Light still there? I think that's going to be my question for now, because that's going to be a free kill over to Liquid. And who did the zoning for them? It's just JP, I think.
It was unnecessary. Light was way too far, light years away from where the rest of RORA were. I don't know what the comms were, bring it up, but one can only assume, oops, something to that effect.
Because I feel like they wanted to make their way, but this is an 8k gold lead nonetheless.
Huge.
We've seen instances of Lancelot stealing away objectives countless times, especially in this season.
Maybe only second to Hayabusa as the most steal-capable hero.
Yeah, but he couldn't even get past all these walls that Team Liquid are putting up.
And I think that is the right thing to do. I'll give kudos to RORA for that, except for the fact that Light overstayed his welcome. He was in too deep. Now Liquid, setting up the push, throwing out that echoes. RORA are taking this very slowly. This is the right way to do it.
Okay, they might actually... Or, Aurora denied that tier 3 down bottom. Every wave is so far well taken care of by Aurora. They're not letting their base turrets down. And Team Liquid Philippines, I'm liking how they're really respecting Aurora's defense capabilities. Because I think the threat of a glorious pathway slowing you down is still there either way. Once you overcommit, you don't have your AOG to get out anymore, then there are still chances for Aurora to punish you.
Yep. And Liquid's time ain't exactly running out. You saw how hard that arrow scales. Dominkite caught one randomly down bottom. It was half his health plus the tick damage from the Impure Rage. And that's what a 10,000 gold deal will do to you at 15.5 minutes. What else are they picking up? Oh my, he's just 3 items in!
Oh, and the Divine Glaive.
The chef is cooking with half a kitchen right now.
Yeah, he only needs 1 more item.
There it is.
Compared to Yue, who needs 2 more.
Oh, well, Yue is on his way to Holy Crystal.
Yeah, that's also...
It should make a difference.
So you might, or you should be feeling the damage, especially if JP doesn't catch it, because I think he's looking to catch every single one of them. Like all those Star Shatters, even those bullets that come in from Dominkite. Oh, but speaking of full builds, Dominkite, I think he should be really ready to fight now. He already completed his item builds, locking in his last item, which is the Sea Halberd.
Yep. So all this healing from Sanford, from JP, the shields that OHIP generates through Only Fast, should slowly be worked on, but again, this is the nature of their lineup. They need setup. They need light to stun the right target. Yeah. They need the echoes to hit at least 2 or 3. And then that's how these bullets from Dominkite will make a difference. And not to even mention his stacks, right? I don't think his energy is in a place where he's comfortable. He hasn't had the best early to mid game. Now that we enter the late game with this Lord spawning in the lower quarter, we'll see if RORA can do both those things. Set up for their team fight and take care of the map.
Yeah. If Team Liquid even would let them find that opening, because I think they're so good at splitting the map too, just because they have a Joe in the goal. So you could see how Oheb's just consistently trying to manage the waves, not necessarily putting himself alongside the other members of Liquid, so that Aurora could see and have full information as to where everyone is, but only finds the way of the Dragon on Demon Knight, just kicking him away!
Oh my
Not
God!
the best angle though, Edward jumping in, gets revealed by the Echo as well, but Light! Will he survive this? He gets to survive with the glorious pathway!
Light lives! And Aurora pull out so much from Liquid. They spent a good amount of their ults, and of course a couple of battle spells, while Aurora only use up their ults and Light revitalize. Look at this, Carl D this whole time was playing with the Lord. Now it's at a 10th of its health. I think Liquid are gonna secure.
Yep, Oheb knows where Demon Kite is. Demon Kite's up top, but without a flicker, Oheb couldn't chase. But that was such a bold move from Oheb. The one that we saw in mid where he just decided to commit his ultimate onto a Demon Kite who was surrounded by other members of Aurora.
Yep, and again, he can get away with it. Look at his items. It's not exactly just pure assassination. He has the warrior boots, he has the breastplate, so he has extra resilience to be able to use his dashes to get out. Liquid got away from what could have been Aurora's possible clapback while securing the Lord along the way. Bottom lane, say goodbye.
Was that just the single arrow from Carl that damaged Kite to almost half? Oh, but look at the damage from the Star Shutter.
Ow!
You gotta respect Yue at this point too.
Bring it up, looking at Sanji. What are you talking about? I think the arrow hurts more than the shatter at this point.
You cannot catch the arrows if you're Doming or you're Yue. Let Light do it. Let maybe even Edward do it, because he has an ability to just immune himself from those stuns and not get caught. But I think if earlier Team Liquid Philippines had a bit more room to let Aurora defend, it's becoming a bit scarier this time that Yue and Domingkite have all their items and damage locked in.
Yep, not to mention, even Demon Kite is just but 1,000 or so away from fully building his final item. I would assume that this is a Blade of Despair. So that means RORA is in fighting form. If we do get to that point, which I'm guessing is what, the 21-minute mark? So just in time for this final Lord, which again, I'm not counting on RORA will get. Because look at the map, something that we haven't really been talking about much. Liquid structures are untouched.
Oh yeah.
Not a single turret. It's that bad.
And even the placements of the arrows and every single member of Liquid, honestly, because Oheb's always opposite where the others are. Sanji, the way he just places all these arrows in areas where Aurora could just walk through, so they always have an idea of where they could potentially be approaching the next objective. It makes it so hard for Aurora, who, based on their lineup, just naturally need to walk towards wherever they want to go.
Oh my God, they catch two!
Oh, it's a flicker from Sanji, but a failed attempt to assassinate Domingkite. A pick-off just in time for Aurora.
Overextension from the Lone Stallion. Not in a while has a nickname been so ironically perfect. Sanji was left out to cook. He flickered in for that.
I think that's not the kind of Lone Stallion play we're used to seeing.
Not like this. He's not here for the Lord.
He's not gonna be there. Okay, Sanford picking up the Oracle, but still they're one member down. Oheb, does he want to join this?
This is the best shape for Aurora to actually go for this major objective, but they have to keep eyes on the Filipino sniper. He might get away with this split push, the rat strat.
He's actually forcing a reaction. Who's gonna work and deal with the waves?
You know what?
Edward?
I think it's worse than what we think. It might not be a split push. He might actually intercept whoever goes to defend. Oheb makes himself known, visible. Lord being pulled in by Carl. Lord at an 8th of its health.
Yep, they denied Aurora from potentially blitzing the Lord. Now Carl's holding it. KB catching the Star Shutters and even the Thorn Growth, but the damage is a bit too much. Phantom Execution already committed, and the AOG is used as well.
All right, Light holds the Pixel Brush away from the Apex Predator. Domingkite pulling in.
Oh, Demonkite's very low. He wanted to recall, but Sanford just keeps checking the brushes. And now it might be Light. That's the target. Oheb, just in time. Stunning Light. Taking taking him down, and Carl TZ takes the Lord.
Baby Cakes doing work. Looping RORA. Round and round. Defend down bottom. Take the Lord. Defend the base. Steal this objective, and Aurora couldn't make a decision. Liquid score their third major objective.
What was the thought process of OHEB during the entire time? I thought he'd be a bit more pressured to join because they lost one member, but he just stayed down bottom, pushed the waves, and made Aurora let go of the objective.
I think all the more he had to be as annoying. He had to be that much bigger of a menace to influence RORA's decision making and to muddle their thought process. Because look, Sanji's missing. I have to make up for both fighting with the Lord and this push down bottom. I'll do both.
Yep. Oh, does this arrow land on someone? Dominkite fortunately gets to dodge it, but that's a conceal. Astral Echo revealing multiple members. Phantom Execution in. Demon Kite briefly gets taunted, but is this enough time for Aurora? The deal with the Lord! And we're jumping in, stunning multiple members. Demon Kite just waiting for Carl, and they take him down first. Sanford could only do so much when he's left alone. OHEB and Sanji have to run away, but he gets caught by the Star Shutter. Immortality won't be popped, but they have to let go of Sanford.
Massive predictions from members of Aurora, considering where the vengeance might go. The dashes of Sanford, 2 free kills for Aurora, kicking Liquid out of their base.
Sanford and Carl are nowhere to be found.
Not for about 40 seconds.
And they might just go for this one-way push to take the most that they can after Liquid's turrets being untouchable for how many minutes now?
These three can't defend from the 5 on Aurora. Look at OHEB from the back line. What's the Filipino sniper gonna do? AOG!
AOG from JP, but they get to burst him down. That's the immortality already popped. Does JP get away with this? It's a no!
OHEB still hiding. OHEB, what's the plan? Star Shadow throw. Now Dominkite!
Oh! Was that the way of the dragon dodged?
Yes, it was!
In a split second, Demon Kite got to dodge!
I could have sworn OHEB was gonna go straight for Doming, but instead it's Demon Kite who flushes him out of the brush. No one taken out from Aurora in their attempt to go straight down mid. Lord spawned. RORA doing a little bit of homework, cleaning up their base as Sanji spots Dominkite. The Dominkite T40.
Still not over it. How do you dodge a Way of the Dragon that was committed to you while he was inside the bush? But Sanji trying to look for targets here. Demon Kite holding the Lord.
Phantom Execution, spent in, Glory's Pathway.
Oh, Sanford now is the target. He gets to use the final slash, but he doesn't survive for long. Now Aurora gain access to Carl. What can Sanji and OHEB do?
OHEB coming in! Demon Kite dashes through!
But he gets stunned by lights, and he doesn't get to do his full combo. He's just trying to escape, but Demon Kite finds Sanji instead.
The chef gets cooked. It's a 3-man coalition from Liquid. RORA hunting Carl down.
And with the flicker Star Shutter combo, the GOAT is taken down.
Yue doesn't miss Lord to Aurora.
As if the entire 20 minutes weren't in favor of Liquid. Aurora with such a massive clapback, but OHEB in an attempt to find a trade pops the immortality of Dominkite, but that's all he can do.
Daddy JP doing his darndest to get something out of the exchange. Takes out Dominkite, but it's too late.
He's left alone, and with no one from Liquid to defend. This 26-minute game ends in the hands of Aurora.
The Northern Lights first to the board. Game 1 goes to Aurora.
My goodness.
That was just game 1. We're here for the long haul. A best of 5. Aurora pulled that one from out of nowhere. Liquid have to go back to the drawing board, figure out where they all went wrong. Let's throw over to Midnight and Athena.
If there is one team that you would count on to getting a comeback onto game, that's going to be Aurora.
13,000 gold lead in favor of TLPH, but Aurora shuts it off. And they claim this game. Edward again in the Lapu, Yue with the snipes, and Doming being so hard to kill. Aurora still finds a way to win against Team Liquid. Mind you, this was almost a stampede from Team Liquid Philippines, but they held on. And Demon Kite on this Lancelot was able to perform after having an abysmal early game. It was an abysmal early game, but late game, he was able to dash through to win for Aurora.
What you were saying? That we will be able to get a meet and greet with Carl Easy? No. We will be meeting Demon Kite himself, the Smiling Demon, our Game 1 MVP. My first question was, how will they come back from that huge deficit in gold, turrets, and as well as objective? But the answer is just one thing. Just wait and see what they could do by catching up Sanji. And even Sanford, the Sansan duo, was the one that they picked the most, especially onto the greater or latter parts of our clashes.
Yeah, it's all about playing it slow for Aurora, waiting for the mistakes, the cracks in the plays of Team Liquid Philippines. It's also a sort of an eye for an eye. Like it got down to the mechanics of these players, the ability to dodge these spells and skills coming out from TLPH. It made it so that the Cho and the Selena had to work for these kills. Like even the attempt on Demon Kite's life earlier on Doming Kite's life earlier on by Sanji, but also making it very hard for the Lancelot to be caught in these objective fights, which made the game for TLPH kind of a bit of an awkward like skirmish all throughout. But again, it was Team Liquid that started the dominating the show from the get-go. Minute 1 up until the second Lord, I would say. RORA was just playing to the music of TLPH. But the problem was, we mentioned this earlier during the draft, that TLPH's lineup is all about early game, fighting these pickoffs. But when do you go down to the late game? RORA, they do scale, and the team fight is going to be a little bit of a problem, especially if you don't find these pickoffs, and that's what happened. Sanji, Oheb, they had to like find weird angles, try and go and force the pickoffs. But at the end of the day, the composition that Aurora has allows for them to actually outplay these kinds of plays from TLPH.
It's the sheer willpower to actually stay online, supercharge their way, and clear out core damage dealers here for TLPH. You've mentioned that we were all expecting, based on the stats and numbers, that TLPH would get the late game. Not really the early game. And surprisingly, up until the 17-minute mark, that was a huge goal deficit that TLPH already established. But surprisingly for Aurora, for me, there was a specific instance. Even if I'm Doming Kite, I will shout out your name with an I love you. But moving forward there, for me, one of the highlights for game number 1 was Demon Kite dodging out the Wave the Dragon here from Ohel.
Yeah, the arrows, the boats, the attempts, the AOGs, the slashes. And also, I wanna highlight Edward here on this Lapu. I've said this earlier, like, this Lapu isn't a bit of a problem for TLPH because they already had the lanes down. Sanford was performing really well, is able to get out of the XP, showed up for his team. But the problem was late game, the assistance of having the Navaria and the Hylos allowed for the Lapu to actually find these targets, because there will be people that will force out these dashes coming out from TLPH. And I do have to say that even though Oheb played an amazing Cho game, this wasn't the spectacular Cho, but he was able to pressure the side lanes, force Aurora to react, get these crucial pickoffs. But at the end of the day, you lose the late game aspect, because now you're all Carl Teasy. So it was Aurora against the Yisun Shin up until the late game, and all Light had to do was force the Traceless and then land the Glorious Pathway with the Astral Echo from Yue, so that they are able to find the Yisun Shin out of position. And Edward, we saw that in the last clash. Yisun Shin or Carl DZ was so out of position that Edward just gave chase.
Yeah, he took the opportunity.
Yeah.
And didn't waste any single drop of it. that. Moving forward here for OHEB, you mentioned that this is not really the traditional way or hero here for OHEB. Yes, he did a great job, but to compensate with that is you have the mobility.
What?
But what about the late game? But looking at their big four titles here, still going to be our BPI rich guy is going to be Carl TZ, because it really matters the most, the early facing, but it's all about the situations wherein TLPH was a bit too, let's say, a bit too greedy.
Yeah,
Because
overzealous.
you mentioned that was somewhat of a funnel strat, not considering that RORA is the kind of team that doesn't care when it
Yeah.
comes to gold gaps or even network gaps.
Yeah, this is how almost impossible that comeback was from Aurora. The big four came from Liquid Philippines, with Carl TZ leading the GPM charts and being the BPI rich guy. But at the end of the day, conversion was the problem here for TLPH. There was too much flex. Yeah, sure, they took advantage of having the show in the early game. They were able to like stampede their way through the mid game. But at the end of the day, you have to still take down the base, which they didn't have, because I mentioned this during the draft. The YSS cannot fully carry this game because of the heroes on the side of Aurora, and because of that, it got down to like weird fights for TLPH in the late game.
They were actually having a hard time. We've seen some multiple instances. If ever OHEB didn't have the show, he could just go for a backdoor split push here onto Aurora's base. But that didn't happen because we mentioned that he also has to think of a bigger setup, the bigger picture for TLPH. But moving forward onto our game number 1, there is further information that we could get from our solo analyst. Let's send it over to Wolf.
Thank you so much sa ating mga talents at madami tayong mga matututunan na naman dahil nandito tayo ulit sa segment The More You Know. Ang TLPH at Aurora ang masasabi natin pinaka-established when it comes to their strategy na gustong gawin. At kung usapang established lang, etong side ng Aurora, yun naman ang napansin ko sa kanila. When it comes to their hero pool, masasabi nating hindi ganun kataas compared to other teams. Pero bakit sila pa rin ang pinaka-successful na team natin mula sa regular season up until this very moment, sila din ang may pinaka-successful na win streak when it comes to the series, and it's mainly because dun sa kanilang very compact na hero pool. Hindi ibig sabihin na wala kayong masyadong heroes na ginamit ay hindi na kayo ganun kalakas as a team. Kung ganito kataas ang efficiency ninyo, meaning to say, yung mga heroes nyo kadalasan ay naipapanalo nyo, doon na natin masasabi na napakaganda talaga ng inyong pinapakita. 83% na hero pool efficiency mula dito sa Aurora means na kapag meron silang ginamit na hero, talagang papalakasin nila yung strat around it, bubuo sila ng mga compositions that will make it successful. Like their 12 wins sa Harith, 10 wins dito sa Lapu-Lapu at 8 wins sa Yisunshin, Lance, as well as the Kimi. When it comes to heroes with 0 wins, ito naman ay kakonti lang. Interesting dito na yung Hayabusa at Fanny, yung hindi pa nila naipapanalo. Kahit malakas naman sila maglaro sa ganitong heroes. Well, I guess, yung ibang teams dito din sa Philippines ay malakas din naman para makontra sila. But when it comes to their hero pool efficiency, meaning to say, kapag merong sinolidify ang side ng Aurora na strategy, papalakasin at papaganahin din talaga nila. Yan ang ating bagong kaalaman dito para sa Aurora. And sa sarap panalo with Nor, masarap din ang magkaroon ng bagong kaalaman. This is The More You Know. And I hope that you learned something from that. And I hope you appreciate yung ginagawa ng mga teams natin dito sa ating meta. For that, yun na muna. Balik na natin sa ating panel.
Thank you so much, Wolf, and that's The More You Know.
The More You Know.
Number 1.
Yeah, we appreciate you, Wolf. And of course, we appreciate the teams as well. Again, perfecting your craft, mastering the basics, and also advancing the strats. It is what definitely allowed Aurora to, pull off this comeback, because Lord Dance was the thing in the late game for both these two teams.
It is.
But at the end of the day, Aurora just had the answer versus the YSS, and Liquid didn't have anything against the crazy dodges coming out from Demon Kite.
And Aurora maintaining a calm composure.
Yeah.
They've learned from their game yesterday with TNC to just come down, never sell items early. Plus, to note that you just have to wait for the perfect catch here for Edward. He really did his best. Props to him.
Yeah.
Biggest respect here for Edward for turning the game around, catching Sanji and even Sanford.
Yeah.
They're on to very latter parts of our game number 1.
So be calm, be collected, don't sell your items, and also
Don't sell it yet.
dodge the kick.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's all about the instincts and mechanics. I do wish I have that kind of awareness.
Same.
If I'm an XP laner,
I suck.
it's all about experience as well. No, you don't suck. Actually,
Sometimes I do suck.
it depends on
On
the
lands,
mood.
all right? On lands.
Okay. Thanks for the disclaimer. But for our audiences here on Cuneta Astrodome, put your game face on and make your smart power pose. All you have to do is copy Edward, making a triangle here.
Is this a composure pose?
It is.
Is this like a ritual or something?
Oh, it's a triangle of power, like
Hey.
composure.
Oh.
Never sell your items early, and then what's the third one? Dodge. The way of the dragon.
Nah, it has to be an Edward thing. So never sell your items, be composed, and also I don't know, man.
Put your game face on.
Put your game face on. Yeah, maybe that's the triangle of power.
Okay, we're seeing some students here. Oh,
Okay.
there's a strong contender here for the Auroras.
1v1. She's actually wearing a jersey, so
Yeah,
she has a +1.
She has glasses. That's
Yeah.
+2.
She's Edward, but a
Girl
she.
version.
Yeah, but a she.
Because OHEV has a girl version.
Yes,
a
that's
she
true.
version.
An Edward multiverse.
Oh, we've seen some huge familiar
There
faces
you
here,
go.
and it's going to be our winner for our smart power pose. Congratulations, ma'am. There's another successful fan here for Cuneta Astrodome. If you want to win prizes such as that, all you have to do is buy your tickets, watch the game live here on Cuneta Astrodome, and might as well just participate on other booths as well on our MPL Super Fan CD Festival.
Yeah, it's again, if you don't mind spending your weekends, just buy the ticket because it's gonna be a hell of fun watching live in the venue. You get a screen with the thousands of fans that are
Spend it with
inside
us.
the venue. So if you haven't, again, you can secure your playoff tickets now. Head to the MPL Philippines website and join us at the Cuneta Astrodome for the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs.
Yeah, please spend it with us. I'm begging you.
For those
I
who
want-
hasn't bought their ticket.
Yeah, and you could get a chance to also get to meet and greet your favorite players. And by the way, the Alamat Awards is back. Who will rise to become legends of MPL? We will later know that. And so far, all of our audiences, even on our social media pages, are actually predicting on who will be the winners. You could watch it live later here on the MPL stage, October 24.
Yeah,
Today
that's-
is October 24, yeah.
Yeah, right after this match.
Yep.
So we get to celebrate and again commemorate these amazing players that have played in our league. I'm actually excited for the MVP of the
Who
season.
is it? I think it's going to be Midnight.
No,
Because
that's why I'm coughing. I'm
hardest working
not.
caster ever.
That's Wolf. He works every day. So
Well,
matter of fact, he works 8 days a week.
all I see is Wolf. Even though I'm on the English broadcast, I actually called him over earlier
Yeah.
on to our.
See, he's also working English broadcast.
That's double time here for Wolf. But check it out, guys. If you're ready at the venue, if you're watching us live there on the MPL Super Fan CD, shout out to you guys. And I do know that our second match is also sold out match
really?
as well, from what I've heard. So let's check out for first match. Obviously, if you're seeing our backgrounds, some have already taken their restroom breaks, preparing their clappers, their banners, and as well as regaining composure of their cheers.
Edward, the Edward,
The Edward
composure.
pose. Okay,
yeah,
composure.
They're doing this while they go to the bathroom. That's
Be
not right.
Edward.
That's not right.
No, it's a Zen mode.
It's okay. It's a ritual.
Yes,
It's a
it's a ritual here for Aurora. And going back to the game, surprisingly, everyone, I've also seen a glimpse of the comments. They were actually like, oh, this is automatically a TLPH game. And speaking of TLPH, you're going to be on the blue side for game number 2, Midnight.
There's a lot of pressure for TLPH for sure. They almost won game 1. I don't know how the talks went on with TLPH. Of course, obviously, we're still working here, so I haven't had the chance to talk with these players. But again, these talks are very important because you gotta reset. Even though it's a best of 5, it's not an excuse to say that, all right, it's still a long way to go, because momentum is a thing, especially in playoffs. You get a good game like that for Aurora, they're just gonna roll with it. And for TLPH, even though you could argue that, okay, we still have a lot more strats, you still lost with a commanding lead. So reset is a must for the Cavalry.
It was good until there was a word until here
Until it
for
wasn't.
TLPH, and now the wait is finally over as we move on forward for our game number 2 drafting phase here. And let's see if they will go for the same route. But before that, let's check out on what will be our map for game number 2. Flying Clouds.
Give me
Flying
clouds.
Clouds.
There you
Flying
go.
Clouds.
I think I am so lucky today. I don't know. I'm feeling lucky.
You are.
Are you feeling lucky?
I do feel lucky. I'm with you here on the English desk.
Okay.
And let's see if your predictions will reflect also here on their game 2 drafting phase still. The Harriet and CC ban here.
Wait.
And straightforward backshot approach. And then Yuzong and Lancelot ban here for Aurora Midnight.
Is this Aurora giving TLPH the Yisun Shin?
Like it's I dare you.
Yeah, it's both the Yisun Shin as well as the 1-1. First time this happened, TLPH won with 1-1 on no whip. I think it was a match against ONIC Philippines. So Aurora, they have a lot of things to consider here. Yisun Shin, 1-1, and then there's also the Zu Shin. The TLPH has not shied away from taking first.
Yep, and now they're actually baiting out the Jushin pick here for TLPH. They could actually go for an Arlot still, a first prior pick here for TLPH.
There you go.
But it's going to be here for Sanji. Quick predictions here, Midnight.
Farsa, maybe Farsa or Kimmy, and then potentially Gatot or Grok for light. I don't mind the honestly. I don't mind the Grok against Zushin because you are able to sort of immune and even counter the Zushin initiation. Because if you trap the Zushin, she's forced to use the Crimson Beacon because she has to dodge the Tectonic Charge.
Or might as well get the Lapu again here for Edward.
That too.
If you want. And a Lapu is very viable option in terms of Flying Cloud statistics. But sorry, I don't have the papers. But moving forward here, the Gatot Kacha would be a nice deny pick also if you're on the side of Aurora. But let's see. As I'm hearing it, it's going to be an Arlot and a Ranger here. So it's an XP and a hero for Dominkite. So it's a change of scenery and prioritization. Midnight, they realized that they would want Dominkite on a more comfortable positioning in terms of drafting phase than the Alice and Hayabusa for TLPH.
I was worried about this. TLPH, they're comfortable playing with the Hayabusa. Carl Tizzi has shown himself to be a very good Hayabusa player in MSC. And then now they find themselves in an Alice situation where there's no Yuzong. They see the enemy XP later. It's just an Arlot. Sanford gets to pick the Alice on first phase. So now Aurora, what do you answer this with? Do you go for Fredrin on Demon Kite, considering that it is a good combo with the Arlot, but there is an Alice on the table, so I don't know.
Even I was actually going to say Doming Light. I'm combining their IGN right now.
Okay, Fredrin.
Okay. You mentioned a Fredrin, but it's about ONIC Philippines. How is it for Demon Kite getting a utility jungler?
I'm not a big fan of this Fredrin pick. Yes, it is an Arlot and Fredrin combo, but you are up against Zushin and Alice, two heroes that enjoy playing against Fredrin. Aurora, they have to buff this lineup up. They have to have huge damage on Mage or, Roam. I don't think they would go for that though, but Kimmy and Farsa is still available, so I think Aurora might want to gun for a Red 4 Farsa, but TLPH, they will have the opportunity to take it away.
Thank you so much, and now we have the most picked heroes for Flying Cloud. So there is the Lapu for the top 5.
Yeah.
And still on
None of them here, by the way. None of them here.
None of them here. But still, none of a 1-1 for game number 2 and the crowd.
Okay, yeah, that's a good ban.
You mentioned this.
Yeah, that's a good ban. That's a good roam for Aurora. That could have been a good roam for Aurora for the same reasons that we've said they needed damage, and also it supplements the the idea of being able to counter the Zushin while also attempting for the Red 4 bait. Because what TLPH could have done was give them Red 4 possibility of the Grok. If they don't take it, TLPH runs away with an Alice Grok combo, but they don't have the opportunity to risk it, so they needed to take it away.
That's too much of a giveaway if ever they don't ban the Grok. And for sure, Master of the Basics have already foreseen that. And now for our Red 4, or rather, last ban here for TLPH and a possible red 4 for Aurora. It's going to be the mid laner.
Oh, okay.
And
Interesting.
an interesting ban of a Franco as well here for TLPH.
I think they trust Sanford enough to deal with the Farsa if ever it does show up. Even the Kimmy, honestly, for Yue. Kimmy, Cecilia, and Farsa, those three are good picks. You don't Eve here. Okay, they go for Gatot, so they save the best for last. They don't have to because they had to rush the Gatot because TLPH could have taken it away. But even then, I think you could run this lineup with a Hylos for TLPH on JP, even the chip, honestly.
For me, for TLPH, if they do pick the chick and it's a Flying Cloud, to be honest, there are just not much differences. So it's more familiarity in terms of where.
Yeah, it's more about the draft.
Where, yeah.
Than the map.
And the mechanic as well. And the Respo when it comes to
they go
Flying Cloud. Hylos, and then the Moscow here for OHEB.
What? I mean, late game, and it's also OHEB. So Moskov, good matchup against both the Granger, decent against the Arlet, but I swear this would have been a good carry game, honestly, for OHEB, but they go with the Moskov and then the Kimmy for Yue. I am feeling lucky today. Matter of fact, 1-1, let's go.
I think it's your day. It's your lucky day.
Yeah, it might be. It might be.
Yeah, let's see if Aurora will also have a lucky day as they luck in the Kimmy mid lane here for Yue. Interesting choice as well here for the Moscow for OHEB, but it's because it's OHEB.
Yeah.
So it's possible.
I would have preferred, honestly, the carry, because I think the Moscow's much too slow. Because the carry would have been useful mid-game. OHEB, he has to farm till late. But, and Aurora, they do have early game comp, so there is a window where RORA could actually punish TLPH with this gritty lineup.
Let's see if the streak will continue here for Aurora Gaming. As we move on forward for our game number 2, Upper Bracket Finals. TLPH still missing a point. Let's head on over to the land of the Endcasters. It's your time.
And I don't think there was enough time between game 1 and now to recover. We just came from a 26-minute slobber knocker. Leo and Brigida bringing you the second game in this best-of-5 series. Team Liquid Philippines looking to recover against Aurora.
This was a surprising draft we're seeing from Team Liquid, mainly because it's a bit too obvious that they're trying to maybe play for the late game, and stats show that they don't really perform that well when we're past the 18-minute mark.
This was an in-depth discussion you had with Hans in the panel over yesterday's matches, but also just to juxtapose the thesis on Midnight's draft. Oh my God, Yue!
Okay.
I think Aurora's draft, if we're gonna revert to something closer to pre-Project Next, looks better. Because I'm surprised that this Gatot Kachak went all the way through the second phase without anyone banning it.
That's true. It's a mixture of them prioritizing the picks they really want to deny first, taking away the Arlot even from Sanford in the first phase of the draft, but it's not like they weren't able to prevent the Alice from coming into play, but then again, it just adds to how farm heavy Team Liquid Philippines and their composition is overall. So I don't think we'll be seeing them as aggressive to start things off, but at least they have a lot of ways to just deal with the macro and prolong the game as needed. But hold on, if it's about aggression we're talking about, I think Carl TZ wants to show us that. Light looking to be the target here, and Ogi shadow kill committed just to take first blood.
That was a 3v2 fight that Demon Kite had to walk all the way through, and he just did not make it in time. That's just kind of the cons you have to live with if you have a Fredrin. It's been a hot minute since we've seen the Appraiser make his way into a game.
Yeah, and it's understandable if you're Aurora that you get to extend that much. You have a Kimmy on your side, and the mid lane supposedly really favors whoever has the Kimmy in their lineup. But it seems like Team Liquid might not get to contest this.
Carl stole away a small camp, and Light could not stop him. I got his eyes at the minimap.
So, despite all that, Light still has his eyes on Carl TZ, not exactly letting go of where this, I'd say, all over the map Hayabusa is.
Yeah.
Because even just now, before that first blood, he already showed us how aggressive he wants to play this game. Maybe even being one of the main players to play aggressive in this entire lineup that we're seeing from Team Liquid.
That's right, Carl TZ's Hayabusa is a thing of beauty. If you talk about his best heroes in Season 16, I'd say Lancelot, decent shit. And then this Hayabusa action breaking out at mid.
Oh, Throne of Ruin for Sanford, catching 3, SOD also landing. But the Aurora joins this. Edward doesn't land the final slash, but the AOG's bang! Appraiser's Wrath. Sanford gets taken down. JP might be next. There's just so much hold from Aurora.
The Alice is just a sexier Uranus.
Yes.
Emphasis on Uranus. At the end of the day, no matter how sustainable you are, after your Throne of Ruin,
oh, the perfect vengeance to evade and cancel out the OG Shadow Kill. It's not a flicker, but it acts the same way. Hold on, OHIB!
Close call on 2 different fronts of the map. Back to what I was saying, at the end of the day, after that Throne of Ruin, you're still just a sustainable, annoying XP laner.
That's about it. You stand in front of everyone, try to annoy them, but if they have enough damage, then what do you do next? Oh my goodness! 3-man stun!
The 3-time MPL champion stops the forward momentum of 3-hero Dominkai!
Oh, but what OHIB doesn't know is that there are 3 members of Aurora waiting for him! I don't know if it was just perfectly timed or predicted by Aurora, but that was painful to watch.
Call it a sting operation. They knew that OHIB had this killer instinct in him, and he saw a lone Granger, but he did see the other 2 members waiting in the wings. It looks like Aurora are going to be scoring their 2nd turtle. Sanji, Sanford trying to grab one, pull a fast one over Aurora. Not going to happen. They're up about 1,000 and change.
Yep. This is expected from the lineup. Hold on. Edward still wanting to go in for the fight. Crimson Beacon already used. JP gets to escape with the Glorious Pathway, but it's been a very aggressive 4 minutes. Just 4 minutes so far for Aurora. And what does OHIB do? He just has to walk away.
He does his best, Brigida. He does his best. Aurora have stepped on his neck and stopped him from farming. The first 5 minutes has been hell for this Moskov. Looking at the items and of course what that translates to in economy. He's down about 1,500 away from Dominkai.
Could have been more if he didn't use his SOD just to get that gold card that was nearly denied of him, or nearly denied from him, just because of how well Aurora's been controlling the gold lane. And this has been a trend so far. This is expected considering TLPH's lineup. But how do they show us the changes once they don't get the early game? Because time and time again, that's what we've been constantly pointing out as their requirement to win the game, to get to do the Liquid Stampede. But this is something they walked into. They drafted this way. They expected this to happen.
You know what? In the playoffs, anything can happen. Aurora can even win on Flying Clouds. That's what this map is all about. And they do find Sanford to the bottom lane.
Can't even use the cleave. Throne of Ruin is all he can do, but does he have enough sustain? Oh! Barely tries to survive, and that's another Piercer stack picked up by Dominkai. Carl TZ versus Edward. It's a 1v1, but the final slash still makes it. Fortunately, the other members of Team Liquid are there, but that was a close call.
All right, 3 dudes from Liquid, no problem. 4, that's where he draws the line. A little too much for Mr. Consistent to deal with, but what this does is open up the lower quarter of the map where the turtles spawn. 3 for 3, Aurora 100% on turtle take rates.
Look at how US just defending this turret. Carl TZ has to escape. Oh, he walks away, but does not escape death. Light and Yue take down Carl TZ.
The GOAT got tunnel vision. He really wanted to push in. Did not have enough backup. Down bottom, Demon Kite has 2 on him. This is what you can do with a utility jungler. You're able to really put your foot down and say, the rest of you guys do that, and hold on. That's why it's a macro-centric hero. Oh my god, JP!
That's the tankiest member of Team Liquid right now. But Aurora, without hesitation, committing the final slash. That's how confident they are at this point. Demon Kite, though, he does not walk away from that.
It's a little too much to expect to survive all that, but again, Aurora, sleight of hand. You're looking at the right hand, the left is already committing a crime. They pushed into here to a top. As I was saying, if you're a utility jungler, you can do these kinds of things. One of those things is sacrifice yourself because you're less of you're less of a asset to your team, so you can afford to die. Second is you can hold down fights so much longer. Carl Teasy, when he died in the top lane, there was no business for him doing that. Not for that long. So Aurora, they're still on point here, on course. 4,000 gold up, 8 minutes in.
This time it's Aurora who's had their turrets untouched for the entire past 8 minutes of the game. Team Liquid Philippines are struggling. They might be waiting for one team fight that they get to win, and it's from that where they just pivot and try to convert into objectives, because the way it's looking right now, could they even split up? Like, I know that's something OHEB would want to do, but based on how Aurora's been rotating, they're not making it easy for the Moscow.
I think they can. They just have to be very specific about it. Like now, see this? It's clear where Aurora is. They show themselves on the map. It helps that the Lord is going to be a beacon, a magnet for TLPH to try and consider where they're coming from. But look, we're still looking at the maybe #2 best hero to steal Lords with. That's a Hayabusa. Oh, Edward steps in.
Behind Edward, final stack already committed. Throne of Ruin might just stun 3. Oh! Dominkite gets taken down by Sanji, but before he does, JP gets taken down as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far, and OHEB, that's what you were talking about. So he finally gets to push the waves.
And it's also very fortunate that Liquid found Dominkite. If it was anyone else that died, maybe even Edward or Demonkite, that would have been okay. RORA would have forced the issue, but no, it was Dominkite. It was their main damage source.
It was just unfortunate that he was right behind that wall, and once he flickered, he found himself right beside the Lord and in front of Sanji's Crimson Beacon. So that was a very awkward position to be in if you were Dominkite, but they also probably didn't expect that there were other members of Liquid who could come in from the mid lane, because they were probably expecting everyone to just hold those brushes down bottom close to the back of the wall where the Lord is. So now it's a second chance for Aurora to potentially take this.
I think it was premeditated. Liquid really cordoned off RORA's exit to compromise Dominkite's positioning, and then in turn they killed him. That was really good for Liquid. Now, Demonkite finds that taunt. Lord at about half health.
That was a knockup from the Lord. Edward working on Sanji though, but Demonkite goes down! OM joining the fight as well. This Lord is going into the hands of Liquid. Carl will get traded, however, and they're trying to chase after Liquid, but all they want to do is walk away.
Liquid definitely winning out on that trade. They pick up Demonkite, take the Lord, and everything else is extra. Collateral damage, Carl Teasy is, but it's worth it. RORA did not see this angle coming. I didn't see this angle coming. I think Liquid just worked their way into closing this gap. 4,000 gold cut down to just 1.
I think it was just normal movement from a Fredrin, from a utility jungle.
It was the right thing.
You switch targets, you stand in front of everyone. But where did the damage even come from for them to burst him down that much? Or I also think the Lord knockup had something to do with it, because it was an unexpected timing of Lord knockups that helped Liquid try and be a bit more aggressive. And that's where Demonkite found himself bursted down.
Yeah, something tells me Sanji sitting with 2 stacks on his Sky Piercer, maybe 3 stacks. I've lost track of where exactly the count from. Made that death on Demonkite, that kill on Demonkite so much more possible, so much more faster. And the Appraiser's Wrath almost made no difference.
We couldn't even feel it. I mean, JP was already expecting to receive majority of the damage from the Appraiser's Wrath, but at this point, that's what you want to see from JP. That he can just confidently stand in front of these members of these annoying heroes of Aurora, so Liquid can know where to position themselves, and finally, after trying to be a bit more careful for so long, they get to take away some turrets from themselves.
Oh man, the map has equalized. Literally, 2 for 2. RORA now just have barely 1,000 gold up over Liquid. Where did this go wrong? It's not like Yu is not in the right position to deal damage. Dominkite only died once. Demonkite died twice. One of them was kind of warranted. So it's just Liquid finding their groove. Looking at the items now, it is a Swift Trinity for OHEB. Carl Teasy also has 3 strong, hard-hitting items. And Sanford, I think Sanford's last death might have been his actual last, because he's on his way to a full Cursed Hell. Once he builds that Winter Crown, I don't think we're going to ever see him die again.
Maybe this is where a bit too much attention on caging the Predator starts to backfire.
Because it's just not worth it. It takes too much time.
And I don't think, like, maybe Sanford even wants you to pay so much attention to him at this point. Majority of the damage, of the disruption will come from him, yes, but not the damage. And he's not the guy who needs to be there until the very end of the team fight.
Oh yeah.
So maybe essentially kind of similar to the Fredrin.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's got to be Oheb, it's got to be Carl. Sanji is the finisher. The fact that Sanford is so annoying and could impact a team fight so much from the XP lane on this Alice is that game changer. So Aurora, how do they react? Maybe don't pay attention to Sanford as much. Like, as much as you can avoid the Throne of Ruin, that's easier said than done.
Because either way, he's gonna show up anyway. He is definitely gonna use that Throne of Ruin and try to position himself in front of as much people as he can. So he will voluntarily walk up to you and you don't need to work so hard to do that, but where are they trying to come from this time?
Look at the angle that Sanford's coming through. Edward spots him. Glorious pathway.
Maybe already low. Edward using the final slash, but Sanford stuns so much. It's UN. Dominkite now very low. Demon Kite looking at the next target. Carl TC with a double Oki Shadow kill now. Trying to go for Doming. Fortunately has a dash, but that's 3 members already taken down.
Easier said than done isn't even the start of it. Sanford almost single-handedly helped Liquid win that fight. 3 for none, the Throne of Ruin, everyone on a trampoline. Aurora have to defend.
What do we say about Sanford just walking up to everyone and making it easy? And now they're trying to just take as much as they can. Dominkite defending. Oh, the Wind of Nature already committed. Sanford blocking the bullets. But that was such a great defense from Dominkite too.
Rora lose 1 inhibitor. Almost lost mid. They're gonna lose their purple buff. Liquid are up 3,000 gold. Oh my lord, how do you stop Sanford? It's not like he even built his winner crown. He Brigida, you said it right. You said it best. He just walked up and said, what are you gonna do about it? Now, I hate to cry over spilled milk, but did Rora not respect Liquid's propensity for crowd control? Not a single Purify.
Yeah, I guess there was a bit too much attention on JP as well. It looked like JP was
or on Carl
definitely going down in that instant, but who would have thought? Again, even we were surprised to see Sanford holding that bush. And now he just comes in with the flicker and we might see another one. But they'll be a bit more patient this time because Aurora already takes care of the Lord.
They're still breathing, they're still in this. Glorious pathway by Daddy JP. Liquid looking to scare Aurora away from defending. They do keep that inhibitor up top and the base intact.
Okay. Aurora still in this game. We're looking like we're about to approach another 20-minute game, honestly, if
looks like it.
Aurora are able to still hold this a bit longer. But I think there's not much in terms of the damage dealers if we're looking at gold. Because Sanji, Yue, Oheb, and Dominkite, there's not even 1,000 gold difference existing between these
Yeah,
heroes.
no, it's not about a difference in firepower. It really is everything else that goes with it. It's the garnish, the meat, the protein is sound. It's tasty. But what else do you partner it with? Let's watch that sequence once again. Look at Sanford. I don't think it was enough that Edward was there to check him in. All right, 40 flickered in. He didn't walk up. He gleamed, flickered in, and I think that scared the bejesus out of Aurora.
Yeah, and he came from the left mid-bush at that.
Yep, it was an ankle breaker. He came from the left, gleamed to the right, and then flickered again to the left.
All the while, Aurora probably thought they had everything under control.
Nah, not this Predator.
Nah.
Not the Apex Predator, Sanford. Okay, so they have 2 anti-heals, right? They have the Sea Halberd on Doming. They have the Glowing Wand on Yue. Is that enough? JP, oh my god, trying to split up Rora.
Hold on, he's in the middle of 4, but Sanford once again finding Yue, forces the flicker as well, but Edward and Demon Kite doing all the zoning! The Cyclone Eye actually did not help Aurora there! Sanji's unstoppable right now!
Wise is watching from home. He knows how much that hurts. Doming Dominicai backing up, almost gets choked out by Sanji.
There's another Lantern Flare, Light trying to walk away, but there's another knockup play! A monster kill for the Lone Stallion, Dominicai and Yue. Can they defend this? OHEB doesn't care! The Cavalry will equalize the series.
Now we have a ball game. 1-1. Liquid on the board. Brigida, they deny us the 20-plus minute slobber knocker.
They did.
Liquid came to play.
I can't believe my eyes. It's a reset for now. Best of 3.
Let's throw it over to our analyst and panel to break it down.
Never letting expectations down. Another one here for TLPH. All one score for Aurora and TLPH.
I think I am indeed lucky. 1-1 is the score. Not because TLPH won, but because we get to see more games in this series, Athena. I do love the fact that, again, Aurora, they maximized the window that they were given because of this early game comp. They were able to pressure Carl TZ away from his jungle, utilize the Fredrin and the Arlott, but when it came down to business, TLPH, they had the execution, they had the Alice, but most importantly, the Zushin was not alone in this game. The Lone Stallion was with the entirety of the Cavalry.
Is putting on the lights and spotlights onto the Roras here with his Jushin pick. Arcane 2 MVP 605 and then locked in item build. Even the brute force for the last item.
Yeah, 100% kill participation. You want the lights, you get the lights from the Zushin. And Sanji was phenomenal in this game. The amount of clutch Sky Piercer kills that he had, and also the controls that was amassed by TLPH prevented the Fredrin and the Arlott to actually maximize their frontline combo. It was basically Aurora trying to find these initiations with their engages, but their frontline was dismantled by the Zushin. Light, Demon Cannon, Edward, they all what they're doing in the fight was to sort of like look for angles that they were able to maximize, but the window was very short because maybe 2-3 seconds, that's too much already against a Zushin, especially add to the fact that there's a glorious pathway coming out from JP that allows TLPH to just constantly find Dominicai behind the lines.
Yep. Just being a lookout isn't enough. So what do you do with the info, right? So for the info for TLPH, on the other hand, Leo have mentioned they have multiple crowd controls, and for the side of Aurora, no one even got a Purify.
Yeah, that's the greedy problem. Like, they were very aggressive. I think they were capitalizing on the fact that they're much stronger early game. But the problem of their line as well is that they're one-directional. By that I mean not because they only do one thing, but how they approach fights, it's all forward. But in comparison to TLPH, there's multiple angles. There's the gleam, the flicker coming out from Sanford. You have to watch out for the Hayabusa shadows, the glorious pathway, the shadows. The lights coming out from Sanji, but also the spear of destruction from Mohib, which literally comes from all angles.
It really disrupted members here of Aurora. And you've mentioned multiple times again that Sanji, when he finds anyone from the side of Aurora, even if it's the Lone Stallion, he will do his best to just eliminate anyone on his pathway, even getting a monster kill right until the end of this game. That was an almost 18-minute mark. If I remember correctly, there was a stat wherein TLPH actually has fights or win most fights before the 18-minute mark, and after that mark, they're having a hard time on to closing the game into their favor.
They almost got the deadline.
There's a curfew.
Yeah, 7 seconds. They were like, guys, we had to end. If we go past 18 minutes, we might lose to RORA again. But even then, like, if you look at the lineup, RORA, I think they're the ones with the deadline here, because if you think about their composition, they have to establish like a huge or a commanding lead by minute 12. TLPH, they're sort of allowed to go past that liquid timer because they have the Hayabusa, who is out farming the Fredrin. Matter of fact, Brigida brought up the fact that between Sanji, OHEB, Yue, and Dominicai, there's not much of a gold difference. But when you look at the junglers, that's where the gold difference comes from. Carteezy was 3,000 to 4,000 gold ahead against Demon Kite, which also ties into the stats that we saw earlier from the GOAT. And whenever he does have this stat line, you just have like an additional damage dealer for TLPH.
Bottom line, Hayabusa.
Yep.
Even Leo
Higher
acknowledged
damage.
that this Hayabusa here, the higher damage here for Carl TZ, is really one of his most pick hero, or rather, most successful pick hero here throughout regular season and now heading on to the playoffs. And looking closer on the success also of Sanford with multiple starts on his Alice. We have to acknowledge that. We have to put the spotlight on him.
Yeah, this protection from Sanford and JP as well. Not just the offensive terms, but also the way they juggled for Oheb, they juggled for Sanji, and the amount of times that RORA was trying to like lock on a target and then Alice just gleams forward. You see the glorious pathway and then you get set by the Throne of Ruin. It's annoying for Aurora, honestly. And of course, we all know who it is. It's the BPI rich guy, Oheb, 772 GPM, was having not a great start. He was 2k gold behind against Dominkite at one point. I think minute 6 or minute 7. He was 2,000 gold in terms of deficit against the gold laner of Aurora. But it came down to the late game. They were able to stretch the game long enough so that the Fredrin didn't exist, basically. He was a non-existent factor for TLPH. Maybe during the Lord dances, he is a target because he does have the retribution. But during team fights, they don't even care about a Fredrin, honestly.
And I know, Midnight, it's going to add up to the list on why you would want a Fredrin onto Demon Kite.
Yeah.
Because technically speaking, when it comes to the latter portion of the game, you cannot control on what part you would want the game to end, not unless you're a prediction teller. But no, you're not. So for Aurora, they need to think of let's say a plan B, a safety net in case all else fails. And for that round, it's going to be a successful defense and a successful point here for TLPH.
Yeah. There's a world though that I think MTB would still consider like utility junglers, because you might say that it's still okay. It just came down to execution, because the turning point was when Sanford hit that massive Throne of Ruin in front of the turtle, which allowed TLPH to just sort of play the map, allow for the Moskov to farm up pressure side lane. So maybe game 3 they would still keep an eye on those Fredrin picks, ban out the YSS and the Lancelot, because I think that makes the game fair for both sides.
Yeah, and to be honest, if you have a highly mechanical skilled player like Demon Kite, you would want to put him on a jungler heroes. Could better fit the whole persona of Aurora. Finish off being dominating, being superior, like establishing your supremacy all around our playoffs. And looking closer onto our head-to-head stats, talking about Karteezy and Demon Kite here with their Hayabusa and Fredrin.
Yeah, looking at the goal that they have at minute 12, this was at a time when this was post massive Throne of Ruin Sanford. Goal at 12 minutes. They're still close, but you start seeing the cracks of having a utility jungler who doesn't farm as much. And I would say that this became a problem because you don't have the same amount of damage that TLPH outputs, while also not being the reliable front line that you are. Because even though you're Fredrin, again, the fact of the matter is there's an Alice and a Zushin on the lineup of TLPH. That's why when it came to that point at minute 12, it didn't feel like Demon Kite was a big factor to Aurora's lineup, because every single time that they see Demon Kite, they just jump him. Once they see Dominkite, they start switching targets and keep their eyes on the Granger of Dominkite.
This is what I was talking about. That if you're Aurora, you have to fill in the cracks.
Yeah.
Because TLPH is just darn good onto finding that spots wherein they will insert Sanford and then just erupt chaos. Just go for madness here for Aurora. And we've seen numerous teams attempt to do that. But so far, TLPH is one of the most successful so far here onto our playoffs.
Yeah, that's why they're gunning for that M7 spot. They're still 2 games away. Both these 2 teams, there's still 2 wins from getting that Grand Finals championship slot and also the M7 slot. But they're getting close. These matches, I think they're giving it their all. Even switching back to utility junglers, Sanford pulling out these amazing XP laners on first phase. It feels like they're just gunning for the these winning conditions on both sides.
And so far, I would love to see this continue onto the bigger stage, onto
Exactly.
the world stage. This kind of meta, this kind of brawl-like clashes here. Imagine in the Philippine region, we're this deadly, we're this sassy, spicy place. Imagine what the world thinks on looking. This is just the lower upper bracket finals, by the
Yeah.
way. It's not yet the grand finals, but we're seeing some previews from our titles, the
Yeah.
international epic rivalry here for our first match.
I think that's one of the upsides of being the first playoffs of all regions. Like they get to see the very first taste of what the meta looks like. I mean, there's a downside for it for us, for PH especially, because they get to see our strats, like our cheese picks. But after this weekend, almost all regions are gonna get scared because they get to witness, the grand finals.
Or maybe they could have some lessons along the way
Maybe,
while watching
maybe.
our playoffs and adapt it to their strategies.
Maybe steal some strats away from TLPH or study the fundamentals of Aurora, or maybe even look at ONIC and TNT because, hey, they're still also vying for M7 slots. And talking about ONIC, by the way.
Right and Q.
Yeah, ONIC, not just PH, but also in Indonesia. We see the stats here for the ex-undefeated team in ID because they just lost to, I think, 2 teams. And they're still pretty much, on record to reach the M7 stage. And Kyrie, man, Lancelot, Kyrie, always spectacular. Kyrie!
Yep, and talking about the Lancelot earlier as well, and this is why most sought after import players are Filipino players because of their mechanical skills.
Yes, sir.
Their innate capability to be adaptable in each and every environment that you put them in. And the environments inside the map actually, especially onto Broken Walls, is one of the highest win rates so far. Considering the expanded rates, that's a 5-0. That's 7-2. That's 9 games in total here for Broken Walls and a high win rate here for the whole ONIC Indonesia.
Yeah, I like how honest these stat lines are for ONIC because it does show you what their play style is. They love playing with each other because they like brawling with each other. That's why I think expanding Gravers for them is just a cheat code, honestly, because they get to fight with Skylar. Sans is able to utilize heroes like Zushin, Sparsa, and be a threat on the map and allow the Sky King to just get a very good start and dominate the game. Matter of fact, I want to see an average of their match time because I think they fall under 16 minutes. They've had a lot of 10-minute games.
Yeah.
And even post Project Next.
Or maybe after their playoffs, there will be a change onto their stat line.
Maybe.
Because they're going to be watching or adapting some of the places that we will be watching. But moving forward onto another team to highlight and put a spotlight for M7 is BTR by Vitality.
I'm pretty sure Mirko is happy right now. In fact, if you hop on over to the Filipino broadcast, he's yapping about BTR with Wolf. But yeah, looking at the lineup of BTR, there is a lot of promise for this team, by the way, especially because of the fact that they have a Filipino marksman. So stop getting our gold laners. But also just the sheer chemistry that this team has. This is the team that Light left, by the way, and I do think Finn fits well into this team. But Niall's addition to this lineup as well, being a sort of like a pillar on the jungle role. He's the most stable player in this team.
And I do feel like the character of Nala as well is a perfect fit for BTR. That's the kind of spiciness that I was looking forward to. Before it was Eman that they were constantly pushing off onto being the face of BTR by Vitality. But now with Nael, a new addition here to the family, says a lot here for BTR. Huge team to look out for onto the upcoming M7 World Championship. And we do know that Mirko, in fact, will be happy with all the stats that we're seeing right now.
He's glazing BTR.
He is. And for our viewers out there, if you want to check out this kind of stat lines, we will be posting this onto our official social media pages as well. And if you ever have teams to watch out for, you could comment it down below from different regions. We have Singapore, Malaysia, and then there's Mirko.
Look at this guy.
Go!
This nerd. Look at this nerd. Mirko, I'm pretty sure you're going to watch this at some point.
Biggest shout outs, Mirko.
He's wearing a BTR jersey, by the way.
He ain't scared.
Such a fanboy. Such a fanboy.
Being Mirko. Just Mirko things.
Yeah, just Mirko things. But yeah, I do understand because at this point, I didn't expect BTR to perform this well too. Matter of fact, we had a conversation about how BTR's best form was last year. But then, Lyle showed up, Moreno showed up, and even Shogun showed up, and America's like, okay, BTR is actually a good team.
He was like, okay, guys, we're back.
Yeah, we're back in business. We don't have to back it up. We're back in business, boys.
He's ready to shout it. Like,
Yeah.
Niall!
No! I'm 7!
I'm just imagining things, but so far, it's images that you can hear when
Yeah.
you see your Mirko.
But they still have a playoffs.
Yeah. Oh.
So, I don't know about that, you know?
Mirkers or Mirbless?
He tries to avoid, like, you know, predicting for both these two teams.
But he did predict here for our grand finals.
He did predict Aurora to win, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So,
in RORA.
yeah. But I can't remember what he predicted for Upper Bracket Finals though.
Maybe I'll backtrack that later.
I'm pretty sure he put Aurora Upper Bracket Finals, and
It
then
was a straight run, yeah.
and then TLPH going down to losers. So if Liquid ends up winning and Aurora losing, Rora's you got America to you go to his live stream.
But there was we're breaking curses, not streaks. There was a banner earlier from the lights.
Yeah, that's
Have
true.
you seen that?
Yeah.
They're breaking curses.
They're breaking curses, but they have to break Mirko's curse.
The mirror curse.
Yeah, so it's them versus TLPH plus Mirko.
It's Mirko versus everyone.
It's Mirko versus everyone. It's Mirko plus BTR versus the world.
But kidding aside though, even Burrito on the page broadcast is actually doing his own predictions.
Oh yeah, the quick predictions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've seen those. And matter of fact, he recorded one beside me while I was sleeping.
Yeah, and even onto our first day, I don't usually do predictions because of what happened onto M6.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah. I don't want
predict.
anyone to like, Atina, what's your prediction for M6 or M7? And now, moving forward, the first team to win this upper bracket finals will be your first M7 representative, and that's why it all interconnects onto which region will be the strongest. But of course, it's going to be the Philippines. But aside from that, who?
That's not a prediction, by the way. It's a statement.
It's a statement, by the way. But
You don't get
who's
to contest
going
that.
to be the team for our country
Yeah.
to send off to Jakarta, Indonesia?
Yeah, because that's the only remaining question. Like, which team do the other regions get the favor of being graced with the
presence.
with a defeat? You know, like no, I'm just kidding. But what I'm saying is that there's still ample of time for other regions to prepare against these teams. I think that's it. I think that's why it's also an upside to have PH go first on the playoffs so that you get to prepare. But the problem is, even PH gets a lot of time to prepare because M7 is next year.
Yeah.
January next year. And our playoffs ends even before November starts.
Very perfect timeline here for our Philippine representatives if ever. Plus, not only that, for TLPH, they're eyeing that golden road. So a lot is at stake
that's
here.
true.
We've mentioned that Light is trying to negotiate some terms earlier by let us win.
Yeah, bro. Come on. Get us to finals. We want to get...
It's a win-win. You get to represent the Philippines,
Yeah.
still complete the golden road if ever we give you the grand finals. But that just isn't how this works. But now how it works for game number 3 is Aurora going to be on the blue side here,
Yeah.
being the first pick. And so far, the prioritizations onto the hero mid. Let's discuss that.
I wonder if they want to hone in on the early game aspect of this this lineup, because even game number 1, I think Liquid was the one focusing on late game, and Aurora didn't really think about it. They still ended up winning, but I don't think they were happy with that kind of win. So they switched to early game tactics in game number 2. Problem was the Alice was too much, and the Zushin from Sanji was just destroying the Spreadrin. So there might be a couple of adjustments from Aurora for game number 3. Maybe they still retain the Fredrin, but also add some late game heroes to the mix.
Let's see if there will be a change onto the map as well. I think it's going to be Dangerous Grass. Okay, right on cue.
We're feeling lucky. Feeling lucky today, Athena. Oh, that's a good stat line for these two teams.
100% win rate here for Aurora 2-0, and even for Team Liquid, it's quite high.
Yeah, 75%. But what matters here is that they actually get a dub. So Aurora removes the Yuzong, they remove the Isonjin too. So TLPH, they get two choices here. Either they ban 1-1 or they ban the Lancelot. But Aurora, I think they're expecting to get the Lancelot for themselves. But even then, there's a lot of trades for TLPH. The Karthis could just take up the Hayabusa again on red 3.Maybe they even first pick Granger and Granger Gadot
Just
for
to
two picks.
Just to take away the momentum here for Dominica, although it's already been broken for game 2, because for first and second game, so far it's still a Granger prior here for Aurora. So just not to make it too obvious that you're like nurturing too much or you're protecting Dominica so much, and now for TLPH, it's up to them to try and get the deny, or Aurora gets a hero as early as an Arlet here for Edward.
They were trying to trap TLPH into thinking that they're gonna get the Lancelot. So first pick Granger, because they don't want the Granger going over to the side of TLPH. But this does favor TLPH because we just came from a game where both Yisun Shin and the Lancelot was off the table. So now TLPH, they get to pick whether they take the Fredrin or they take the Hayabusa. I think the Hayabusa is the safer route because I don't think you go Fred Arlet here because there's still the Phobius on the side of Aurora.
I do agree with you with the Hayabusa pick, considering that this is a Ranger and just give the Fredrin to Demon Kite if you're TLPH, but if you're Aurora, might as well just don't pick the Hayabusa. We want that for Demon Kite. And a hero for Sanford, I believe,
Alice?
will be a perfect opportunity. But Hayabusa and Lunox Midnight.
I think the idea is you can't go Uranus, you can't even go Alice on the side of Aurora. This is smart from TLPH. So I think for Edward, you go Lapu or Arlet, but the problem is you set up such good heroes for Sanford that he gets to decide whether he wants Alice or Phobius on red 3.
TLPH being consistent onto attacking Mr. Consistent here for Aurora.
Such a good draft, honestly.
You cannot just ban out heroes here for Sanford if you're Aurora. You have to consider it with this first pick, Lunox, that you have to be capable onto being buffed up and buffed up Fredrin and get that catcher here for Aurora.
Yeah, Athena, he gets to pick Alice again for Sanford. He might go Lapu, honestly, but there's no downside in taking the Alice now because it's still the same thing. Like you get Alice now, you remove some of the counters, and then Aurora's left with nothing. So you go Alice, and now they remove Lapu, there's no Yuzong anymore. So just the Lapu, honestly.
It makes it easier to draft if you're TLPH. And Sanford is like, okay, don't mind if I do.
Okay, they still remove the Arlet. They respect the Arlet Edward.
Arlet Edward making miracle plays with the final Vengeance, actually. The Vengeance is the
Vengeance plays,
the cream of the crop here for Aurora. And now there are certain heroes like the Lapu still viable, but in my opinion, they could just go for the last pick here for Edward and look at what the red 4 will be for TLPH.
Yeah, they have to sniff it out. But for Aurora, I think Kimi still works here. Kimi, Farsa. I don't see any other heroes for Edward though. Cho being removed, I think just to limit the flex factor on the gold. Oh,
okay, nice.
Mad respect to Sicilian. That guy hasn't lost in Sicilian, by the way.
That is a nice see-through here for Coach RC. And you're right, being it win streak here.
Wait. I want to see Oheb Gold Lane Lapu. I want to see Oheb Gold Lane Lapu. I've seen this in one of his live streams, by the way. And I think that's the reason why they removed the Arlet and they didn't care about the Lapu because they wanted to pick it gold.
Will they take that as a challenge? Will they grab that opportunity?
What do you counter it with? You can't go Esme, you can't go Uranus. There's a Lunox on TLPH.
Different scenarios running through our minds right now. But even for Aurora, different heroes that are running on their minds to ban out. Still the Khalid removed here for game number 3.
All right, I want to see it. Oh, give me Lapu. Give me Lapu. No!
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, at least it wins both matchup.
Okay, it's the best of both worlds
Yeah.
for the CC. Deny, priority, and then somewhat of a flex still here
Yeah.
for TLPH.
Because the thing is, Aurora, if they want to get Lapu here, I think you put the CC on XP and then you put Alice on gold. But for Aurora, I think best pick here is honestly Uranus or Esme.
But still,
they didn't go Lapu.
You're going to have a hard time, but it's the reality. You have to face it, right?
You kind of have to like address the elephant in the room. You're gonna melt to the Lunok. But the thing about TL's lineup is that they don't have a hard lockdown. So that's like, the benefit of having the Esme and the Uranus. They're forced to get a hard lockdown. But they go for the Lapu. I still don't like the Eve though. Yeah, sure, it's up against the CC and the Alice, but this upcoming last pick from TLPH might just ruin everything for Aurora. Because honestly, a Hylas is still good here.
Considering it's also the dangerous grass for Eve, it's also one of the heroes that I find it having a hard time when it comes to multiple ganks. Because for an Eve, all you have is the flicker, then the ultimate for the slight shield. But after that, you're so vulnerable to the attacks.
Yeah.
But they've gauged the situation midnight, and maybe they found
Hylos,
more pros here for Aurora. And then the Hylos for Daddy JP. Gold lane CC here for OEB.
It's such a good draft for both sides, honestly, even though I don't like the idea of the Eve. The thing is, Yu is on the Eve, so he's gonna make this work. But
He has to.
This draft from TLPH just allows Carl TZ to go wild, honestly.
And looking at their index as well,
Yeah, it's all TL.
it's all about TLPH. Yes, you have card controls for Aurora,
Yeah.
but some of this might be somewhat of a disadvantage.
Yeah, it looks like the same game as game number 2, but TL has way scarier team fights in game number 3.
Same, but different scenarios here for TLPH and Aurora. Lock and loaded for our draft. Let's head on over for our game number 3. Who will get another point? Casters, it's your time.
You know what? I agree with Midnight and Athena. In addition to the draft, the way Liquid played in Game 2 definitely dictates the pace. They have the momentum going into game number 3.
And I also have to
Welcome
say
to Mobile
that I'm really
Legends.
feeling how much Coach RC wants to get his revenge back. He's been so commendable in terms of drafting for how many games in a row now. It was a bit surprising to see the Lunox immediately come in, but for the past few games, it's been such a high priority. But for Sanji to go this route, I'm hoping this is still signature aggressive Sanji, but that's a bit more balanced compared to game number 2.
I think it's signature aggressive everything for Liquid. Looking at the early game start, RORA posting up towards that Little Wanderer, stopping a majority of Liquid from crossing over. Even this XP Crab coin will be contested very hardly, and JP coming in, looking for a sneaky pull. Can confirm, ladies and gentlemen, it is an undefeated Lunox in the hands of the chef, Lone Stallion Sanji.
Yep, but it seems like they're really trying to make things a bit harder for Sanji. Yue on the Eve clearly has the range advantage, and they're probably gonna stay like this for a while.
That's right. More on Aurora's draft before any more action breaks out. It's a very M4 looking draft. Like, look at it. Look at it. These heroes are old school.
Yeah. Just now we had this, or I was asking you about, what was Sansan looking like again back in M4? Because now Sanford, it seems like the heroes are becoming a bit similar to that, but Sanji's been sticking with a very particular hero pool. He's been using less, I think, even compared to last season. So there are just certain options on the board for Sanji.
Yeah, if you ask me if this version of Liquid looks close to how they look when they won in Jakarta in M4 a few years back, it's very different now. They've definitely grown. Turtle already very low.
Okay, Shadow kill! Shadow through it just in time, but it's still not enough for Carl to steal away the objective.
Oh!
Now Sanford has to go down.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. RORA learned. Not like that, 4D, not again. He spent everything. The flicker, the Throne of Ruin, did not work this time against Aurora. Not so fast, RWM!
And the AOG to try and provide a bit more pressure. JP could not get out of that. So Aurora have been using so much, but OM down bottom! Can he take down Dominkite? It's not gonna be enough. Vengeance committed too, but Doming survives.
That is elementary MLBB. When a Vengeance is popped, you just stop.
Stop.
Hands off.
Move away.
No means no.
Don't attack.
Don't
Sanji.
do it.
Oh, okay.
Synchronized streaks.
Yes, he is not having a good time.
Next level synergy. Across the map, they're not done!
Sandboard, Gleam gets to keep him safe, but Carl cannot farm in peace. Demon Kite's in his jungle. He even might steal away this orange buff. Look at how Light's blocking everyone else. JP and Sanford trying to help him, but can he take it this time? He doesn't have the retribution.
Nor does Carl.
They push him, or they push Demon Kite away.
That was a close call. If Demon Kite stayed there maybe for 2 or 3 more seconds, that retribution would have come off cooldown and RORA would have committed Grand Theft Orange. Demon Kite the main culprit and the rest of them accessories of the crime. Looking at the rest of the map, the bottom lane I think is the closest thing you can say as a neutral lane for Liquid because everywhere else RORA's winning.
Yeah, I'm liking how Aurora are starting to put in so much respect to this Hayabusa of Carl Tizzy. Because even in the previous game, it's like this Hayabusa single-handedly tried to hold down the early game for that very farm-heavy lineup that they tried to go for.
Oh my god, the flicker to save him!
Oh my goodness, the curtain call. Is it gonna be enough?
AOG!
Everything's there, but Dominkite under the turret will not fall.
Bring it up. That's still a good chunk of damage reduction. They changed a lot of things in Project Next, but not the gold lane turret shield damage reduction. Turtle now at a 5th of its health. I think RORA can easily secure.
Even when Light had to respond to what was happening down bottom, Edward and Demon Kite were more than enough to take this objective freely from Liquid. But there's another concealed play. Does Oheb sense that there's something going on?
Yep, he does. He had Daddy JB to check for him. Yue already made himself known, and then Light just flushed out those bushes. RORA up by 3,000 gold, under 5 minutes. This is a great start for Aurora. Yeah. What happened in game 2, I think, woke up a beast in him.
I agree. Now they're using this utility jungler, this Fredrin, so aggressively. And just as I mentioned that, he's walking back towards Liquid's jungle.
Yep. That's something you can't do as an assassin.
That is... Oh, thought Sanji was going to use the brilliance there.
Hold up. 2-lane push, top and bottom. The cavalry got a little cross-eyed, like they didn't know where to defend. That was free.
Is this the effect of just how good the pressure is from Aurora? That their jungler doesn't feel as free and that they are a bit more pressured to provide some assistance to Carl Tizzy?
I think, yeah, the answer is simply yes, because Liquid, look at this, they are a team fighting lineup, more now than ever. The other game they had a Moscow, so they could have split the map, but now they just really want to convert. They really want to win big and then take turrets. Without winning big, they can't take turrets.
Oh no, Carl!
Oh!
The energy eruption, the taunts from Demon Kite. Now they gain access to the purple buff. Embracer's Wrath is touched, but not the real world manipulation. JP gets stuck inside, but Oheb's just trying to do what he can. But they inevitably have to let go of that purple buff.
They stole away Carl Tizzy's buff, and they go straight for the turtle. Demon Kite closing off the entry to anything from Liquid. No contest even for this turret in mid.
Yeah, they really want to take it this time. This is the fastest we've seen both of these teams actually get objectives away for this entire series. Another turtle might go into the hands of Aurora. Never mind, I take it back. Carl Tizzy just pops in, steals it away. But do they want to fight? Throne of Ruin committed. Light will not pursue.
Bring it up, they did not respect the fact that Carl's retribution was off of cooldown and Demon Kite's was not. And I think it was correct for RORA to do that, but they needed to clear the jungle first. They needed to make sure that there was no attempt. And Liquid, they rolled the dice, they flipped the coin. They dropped everything to be able to secure it. Now they're looking to punish. 5 gold, 5,000 gold still in the middle of them.
Oh, they're going for Sanford. Oheb will not show himself anymore. He cannot afford to show himself. Aurora making quick work of all the remaining turrets. Sanji goes in, but all that just to prevent any more damage.
See, this is RORA just cracking that whip, reminding TLPH that, hey, you're still down this much gold, all right? 5,000, 6,000. Just the gold laners alone, 2,000 between them. That's what RORA needed to do. They needed to make sure that this lead would be all that mattered. And the fact that they did not check that little avenue, that little entry from Liquid side of the jungle to that turtle pit meant all the difference. So, you know, it's a final turtle. A little bit of mojo boost for the rest of the cavalry, all the fans here in Cuneta watching the blue side of the arena. Well, technically the red. Let's look at how Liquid can clap back, all right? Number one, stealing objectives. It's clear that CarlTZ has it in him. You got that dog to steal stuff, but are we waiting for Sanji to come online? Because Oheb, sure, is a gold laner, but he's a fighter gold laner. Is Sanji going to be the next in line to be that, you know, clean source of damage?
I guess if it's Sanji we're talking about, he just needs to watch out for Demon Kite. Like, if he does go in, or maybe not just even Demon Kite, the real world's there, the Unbreakable's there. So positioning, as you would say to any Lunox user, is very, very crucial. They cannot just go in and make themselves vulnerable to Aurora, because that's going to be one of their main strengths. It's just blocking every single member who wants to dive in.
And that's why the Lone Stallion is keeping himself scarce. Look at where he's positioning himself. Very far away, hidden from RORA. They'll never know where this Lunox bomb might come from. That's Sanji DD. Turtle at half health.
Yeah, but Yue's holding this brush too.
Lord, rather. Here we go.
Oh, now Sanji goes for Yue, but the damage doesn't seem to be enough. Edward jumps in with a Raven Spider as a response, but Light, he's holding CarlTZ down. Sanford dodges the Abraser's Wrath just barely, and Hoeb goes in from behind, but for some reason Carl, he's bursted down.
And Oheb goes as well. Where one baby cake goes, the other follows. Sanji the only one left. It's a 2v1, Yue and Edward chasing him down.
Sanji tried, we saw it.
He did, and he was doing the right thing up until the rest of Liquid could not hold the line. Again, a huge gold diff. Items just were the main factor, firepower, and that's why Light was able to push back 3 and delay the inevitable.
I think he even had to use his flicker there just to get close enough to Yue, which we might get to confirm in this instant replay. Again, we will keep saying, oh, he didn't use that flicker. So it was just in this moment where he used it to find the right target.
The final reposition.
Oh, he got the takedown wrong, but the damage, even when I think that... Okay, maybe we talk about that later on. Demon Kite takes the Lord. Edward holding down 2 AOG from Light. But will this be enough? Throne of Ruin already committed. CarlTZ's the first to fall.
Not like this, says Aurora. Not again. As Domikai takes down 40 after taking Edward. It's a wipeout pending.
Vengeance committed, but does that keep him alive? It's a no. A wipeout by Aurora.
The blinding lights stumble into the Stallions, and the Stampede is quelled. A Lord and 5 kills over to Aurora.
Now they will definitely be clearing the outer turrets, possibly even the top lane turret, base turret of Team Liquid. And that's exactly where the Lord is approaching, but there are no Holy Shields left.
Even bottom lane still standing. About 40 seconds left for that to make it work. Make it worth it to protect. In Aurora, they know that this Lord won't stand for too long. Liquid are in the danger zone. They are in self-preservation mode right now.
I just gotta say, I can't recall the last time CarlTZ got his hands on his purple buff. And that's probably making things a lot more harder for Liquid at this point. Sanji just trying to defend this mid-lane base turret. But they're struggling to do just that.
Liquid, again, the way that they've been so successful all throughout the later half of Season 16, even in the playoffs, is fighting in the paint. They like to really give it to their opponents and then, with conviction, dominate them. They convert. They don't steal. They don't try and go through technicalities and slip through the cracks. They convert. And they just haven't been able to. Again, one thing you mentioned is the purple buff. Honestly, if CarlTZ can't get his purple buff, that means he can't get to the rest of his jungle. That means he is so down on resources.
And what's scary is that even if he tries to just look for pickoffs and potentially trades across the map, Yue And Dominkite, I believe, have winter crowns. So even when there's a chance of a potential pickoff, that's just not gonna turn out good for Liquid.
Nothing. Shadow kills, forget about it. Brilliance into a Darkness Blast, forget about it. Hell, they've already learned Sanford's propensity for an ankle breaker Throne of Ruin. It worked in game 2. They were able to steal a game from out of nowhere, stampede through RORA in an 18-minute bout, but not this time. Aurora are choking Liquid out of these major resources that they so badly need.
That was such quick adjustment from Aurora just after that game. They're no longer caught by surprise, by any Throne of Ruin, by any Shadow kill, not even the quad shadows. They're able to time their reactions perfectly.
And I actually take it back. I stand corrected. It's not because of the lack of Purify. Liquid just went too hard and too fast. RORA can actually play this way. Flicker their way out of that Throne of Ruin. Lord Dons began. Light with a conceal. Who's he looking for?
Carl Easy seems to be the target. Unbreakable land onto him. Edward is there, but he does not use the bravest fighter just yet.
Oh, look at Sanji and Sanford.
This is already enough to provide some zoning. Sanford decides to go in too, though, but Light can just AOG out of there. But he spots Sanji!
Edward commits the bravest fighter, Lord of the Eighth with health.
Oh, now they're after Dominkite, forces out the Winter Crown, but the Throne of Ruin again landing onto multiple members, and Carl! He gets the objective for Liquid, and they're fighting back!
Oh, have both hit it up for Demon Kite, and that is Sanford gleaming on out!
He doesn't get to escape, and Sanji, he's trying to look for more!
Brilliance Blast takes out Demon Kite, and it's just Edward and UL left. They take out JP, the GOAT stands alone!
He can clear the waves! But Yue and Edward, what could the plan be? The Lord is spawning right now, and they might not get to push any further. Carl still taking him on. Edward's all alone, receives majority of the Ogi Shadow kill, but he's so tanky.
All right, Edward here is doing his best to distract Liquid from taking that purple, and it's already too late. Yue yeeted away the purple buff once again from Carl Teasy. Let's check out that instant replay, that moment, that play that led to this very moment. Again, I could have sworn that Sanford and Sanji, the way they're positioning themselves, and we thought they learned their lesson. We thought Sanford was all out of tricks, but no, he still found a way.
It was perfect, because they knew that Doming did not have the Winter Crown anymore. And I couldn't even recall when Yue used his, or did he just choose not to? Oh, that's the moment he used his.
There it is.
So that's why he survived. But even Sanji, those last-minute decisions of still trying to fight, even when it was that dangerous, they probably had it all calculated either way.
So for a majority of this 15-minute game, Aurora have been getting away from the Throne of Ruin flicker, replace, instant transmission combo from Sanford, shoot through sheer mechanics. But the Apex Predator evolves, adapts on the fly, and finds a way to make it work again. So they cut that lead in half. RORA are now just up by barely 5,000 gold. So that means the firepower on Sanji and even Carl are catching up.
Yeah, he might actually go for, or the way it's looking right now, maybe a Holy Crystal next too.
He has room for 2 more items. So that could be a Holy Crystal and what? One could assume Lightning Truncheon, or people don't build that anymore. The Lantern.
Yeah.
More extra damage.
And it's not going to be a great time for all those who keep standing in front of Team Liquid, of Light or Edward. They're just always the guys tanking the damage, but it's not like Sanji takes them head on, because he's always looking for different targets.
Yep, Sanji has been very patient with his approach.
Yeah, but even if that's been the case for him, once he gets all those items locked in, it may be a bit different. Carl, I think he finally got purple buff.
Without using its retribution, if I'm not mistaken, Demon Kite used his. He did! I mean, no harm, no foul, right? We know that they're going to dance in the next minute or so, but that's a clear sign, again, for those of y'all who are superstitious, who have a certain set of routine and beliefs. Much like Team Liquid, you know that Liquid have a set of beliefs, and if they do this, they will win.
Yeah.
If Carl Teasy gets his purple, then maybe this changes things.
Especially as we're looking at a potential objective fight that's starting right now. Demonkite's holding it so far.
Oh, wait. No, that might have been an animation bug. I think Demonkite did secure. Look, it's gone.
Or, yeah.
Huh.
So it wasn't...
He did it. He did it. That retribution was worth it for Demonkite now. The dance fully breaking on out. That's a fourth of the health left on the Lord.
Oh, now it's a bit different. Light going in. Sanji already forced to use his chaos. But Demonkite, while those were happening, he just took the objective for Aurora. JP, can he get out of this? Oheb still not going in. Now he does.
Oh.
But look at the real world manipulation, stopping them in their tracks.
When it comes to honesty, no one can be RORA in a fight like this.
Sanford going in, but JP, he had to receive the damage from the Appraiser's Wrath. Sanji goes in as well, but this does not look like it's gonna be good for Liquid.
It's gone sideways.
Oh, but he still survives.
Sanji still takes out Demonkite. Oheb holding on. Down goes Sanji. Oheb the only one left.
And now there goes another wipeout with no one left to defend. Aurora will take match point.
One game away from the grand finals. One game away from that slot at M7. Aurora 2-1.
Every single player just keeps adapting, just keeps learning. I don't know what to expect in the next few games anymore, if any.
Honestly, the writing was on the wall. Aurora was just waiting for that one window. Let's go to Midnight and Athena.
The match keeps getting more exciting as the game goes by. A match point for Aurora.
One game from the grand finals and one game from Jakarta for M7. Amazing stuff coming out from the Northern Lights. That Lord dance though, that last part, I thought it was gonna be TLPH like going to late game. They will have damage.
They do.
But this is the dance. It was the dance from Aurora that allowed these guys and Yue as well from the Eve, that real world manipulation that locked this game down for Aurora, shutting down Sanford, shutting down Carl TZ. Even though it's a small team fight, it's a big win for Aurora.
Bow down to Yue. What an amazing performance. Plus, they were able to polish off their mistakes from game number 2, which in fact for game number 3, very consistent, and as well as Demonkite able to outmaneuver, deny buffs from Carl TZ himself.
Yeah, I mean, even though TLPH looked like they would have answers in the late game, the positioning from these RWMs or real-world manipulations from Yue were immaculate. And also, just the overall early game presence coming out from the Eve with the supplement of having the Fredrin on the front line, they were able to sort of scare Liquid away from these resources that Demonkite was just taking. But again, we reached the point where TLPH had like the right tools. They had the right initiations. Carl TZ finally had damage, but it's the real world manipulations. We said this during the draft. I personally didn't like the Eve because of what it brings to the table, but Yue made it work. He was able to find angles, he was able to find these pokes, even though they were losing some turtles against TLPH. He was the constant force. This Eve was not playing too aggressive, like beyond the limit. He was pushing the edge of what the Eve could do, and these little edges from the RWMs are what disrupted the team fight from TLPH.
I mentioned that the Eve is one of those heroes that has a hard time when it comes to dangerous grass, but Yue took that to his advantage. He found a perfect angle for him to be untouchable, unseeable here, and all throughout, even ensuring a double kill, maybe a triple kill here. And for TLPH, they just weren't ready for that yet. And looking closer, Midnight, we've mentioned that there was kind of a question mark here for the Eve for Yue, but all in all, it came hand to hand here onto the combat of Edward as well. Finding the spots where Sanji was accompanying, trying to get pickups, specifically in this instance. We thought that it was over. TLPH managed to get a comeback, but no, that wasn't the end of the story yet.
Yeah, again, we just reached a point where TL, they got the items that they wanted. They're able to win a team fight where they're not supposed to yet. And this Throne of Ruin from Sanford, by the way, very misplaced from the Atlas. He was not able to cross the walls over the Lord Pit up until the bush. And RORA was able to capitalize on that mistake onto positioning. And speaking about positioning, look at Yue. Maximum spacing from the Eve. Didn't even die in this game. And that's why he deserves this MVP commanding performance coming off from the mid lane. And Aurora, even though they were feeling the pressure of the late game aspect of TLPH, they played that Lord beautifully. Light providing himself as the sacrificial lamb, he suicided, literally dashed into the bush that Liquid was holding. But Aurora, even after that, they got the Lord. They tried to fend off this Hayabusa, and they got the punish that they were looking for.
Even after all the damages that he was able to tank, he didn't even die.
Yeah.
And for me, that spelled GG for TLPH. The moment that they've used up all their resources just to stake down this roamer from RORA, and then they didn't manage to do that single thing, that was doom. That was DOOM for TLPH.
Yeah.
Then moving forward here for the Hayabusa for Carl TZ, we mentioned that, yeah, this is one of his most successful heroes this season. And with Demon Kite, there was a bit of a question mark with his Fredrin after game number 2. But still, for this game, he did a spectacular job. What we were missing was a utility jungler more proactive onto jungling, plus enabling him to get very good advantage for his taunts.
Yeah, I mean, so many aspects from Aurora. You also have to commend Doming's, stability on the Granger. You also have to commend Edward with these frontline engages that stops TLPH on their tracks. And I think that's the reason why I mentioned, even before the series started, I think the key here for Aurora is for them to switch up, because we saw TLPH play in a very aggressive manner, and utility junglers just stop that. There is a risk that you're running into like inevitable late game advantages, but the thing is, you look at the players of Aurora, they're not shy away from taking these early game comps towards late game. Dominic, time and time again, has proven himself on the Granger, even in the faces of like the carries, the Moskov. He stands atop the KDA. He's gonna be able to get those double numbers on the kills, 10 kills. In this game, not so much, because TLPH was not able to fight Aurora in the early to mid portions of the game. And then it didn't even matter, because even then, by that time, Aurora was just holding so much gold onto their inventory that he was able to dish out so much damage with the Granger. And that's why he's the Be Very Rich guy, 743 GPM. But the most important stat line here is the carry. Even Wolf, I asked Wolf from PH Broadcast, we did not like this Eve pick, but Yue says otherwise. We like Yue though.
Acknowledge me.
Acknowledge me. It's a small thing, but it's a big win.
Now it's a bow down here for our BPI rich guy Dominkide. And for me, this is a huge statement as well, that others may say that you have to adapt to the patch, you have to adapt to the new meta.
Yeah.
But you also have to consider where you're comfortable, where you're best at. And Aurora Gaming is not shying away from the fact that, yeah, we do tend to baby Dominkite a lot, especially onto prioritizing his heroes with the Granger. 3 straight games Granger here for Dominkite. But if it works, why change it, right?
Yeah, it's also come down to now a battle between strategy and tactics. And Aurora's been pulling off a lot of crazy strats before, but they got down to stability, which they preferred, and now they switched it up again. They put utility junglers on Demon Kite, and so far, their strat has worked against the cavalry.
Yeah, the patch or the meta doesn't necessarily mean fighter onto gold alone, but also switching up onto other roles as well. But to further elaborate onto what happened for game number 3, let's head on over and throw this over onto Wolf.
Napakagandang senaryo na naman mula dito sa Aurora when it comes to maintaining their box. What you are about to see is yung placement ng mga pyesa ng dalawang teams natin, with Aurora having the more superior box kumpara dito naman sa Team Liquid Philippines. To be fair, ang TLPH ay lugi naman sa gold. So ibig sabihin, pag tinignan natin yung mga pwestuhan nila, hindi ganun kadali para sa kanila makapag-deal ng damage. And ito yung sinabi ko kanina na kakaibang ginagawa nila itong playstyle from this Gatot Kacha. As as you can see, ang gatot katsa ay typically ginagamit pang peel or pang protect kung sakali man nandun siya sa may, hindi naman sa harap na harap or likod na likod, nasa gitna lang, tapos gagamit ng AOG para tumulong sa kanyang mga teammates with the Revitalize and with the Taunts. Pero in this scenario, nakita natin si Light na siya yung naka-advance. And typically, ang alam natin ang AXP ang nag-zone out. Pero this time, it's actually Light. Etong si Edward, nandito siya sa way para matulungan niya etong si Yue kung sakali. And then Yue also helping out within arm's reach nitong si Fredrin. Ganun din naman si Demon Kite na nandun sa pwesto na hindi siya makukuha ng kanyang mga kalaban. And to be fair, etong TLPH, napakaganda ng kanilang plano heading into this match with Sanford nailing this one in the back. Napakaganda ng initiation as Light just utilizes the strength of his hero to be the zoner dito sa laban na to. And then eventually, papalag ang mga members ng TLPH. Makakahanap sila ng opening dito sa Lord fight na to. Pero makikita pa rin natin na si Light ay nakatakas and then eventually si Yue na ang makakakuha ng magandang usage ng kanyang ultimate in this team fight. Of course, nakita natin yung Winter Crown usage mula dito sa ating idol na si Dominic Kite. Napakaganda na kanyang performance and this Yve ultimate that sealed the deal. Hindi na natin kailangan tapusin pa itong clip na to dahil alam nyo na yung mangyayari. Eventually, TLPH will get a little bit of win in this team fight pero etong si Yue, napakaganda ng kanyang placement, nabigyan siya ng way para mag-snowball, binigyan siya ng chance ng Aurora na maging malakas at hindi niya sinayang ang opportunity na yon. Balikan na natin ang ating panel for game number 4.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for breaking it down, yo. And we've seen some highlights, arrows as well, specifically onto Light and Yue.
Yeah, it's a very clear point made by Wolf here. A lot of good entries coming out from Aurora, effectively shutting down what TL wanted in these mid-game skirmishes, especially around lore dances. And I think that speaks of the volume of how RORA just completely understands how these lore dances work.
And we do think that for Aurora, that was a very tactful draft as well.
Yes.
Like letting Liquid know that, yeah, we're still heading for the Fred win, but watch this. We have the heave for the last pick here for Yue. Reserving that very spammable mage, by the way.
Yeah.
So far, it's one of my favorite on the mid lane.
Yeah.
And looking at the map as well, like it's more of the battle of the mind games here for our coaches as well. And looking at the head-to-head right on cue, it's Yue and Sanji here, the E versus the Lunox for game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the bottom 3 stat line, these are the important ones. Gold at 8, XP at 8, and KDA at 8. This basically just means that this is their stats at 8 minutes. You can see some clear gold in XP disparity, but most importantly, the KDA. 5 kills or 5 total kills and assists without any deaths on Yue at minute 8, while you have Sanji sitting at 0. And that just translates into how dominating Aurora's lineup was in the early game in terms of execution, but overall just in terms of their composition as well, because Liquid had to wait for late game. Basically they had to sort of like turtle it up and wait for the farm on Carl TZ, farm on the Sanji as well, because they don't deal that much damage. Up until that point where they were able to win one Lord fight, that they were able to climb out of this trench that they were in, but because at that time they were already sitting at a 9k deficit, they managed to bring it down to at least 4k, but then the Lord dance happened.
There was just too much effort that need to be exerted if you're TLPH.
Yes.
While for Aurora, it was a very clear, like our clear head super fan of the day. Congratulations, sir. That is how you power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharged, we're clear.
There you go. Look at the hair swipes.
Very nice.
You call it so. I don't know what you call it. The hair brush. I don't know. To brush your hair.
Yeah. That important thing is he has a dandruff-free scalp.
Very clear.
So there is no hesitations at all. It's hard to play MLBB if you're constantly itchy.
Falling.
Yeah, you're constantly like, what's the word? Comment it down below if you find
scratching.
Yeah, scratching your head.
Sorry, not our native language.
Okay, delete your comment. Sorry, you don't need to comment it down below.
You still could. I mean, no one's stopping you. Like how no one's stopping Yue from playing very amazing series. Honestly, he's probably one of the best players in Aurora.
He is.
It's crazy how he, you see the grit from this guy. 3 seasons with Aurora. If you count, the time with Edward, maybe 4 seasons. It's been so long since Yue, has had the taste of being in the grand finals.
And remember, Yue is the lone player with a moniker of his own name.
Yeah.
Yue. Enough said. But some are actually trying to incorporate some titles as well here for Yue. But that was an epic comeback in game number 1. RORA won versus TLPH after recovering from a 13,569 goal deficit. This is actually the highest goal deficit a team was able to overcome this season.
Yeah, I think the next record was 12.6.
Still, it was them and Falcons, if I remember.
Yeah, and now Aurora just overtook the record with 13,569 goal deficit against Liquid. Against Liquid, for the love of God! Against the Stampede!
And we're not yet onto the grand finals. Remember, this is the upper bracket finals.
Wow.
And for them to be able to do that onto their first game where it was really dominating here for TLPH says a lot here for Aurora. They are ready to get their game face on.
Yeah, I think at this point, these two teams, they know the assignment. They're looking at the binders. They're looking at the records. If you look at the draft recap, Zushin is the #1 problem that these two have to worry about. And also, the Fredrin. I don't think they worry about the XP anymore.
Oh, yeah.
So this does come down if banning out or picking up either the Zushin or the Fred.
But I do think that it will boil down to our drafting phase for game number 4. Before that, might be a broken walls map here.
Oh, are you feeling lucky?
I'm feeling lucky. How about you?
Are you feeling lucky? I'm Rivers. I'm Rivers.
Oh.
Okay, we're not lucky.
It's okay. Because it's hard to predict here. Might be an advantage for Aurora considering there are 3-0 still onto dangerous grass.
They did just win.
And for our picking phase, by the way, TLPH is going to be the blue side and red side here for Aurora. Jushin automatically picked here for TLPH.
So, game 2, this was the same first pick.
It is.
But let me add one problem for Aurora. Granger's banned. So, Dom and Kite, what do you play? They still go back to the Fredrin. They take up the Gatot Kacha. TLPH, they can just go back with the Hayabusa Hylos or Hayabusa Kimi, honestly, if they want to remove some of the heroes from Yue. So, matter of fact, this is once again advantageous for TLPH when it comes down to the draft first phase.
This is what I was talking about. Just ban out the Granger altogether here for TLPH. And that might solve most of the problem because Domikite was able to get great vantage point with his Granger. Plus, TLPH, I remember they're kind of a superstitious team. So by removing someone, but mind you,
they steal the Arlet.
Okay, Arlet and Baksha here for TLPH.
I was wondering what was the hater that Granger replaced. It was the Baksha. And I think the mindset is for TLPH, they know RORA's gonna take the Fredrin no matter what. So this steal allows them to play the Arlet with the Zushin while also not worrying about the Phobius, because now you have a Baksha to deal with the Phobius if ever. And then if you think about these first 3 picks by Aurora, there's no answer against the Baksha.
Yeah, and now we're able to see 2 from the top 5 most contested heroes for Season 16 all onto the side of the LPH and the right for Aurora.
Okay, I like this.
Okay, that's an Eve here for Yue.
Yeah. So at least it attacks both the Zushin and also the Baksha. Kimi could have been good as well, but the problem was it was against the Baksha. So this Baksha pick blocked a lot of heroes from the side of Aurora, but MTB found a good answer. Let's rush the Eve pick. We don't have to worry about XP because we do have Red 4. So I think for Red 4, if you want to go down to the nitty-gritty, I think Lapu still works for Edward. You don't have to worry about the Arlet matchup. You have the bypass against the Zushin, you get the stun or the control against the Baksha. Alice for sure is not going to be played for both sides. Again, red for Lapu is the thing. So TLPH could just also remove that, and then maybe we go down to the Uranus of Edward.
Yeah, and also for the Baksha, they tend to go for a flex around this.
Yes,
remember,
that's
JP
true.
is
That's
also
true.
using a Baksha onto the roam. And for Aurora, they could dance around what this child is also doing here.
Yeah.
Big shout outs to the fans of the Cavalry and even the lights here present on the Gonata Astrodome. But what is not present is still the Khalid being banned out here for Aurora. Might be a hero here onto Oheb.
Claude ban. I think Claude works here. Oh, Chip. Interesting. It's an interesting ban, by the way.
JP ban. You mentioned the Chip for game number 1, right?
Yeah, but I don't think Chip is okay here because you have a Gatot, you have an Eve. I think they overreacted too much. There goes the Lapu ban. So now Aurora, you go down to the Uranus or
Esme? Boss.
I don't
Esme
like.
will have a hard time.
Yeah, I don't like the Esme here, honestly.
Basic options here for Edward.
Glue?
Glue is a possibility.
Yeah, I think glue, but they have to worry about these two picks coming out from TLPH because it could be a Claude, but then there's also a world where Oheb just picks up an Esmeralda.
What if we go back to a Hylos Edward? Just
That could work. Hylos XP or maybe Hilda. Okay, they still go for the Phobius.
Okay, so more in the setup here in the Dark Wave for Aurora. TLPH. Moskov for Oheb.
I don't like this Moskov. I don't like this Moskov.
Maybe it's
pick.
all about the vantage point here for
Yeah.
Oheb and the Matilda for JP. So it's going to be a jungler Baksha here for Carl.
I mean, if you ever wanted a gold lane fighter for Doming, I would say Esme is very good here. Even though there's a Baksha, I don't think you die against this composition if you're Esme.
But so far, Doming Kite's success onto fighter gold heroes is not yet that high.
Actually, never mind. They don't have a final, so they need a marksman here.
Let's see. He's not hovering over any heroes at all. Very nice catcher for camera guy.
Yeah. What about Natan? Natan, Bruno.
Go back to the carrier Brody here. If ever.
I'd say Natan. Natan's the better pick here.
The 1-1 is actually open if ever.
Obsidia.
So it's going to be...
No.
Do you lock it? It is an Ixia.
There's a Matilda in the game.
He was actually touching the Matilda before he picked off and locked in the Ixia.
Yeah, maybe they're worried about it. Maybe he was like, are you sure, guys? Are you sure? There's a Matilda in this freaking game. There's an Arlet as well. But maybe somebody was like, don't worry, we'll protect you. All right, let me lock it in.
That is a very huge statement to get a Nixia against a Matilda. And I do feel the contemplation there for Doming Kite.
Yeah.
And that's a very nice POV to see as well.
To be fair, before he was Aurora, when he was in Minana Evos, this was his most successful hero.
But still, risking it all for the match point here for Aurora. Let's see if this will be the final game. Will they be a representative and go to the grand finals? Let's head on over to our casters.
One win away for Aurora to cement themselves in the grand finals and book their ticket to Jakarta. One more game for Liquid to win to take us all the way.
And in that very crucial game, we see Doming Kite pick up an Ixia in the gold lane.
This is a debut and a re-debut, if you'd like to call it. Midnight did throw back and allude to Doming Kite's early days, once known as Doming Der or Doming R. He was with Minana Evos. That's, I think, when we started calling him Pal Doming.
Yes.
When he started, really rack up the farm. And Brigida, you mentioned how you saw this on like a TikTok or something. Ixia and Eve.
There's this certain combo between the Ixia and the Eve, which lets you just lock down all your opponents if you get to put or launch the real-world manipulation
With the full barrage.
And the full barrage at the perfect spot.
So it's like geometry, like a triangle with a square or a rectangle.
But what I'm thinking about is that Sanford has a vengeance. Carl TZ may be somehow affected, but he does still have the Baxter Shield Unity.
And
But-
there's a Matilda that can just yeet them out.
Yeah, but there's a Guiding Wind and the Crimson Beacon. So there are just so much blink skills
That
for
could
Liquid.
get you out of that box. Which is, again, something Aurora is willing to play with. Again, this is the threat we present. What are you going to do about it, Liquid? While Liquid is sticking to a very Liquid identity. Look at their draft and look at how brazen Carl TZ is taking that small cap away in the bottom lane. They're up by about 200. Like, that's what that small, sneaky rotation got.
Yeah, if anything, I feel like Liquid have decided to just pour all of their attention to Doming, because it's been a bit too obvious that Aurora are sticking with the Fredrin. So now they have to target Doming. But now, who is going to be the first target? Carl TZ just goes for Demon Kite straight up. There goes the RWM. And they just try to get out of the box, as mentioned. And it's so easy for them, but Edward flickers in with a Dark Wave!
Coming in with a demonic pursuit by Sanford!
That's gonna be the first casualty of the game. First objective goes to Aurora 2, and they just get more out of that.
With that first trade, would have been worth it. And the turtle made it even more, giving both of these gold laners what Joseph would like to call the gold lane experience, and I think Dominic is having the time of his life.
He is making things harder for Oheb. Oheb just barely tried to get the remaining gold from that wave. His SOD didn't even land at the right moment to get the last hit on that second minion.
Dominic sidestep.
And he just had to risk it to take that last minion down bottom, but maybe it's also about the laning advantage. For Dominkite, the Iksha arguably can handle herself in the lane, not until someone decides to, like JP, rotate down bottom.
Change the math significantly. In a 1v1 situation, she has better sustainability, a little more reliable crowd control. Oheb kind of has the angle, that Spear of Misery.
Yeah, the passive and all that.
And as you can see, though the wave is at equilibrium, but still, Dominkite has that XP advantage. I wonder if there's a significant gold advantage as well. As you can see, Aurora, 3.5 minutes in, has 1,000 gold up. So that's what you get with one more kill and that turtle that you scored.
Yeah, it's so good for Doming that they won that first objective fight too, because it just allowed him to be a lot more confident here in the laning phase. The bottom lane doesn't seem to be a problem for Aurora, at least for now, because you would expect that Light might have to pay a bit more attention to this Iksha. JP could be a bit more aggressive on this Mathilda, but all I'm seeing are guiding winds provided to Oheb to reposition and keep himself safe. They're not guiding winds that try to push forward or threaten Dominkite.
Yeah, so it looks like Liquid are hunkering down for what could be the inevitable defensive state that they'll be in if they have to give up every single turtle in the early game. This is the second one spawning in the lower quarter. Quite the pull from Aurora. Again, we have two utility junglers, so expect that these dances will last a little longer. Turtle approaching half health.
Yep, no one's really committing just yet, but Aurora decides to go in first. There's the real road once again. Sanford using the final slash, but no follow-up will happen. Aurora are just going all in, and Carl TZ's the next target. Saji's Crimson Beacon out, but Edward follows him under the turret. And that's two members down for Team Liquid.
And one of them is the Retribution holder, so Aurora can take their sweet time. Oh my lord. You mentioned all the dashes. You mentioned how it should be easy to dodge that RWM full barrage combo, but guess what? Mr. Consistent likes it when you dash away. He gets to chase you with the Infernal Pursuit.
And guess what? They're not doing the combo. They're using it at different times.
Exactly. They're layering it. They're not getting their cake and eating it too. They're getting their cake and keeping it in their back pocket for a rainy day. And that rainy day is today as Aurora take mid lane. Aurora on their way to taking the bottom lane. They're up 2,000 gold.
All theories are gone. Aurora have a different approach at playing this lineup. And Team Liquid Philippines, they're clearly surprised by how they're doing this.
Rick, it's a full 1,000 between Oheb and Dominkite. And Dominkite just went full greed. Sky Piercer on this Ixia.
Sky Piercer first even, maybe.
Or
was it second?
item.
Okay, it's
he has
second.
one fully filled
Corrosion.
item. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's on his way to a Swift Trinity. But first, a little stopover, a little break there with the Sky Piercer. I think he's
That's
reading the
still
room.
something, yeah.
He's reading the room like, you guys are going to feed me the kills, and then we're going to go to Jakarta. Like, that's what's going to happen here.
They're just so close to making that happen. Because at this point, not even Sanford can look for those final slashes to make things work.
Not without triggering Edward.
And not with the real-world manipulation in front of them.
That too, he has to stop. Again, sure you can dash through. You can, train on your targets with the Vengeance, but it's not like the front line of RORA is making that easy.
Yeah, I think Carl, TZ, and Sanford have to be a lot more calculated in terms of the timings in which they go in, because it's so hard to back out when Aurora decides to punish you.
You know what? Here's one of those times when I wish Liquid had that Hayabusa to hunt down this Ixia. Because the last time it was picked was Season 14, about a year ago, September 27, 2024, by Kozin, when he was playing for TNC. So the last time it happened in MPL Philippines, RORA was on the receiving end of an Ixia.
Yeah, and that was a completely different TNC that we're talking about at the time, a year ago. Oh, Edward again has all his eyes on Sanford. But could he be the target? They're gonna settle for whatever they can, because at this point, Team Liquid, they could not get close to the objective.
Little trade though. RORA did have to open up that bottom lane. Oheb doing work, getting farm on him. Maybe that SOD missing was a little bit of burnt toast. even if it did hit, like he wouldn't have to press it. Like he should keep himself scared. I think that's step one in Liquid's recovery. Don't pick fights. Guiding wind away, saving Oheb from Edward.
That's all we're seeing for now. Unfortunately, they have that, but how else can they utilize the tools that they have? They're not able to play as aggressively because of the threat of an immediate punish from Aurora. Either the real world, the full barrage, or Edward just blocking every single member of Liquid from running away. Oh, smart move from Carl, but Oheb gets caught by the Unbreakable. Oh my goodness.
Something tells me RORA have put the fear of God into Liquid. You see how fast JP flickered away?
Yeah.
I think he was expecting a full-on collapse. He's like, no way!
Because it could happen. Edward was so close nearby.
That was a jump scare.
And now all they're doing is just going for the split push. Team Liquid Philippines, they're stuck in this position of they can't even pick a team fight.
Nope.
They can't even try to look for pickoffs. No one seems like a safe target if we talk about Aurora.
Not until Oheb is ready. And Oheb is so far behind. He's almost 2,000, full 2,000 behind Dominkite. And he only has 2 out of 3 on that Swift Trinity, while Dominkite is on his way. He's 2 in, but also he has a Sky Piercer. Luckily, no stacks on yet.
Yeah, but he also has the Sea Halberd, so like, even this early on, they're finding ways to deal with every single form of sustain that Liquid has.
Right, shield, heal, and given an Ixia, again, it's been a while, folks, since we've actually seen one in professional play. Might not even want that Swift Trinity. He might just want the Corrosion Sight, and then a smorgasbord of other damage items that you put on marksman. Lord spawns, upper quarter, Aurora approaching that 5,000 gold lead over Liquid, and I'm not so sure this is the right call. I don't think the cavalry wants to smoke.
Does JP really want to stand up front? Edward, once again, it's always Sanford that he's trying to look for.
Oh no.
Carl TZ trying to close in. Edward forcing a fight down or on the other side of the map as well. But the AOG's already committed. SOD finally connects. Sanford goes in and Demonkite actually falls. But Edward gets the Lord!
Mr. Consistent secures it, and they take down so many. The Liquid Stampede is quelled. RORA finds the wipeout. Dominkite is a maniac!
A sidestep full barrage from Dominkite to take down 4 members from the cavalry.
40 couldn't flicker, JP couldn't flicker, could have maybe saved someone with a guiding winds, but Dominkite was too damn deadly.
Fortunately, the death timers aren't that long just yet, but they'd have to say goodbye to their holy shields. And Aurora, they're so terrifying, they actually go for Yue, but is he the target? Dominkite
OHEB coming in from the back line. Demon Kite trained on him. Traded 2 for already. JP and Sanford.
Oh no.
3 members of Aurora are on him. Down he goes. You and gets him.
That was time for Liquid to clear the Lord, but was he the best option to get that time? To buy that time for the Cavalry?
It's gone sideways as the RWM comes out of Yue.
Carl TZ and Sanji, they still have to deal with a single minion and another wave in mid, but Carl, he's trying to close in Demon Kite. Sanford trying to catch up, goes for light, but he has the Unbreakable to move a bit further. Carl TZ gets blocked by the minions and the chase will not continue.
Laura makes that decision. We can't force the issue. Demon Kite just spawned, and we need our marksman to be able to finish this. Put a dot on this match. End it with an exclamation point. 6,000 gold up. Demon Kite just built that malefic gun. So as if that range difference was already huge enough, he can now shoot at you from where you can't even see him.
That's gonna be a lot more problems for Liquid. Imagine how much resources they had to commit just to find that kill on Demon Kite.
A lot, Brigida, a lot. But here's the thing. OHEB has his Swift Trinity already, and he's on his way to his Wind of Nature. So that means he'll be relatively safe from a good chunk of Edward's damage, from Demon Kite for sure, from even Demon Kite, but not Yue. So Yue, as you can see, is on top of damage dealt. So all these swipes, all these hard presses, if you may do that with the RWM, are making a difference. That's something that Liquid has to deal with too.
And this Yue, this Eve, has a purple buff on his hero.
That's Carl's.
It's not like Carl needs it. He's not a Hayabusa in this game, you
But
know.
Liquid needs it.
But they need all resources that they can, because we're still talking about a 6K gold lead in favor of Aurora.
We've seen worse gold leads that feel much worse. This is a very dominant 6K gold lead, and I think they're in the right spots. Demon Kite builds his final item to fill up his kit, has a Wind of Nature of his own. So in case OHEB finds him, Sanford finds him, he should be fine. Lord getting blitzed by Aurora.
Oh, wait, they're actually moving away. They see majority of Liquid trying to position themselves in the Lord. What could be the call for Aurora?
Deadly Dawn starting up Vital Slash!
Sanford finding some targets, but they're not the best just yet. Light jumping in, Demon Kite secures the Lord, Demon Kite rather, and now they're going in, JP! All in! Sanford's next! They're losing members one by one, Aurora! They're going for the chase, but Liquid has to run away!
The Stampede goes backwards, they roll out. The Lord spawns up top. RORA is inside the base. They crack through mid.
Do they have enough wave clear? Can OHEB deal with this alone? Sanji, what can they do to delay the siege?
Full barrage!
OHEB is down. There's no one left to clear. It's a double for Doming, and the Northern Lights, towards their redemption, are headed back to the world stage.
Aurora are going to Jakarta, 3-1. They're going to M7. They lock in for the grand finals. Brigida, they didn't end the regular season at #1 for nothing.
Top 1, 14 win streak, now make it 15 this season. And they're so close to potentially ending the entire season with only a single series loss.
GG, well played to the defending champions, to the MSC champions, Team Liquid Philippines. Tonight they take their bow, but they will be back. They will be competing in the lower bracket. But tonight it's all about the Northern Lights. Tonight we know one of two M7 representatives. It's gonna be all blue. Aurora. We'll be hearing from them on stage. They're joined by our hosts. What a moment. Here are our victors.
RORA's your winners, grand finalists, and the M7 representative, Aurora Gaming! Wow, incredible. What a moment. Almira, let's just give this to them. An incredible opportunity. Coach, team, congratulations. Edward, I have to look for you. Welcome back to the M World Championship, Edward.
Yun. Pero ano,
Edward, may tanong ako. Sa Game 1, ikaw nakakuha ng 3-man stun with the lapu-lapu para ma-set up nyo yung comeback.
That's right.
So ano yun? May communication ba kayo? Kailangan, alam mo ba na may mag-follow up ba ng setup mo?
Sabi ko lang sa kampi ko, tiwala lang sa akin, mahuli ko si Carl, parang ganun. Parang sabi ko, tingin lang sa akin lagi, anytime. May mahuli ako sa kanila.
Alam mo, Almira, yan yung nakikita ko all throughout the season coming in from Edward. Talk to us about yung communication nyo kasi less than 12 hours ago, kinailangan nyo pang maglaro against TNC. Naka-apekto ba yun ngayon? How did you guys condition yourselves?
Ayun, nag-review lang kami ng saglit sa against TNC, tapos mas prioritize namin yung tulog namin Tapos yung draft, hinayaan na namin sa coaching staff. So, ayun. Okay pa rin naman kami ng 8 hours tulog, ganun.
And Coach MTB and Dexstar made it happen. Coaches, congratulations. Doming Kite! Doming, yung Iksha, hindi ko alam kung saan ang galing, Almira. But hey, I think we have a different question for him.
Doming Kite, may tanong naman din ako sa'yo. Nahirapan ka pa sa pag-adjust sa fighter gold lane meta ba?
Hindi naman totally nahirapan sa pag-adjust ng fighter gold. Siguro tina-timing lang din yung tamang composition ng pagpasok ng gold lane ko na fighter yun.
Hindi ka naman kinonvince sila coach, sila Dexstar na gumamit ng iba pang mga fighter heroes.
Actually marami pa talaga, hindi pa talaga nalalabas yung iba.
So this means na mas marami pa kaming makikita sa inyo heading into the grand finals. Yun ba ang binibigay mo sa amin? Mas marami pa kaming makikita sa inyo.
Possible kasi long series So hindi naman natin masasabi kasi PH to. Malalakas talaga yung team. So parang composure lang din tamang lang. Yung magagamit ko pa yung ibang hero ko talaga.
Ibang klase, ibang hero. I said ibang klase, ipasa mo sa katabi mo who has been very emotional all throughout. Light! You were the light at the end of Aurora's tunnel. You made it back into the grand finals. What makes this so special for you?
Kasi nung mga times na malapit na ako sa grand finals, lagi ako natatalo sa TLPH Laging kinakapos. Tapos after nun, parang napunta na sa Indo, tapos parang napil ko na di ko na kaya. Parang baka hindi ko na kaya makapag-international, gano'n. First appearance ko rin kasi sa Worlds, kaya sobrang special talaga sa akin. Tapos, ayun, para din sa girlfriend ko na lagi sumusupport sa akin.
And Roras, this is Light's first M World Championship! Woo! What a statement, Almira. What a moment for Light.
Once again,
give it up for your winners and grand finalists, Aurora Gaming! You may now take your walk of victory. Almira, I have no words with this series. They battled tooth and nail.
grabe, first time ko ma-feel to sobrang intense ng crowd dito sa MPL Arena. I just can't believe it.
And you know what? Hindi pa tayo nangangalahati. Marami ka pang makikita. At ang karamihan sa atin ng mga fans at we toss it right back to the panel.
Panel, over to you.
Na para bang ako yung lumaro. I forgot to speak in English because of that emotions.
Yes.
In translation, it feels like I was part of that stage. Very emotional day for the RORAs, the Lights, by accomplishing and completing being our first representative for M7 World Championships. But props to Doming Kite by getting the Iksha for this final game for our upper bracket finals.
Man, it feels like Dominkite. He had the season 16 regular season as his playground, and this was his proving ground. Doesn't matter, you remove the Granger, you remove the Harrod, you remove the fighter gold lane. Let me bring back the Minana Iwasira.
Yeah.
You talk about eaters of the league, welcome back to my Ixia.
You can take the Ixia out of the meta, but you can never take out the Ixia from his hero pool.
Oh my goodness.
With this
Aurora.
Ixia pick, many were concerned because with the heroes that TLPH has already locked in multiple escapes, but what can escape the final slashes is Yue as well,
Yeah.
complementing this full-on barrages, not letting anyone out of his sight.
This is what I meant with like close to perfect MLBB. Like they just understood their own assignments. Edward sitting in front of the Arlet every single minute, every single second of this game. Yue landing the RWMs even before the final slash comes through. And when TLPH fully commits, that's when you see the full barrage, the full might of the Ixia coming out from Dominkite, really enabling each other. Yes, he did get punished one time because he did not have the flicker, but this play from Ohib was kind of questionable to me. It was a safe haven already for TLPH. They took down the Ixia, they just needed to defend the Lord, but because of this mistake and the amazing play once again from Aurora, capitalized on these mistakes and punished TLPH to the point of sending them to the lower bracket.
That was just too much to handle. Even after ending the game, we could definitely feel the emotions rise here. Ending that game before the 15-minute mark. Dominkite celebrating.
Yeah.
The tears of joy coming up from Light, his first ever Emerald Championships. Aurora still continuing their match win streak
Yeah.
as the playoffs days goes by.
15-1 for the Northern Lights. You don't ask, you don't cast a doubt, you don't ask the question. You look at the light at the end of the tunnel. And also, Yue, again, immaculate performance from this Eve. One letter away from the main hero, Yue to Eve. Literally worked this Eve with the magic on the grand finals. Usually, this guy has a curse. But with Yue, doesn't matter. You don't lose the last game with the Eve because Yue makes you lose the last game.
Because they break curses, not streaks.
They break the patterns, they make the curse, they cast the curse onto TLPH. They even broke Light's curse of losing, constantly losing to Echo. Back then, RSG Echo had a friendly rivalry, and now this ends the story for Aurora's question whether they can make it to the grand finals or not, because now they're Jakarta bound.
And now for our story, of course, the Demonkite Curl TZ saga continues.
Yeah. It's not done yet.
All the objectives midnight. That is a huge statement. Without words, yes, that's a statement.
Yeah.
3 straight turtles. Even all the lords, all onto the side of Demonkite. Like,
even the buffs.
He was like, take a few hours rest before
Yeah.
your match tomorrow.
He was like, Carl, I know you took a lot of turtles and lords for the past 2 days. Maybe you want to take some rest. Let me farm these up. Let me get your greens. Let me get your buffs. Sometimes Yue comes in and he was like, let me get a share of that. And it left TLPH scouring for resources, and they were starved. And at the point where Ohib was looking to just, get a, I would say, a desperate pickoff against Aurora. That's why these mistakes were heavy, and it cost the TLPH the advantage in the late game. And I think that's the reason why this lineup worked for Aurora, aside from the fact that they brought up the utility jungler strategy that we did harp on even before the series started. When they brought up the Eve and also the Ixia with the Phobius as well, it felt like TL didn't have damage in the early game. They had a Baksha, they had a Arlet that was heavily countered by the Eve, and then when you fully commit, you just melt under the full barrage. That's why Dominkite was just able to again free up the map, get some farm, and Yue as well being a threat, landing the reload manipulations first before the final slashes, allowing them to really not just cage the Predator but also cage the GOAT.
They cage everyone for TLPH, and still our BPI rich guy is going to be Dominkite with his Ixia. A lot of his net worth came from the fact that there was no one that really could stop him from farming up the minion waves, even on the Turtle and Lord fights or dances, as you mentioned. was all covered here for our BPI Rich Guy Dominic. And big props to Edward as well for covering up the final slash that Sanford was attempting to do just so he could reach Yue.
He was on predator duty.
He was, no, you can't, sir.
No,
That
sir.
is not allowed in
slash
here.
for you.
Not on my watch.
Yeah. And again, Aurora, they just played this massively. Like the tactic, the strategy was there. It was beautiful when they tried doing the old techniques with the assassin junglers, the switch up between the YSS and the Lancelot. Didn't work out. Immediately switched to the utility jungler strategy. And it worked out, perfectly for Aurora. And I think this was an amazing planning from the coaching staff.
I know it's too early to celebrate, but for this moment, I think we could bypass that saying.
Yeah.
Because it is a moment to celebrate, considering that they are heading for Jakarta, Indonesia for the next year's M7 World Championship.
Yeah, that's M7. I was, all right, M7. There you go.
Hey, okay, spells M7.
Congratulations, Aurora. You deserve
Only
it.
one spot is left.
Yeah.
And considering that TLPH will be going down onto the lower bracket finals midnight, waiting on whoever wins for ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team.
It's a tight pit.
It's really hard to say if it's going to be an easy fit because it's not. Remember, TNC was able to get 5 games out of Aurora, our grand finalists. But let's check on how it went with their communications, their shot calls onto that last game. Let's all check out our Infinix mic check. That was our Infinix mic check. If it would love to translate some of what they were saying, I would imagine like, okay, let's go.
Yeah. Let's G. Let's go.
Let's go to Indonesia.
Yeah, let's go to Jakarta because now they are Jakarta bound. They've booked their flight. I mean, the ticket's already there, so yeah. But the thing is, they still have to worry about the grand finals in 2 days. Jakarta is January. So that's like November, December, January.
Okay.
January is 3 months away.
And
playoffs is 2 days away. I mean, grand finals.
And this is also somehow of a huge block to TLPH because remember, they are trying to accomplish the Golden Road midnight. And to accomplish the Golden Road, they have to be the grand finalist and the champion for our MPL Season 16, plus to be able to get the M7 World Championship. And the way to get that is to climb back up to our grand finals.
Beat TNC, beat ONIC, beat Aurora, beat the other regions, beat ONIC ID, beat BTR, SRG. Seven tall tasks
The
for
list
M7.
is just getting longer.
Yeah.
Now that they've went down onto our lower bracket. For
That's a
our
lot.
viewers as well here, I know you have your own analysis onto what went down for that last game. But for me, even though there are doubts for the Iksha, you mentioned way back Minana, he was days here for Dominkite. He was actually very efficient and proficient with this pick.
Yeah, he was the best Iksha player from my perspective. He was the best Iksha player in Season 12, Season 13. Nobody came close, honestly. Because that was the era when I was actually looking at... Matter of fact, I don't think they were... No, yeah, they were Minana back then. And I told Kaizen and Dominkite at that point, I was like, I hope you don't disband because I see this team having a good future. But then they disbanded. And then Dominkite moved on to greener pastures. Definitely obvious with being a part of Aurora.
But somehow you have to take different roads.
Exactly.
And somewhere along those roads, will you meet your very friendly foe, familiar faces, and we will see familiar faces onto the world stage.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a golden road though. But for TL, it does have to be golden.
It does have to be.
It's gotta be golden.
It's going to be a bloody matchup later on as well.
Oh, lower bracket.
Even before their match has started, they're already thinking there's already a TLPH waiting for us.
I can't. I need a break. I need a breather, honestly, because the last match, it's gonna be heavy. It's gonna be heavy.
And realizing now that Aurora finally, it will slowly sink down, that they are waiting on to their grand finals. They are going to be sitting pretty, watching all the games today and for tomorrow. And for our fans out here at Cuneta Ashono, we really do appreciate the fact that they came in early, and a full house yet again for the Cavalry and the Lights, and a full house of games on what happened onto our upper bracket finals.
Yeah, I mean, we expect more, of the fans and the supporters, and of course the die-hard fans out there wanting their teams to reach the grand finals to come in the next few days. So again, if you haven't bought your tickets, get your tickets now, especially for day 4. Day 5, I mean, it's kind of hard to get your tickets now because it's sold out. But for day 4, still available.
And remember, after this matchup, there's going to be the Alamat Awards.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I'm excited to see who will be crowned. Who will be our season's MVP?
Imagine you just got to M7 and let's just say if some of the players from Aurora get some of those rewards, it's a double win. It's a double W. Double dub.
Yeah.
W's in the chat. W's in the chat.
Okay, I was really...
I'm just saying.
Yeah. And for TLPH still, we've seen a very solid performance for them for the past few days. And as I've mentioned, now that they are going on to the lower bracket, all days of the playoffs, they're present here at Cuneta Ashono, right? For the first day, they were up against a very worthy foe as well. A Titan has fallen, but still we recognize the efforts. And then for the second day, yesterday, they were able to sweep ONIC Philippines. And for today, unfortunately, they will have to go down and bow down to Aurora. Oh, so there was a premonition, bowing down. So Aurora, with their opening, right? With Yue at the center of it all.
The actual MVP. Well, if you ask me, I would actually put Yue as the actual MVP, like overall series MVP.
They were able to pull off the full barrage with nobody moving from TLPH, all because Yue was the initiator with the RWM. And for our next matchup, it's going to be ONIC Philippines
elimination
and TNC Pro Team. It's going to be a sad day and a happy day for one of them.
I don't want to see an eliminated team, but we can't have to because we got to proceed with the lower bracket matchup.
It's the reality. But who will win? It's going to be another best of 5 series for our lower bracket match later on happening today. If you're still on the way, take care, stay safe. We still have plenty of seats for later for ONIC Philippines and for the TNC Pro Team matchup. And we're looking forward for another long game.
Game 5.
Max out games.
Game 5 against ONIC, Game 5 against CNC. Who knows? Like at the end of the day, I just want to see some fannies, some wild cheese picks, Huck and Rome. No, I'm just kidding. The fanny, yeah. I want to see some fannies.
I will never eliminate the Hulkert room from my list again.
On Game 5?
Well,
maybe not. Maybe not Game 5. Maybe Game 1. Yeah, maybe.
If they want to.
Yeah, Masha Gold, no.
But considering the Masha Gold, I still have some flashbacks.
Yeah, some nightmares. I still dream about Masha, honestly.
You guys decide whether it's a good or a bad flashback.
It's not a good flashback. I tell you, it's not a good flashback.
Actually, one of Burrito's content was what hero would you want to see for the playoffs, right? And one hero was mentioned, but not the Masha Gold. Not the Masha Girl, right? Masha was mentioned. But still, for our players as well, what I want to see is who will be awarded. I know you guys are excited, so are we. It's Athena and Medite here on the English panel. Let's head on over to our Alamat Awards.
One of the most awaited events when the playoffs hit the league.
This is where legends are created. Welcome to MPL Philippines Season 16 Alamat Awards!
For our first batch of awards, the Infinix All-Star Team 1, presented by Mr. Kenji Noel Sabido, Infinix Philippines' Gaming Operations Manager. These awards recognize the top players in each role, selected for their exceptional performance all throughout the season. Players were selected based on their impact and overall contribution to their teams.
Winners of this award will receive a trophy plus an Infinix GT30 Pro. First, we have the Infinix All-Star Gold Laner. Congratulations to Dominkite of Aurora Gaming!
Next, the Infinix All-Star Jungler. Congratulations! From Team Liquid Philippines, Carl Teasy!
Let's give it up for Aurora Gaming's Edward!
Now, in the mid lane, the Infinix All-Star Mid Laner. From Aurora Gaming, UN!
The Infinix All-Star Roamer from Aurora Gaming Live!
Congratulations once again to our Infinix All-Star Team 1.
Our next set of awards, the BPI All-Star Team 2. Winners of this award will receive a trophy and 5,000 cash credits, each to be credited to their Vibe accounts. This will be presented by Ms. Maria Carmisa Lazaro, BPI's Brand and Customer Experience Officer.
For our first award, the BPI All-Star Gold Laner. From ONIC Philippines, Kelra!
Put your hands up together for Aurora Gaming Demon Kai!
Now comes the EXP lane. Our BPI All-Star EXP laner. From Team Liquid Philippines, Sanford!
Presenting next our BPI All-Star Mid Laner. Let's give it up for ONIC Philippines Super Friends!
Car Roamer. Let's hear your cheers from Team Liquid Philippines, JP! Congratulations once more to our BPI All-Star Team 2. For our next award, it is the Smart Fans Choice All-Stars. The fans were asked to vote for their top players of the season. This awards reflects this player's influence and overall contribution to the team and community. The winners will receive a trophy and a Smart Multi-SIM eSIM plus 5,000 pesos in load. This will be presented by Miss Francesca Palafox, the Smart Prepaid Brand Assistant.
For our first winner, the Smart Fans Choice Gold Laner from ONIC Philippines, Kara!
Next up is our Smart Fans Choice Jungler. Also from ONIC Philippines, King Kong!
Our next award, Smart Fans Choice SE Laner from ONIC Philippines, Kirk!
Next up, the Smart Fans Choice Mid Laner. You guessed it, from ONIC Philippines, Super Friends!
For the Smart Fans Choice Roamer, completing the roster of ONIC Philippines, Brusco! Congratulations once again to ONIC Philippines for sweeping the Smart Fans Choice All-Stars.
Our next Alamat Award is the Infinix Most Improved Player of the Season. The Most Improved Player of the Season award recognizes the player who has shown the most significant progress and development in their performance. This highlights the player's dedication, hard work, and improvement, reflecting their enhanced skills, impact in games, and contribution to the team.
The winner will receive a trophy and an Infinix GT30 Pro. Presenting this award is Mr. Sherwin Madarang, Infinix Philippines Digital Manager. And now, our Infinix Most Improved Player of the Season,
Dominic Kite! Congratulations once again to Dominic Kite, our Infinix Most Improved Player of the Season. Next up, we will be having our coaching team of the season. The Coaching Team of the Season Award recognizes the coaching staff that has shown outstanding leadership, smart strategies, and a positive impact on their team's performance all throughout the season. Let's give a round of applause for our Coaching Team of the Season. Congratulations! From Aurora Gaming, Coach Master the Basics and Coach Dexstar.
Congratulations once again to Aurora Gaming and their coaching staff. Onwards to our next set of awards. Next up, our BPI Rookie Player of the Season. The Rookie of the Season Award recognizes the best performing new player who made their debut during the current season. This award highlights the impact, skill, and contribution of first season players to their teams, showcasing their ability to compete at the highest level and their potential for future success.
They will be receiving a trophy and 5,000 cash credits each to be credited to their 5 accounts. Presenting this award is Ms. Maria Clarisa Lazaro, BPI's Brand and Customer Experience Officer. Congratulations to the BPI Rookie Player of the Season, Twisted Mind Sean!
Sean. Next, we award our Storytellers of the Season, those who tirelessly tell the tales of our players, league, and community members. This is the Best Media Award categories to commemorate the members of the press who have greatly contributed to the growth of MLBB esports in the Philippines. Winners will receive a smartphone from Smart.
First things first, our Smart Legendary Features Writer Award, presented by Ms. Francesca Palafox, the Smart Prepaid Brand Assistant. They will be receiving a trophy, Smart CTE Blade, and certificate. Congratulations to our Smart Legendary Features Writer, Spin PH! Storytelling as shown in its features on Carl Peasy, Light, and Blacklist International's Ubistrat. Their piece on Blacklist International's Ubistrat further exemplifies their mastery of esports storytelling, chronicling how one tactical innovation relapsed or reshaped an entire era of MLBB.
Next, our Savage Storyteller Award, presented by Mr. Ron Muyot, our Moontoon Philippines PR Manager. Congratulations to the media entity that has created the most impactful content, igniting discussions and engagement within the MPLPH community. Tiebreaker times!
To MPLPH narratives from Aurora's lessons under Coach MTB to Sanji's tribute to his first Savage. Tiebreaker Times showcases how far the league has come, capturing not just matches, but the legacy being built season after season. Finally, our Infinix Mythic Media Award, presented by Miss Irish Camille Del Rosario, Infinix Philippines' PR Supervisor. They will be receiving a trophy and an Infinix GT30 Pro. Congratulations, All-Star Magazine!
All-Star Magazine set a new benchmark for esports coverage, spotlighting Carl TZ and other MPLPH icons through refined, in-depth, and masterful storytelling. By portraying esports pros as national figures and role models, the magazine helped push the industry further into the mainstream.
And Almira, I think this is the moment everybody's waiting for.
That's right, Hans. And finally, the award everyone's been waiting for.
The regular season MVP award honors the player with the most outstanding performance and impact all throughout the regular season. This award recognizes their exceptional contributions, consistency, and key role in their team's success. A homecoming when he began the season and now an MVP. Let's give it up for our regular season MVP from Aurora Gaming Live! Congratulations once more to Blind as our MVP of the regular season, and that marks the end of our Alamat Awards.
And of course, we can't wait to see them soar higher and higher, Hans,
I am
right?
sure about that. Congratulations once more to each and every winner that has managed to take over each achievement. Pero marami pa tayong laban na masasaksihan. I'm sure me, Almira, and the rest of the Champions Arena are very excited. Magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 16, the playoffs.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Unli with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus Unli Facebook or Unli TikTok. Load now! Panggisa! Pampasarap! Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon, your trusted air conditioning rental and services provider across the Philippines.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangan gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong ten. Focus.
Ganito ba? Ay, naku. Gatot Kacha? Need help? Injection!
Wala ako.
Ito na lang.
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go! Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-set up ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi. Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you!
navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold.
Dad?
I'll always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Because I am a navigator! I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
What's up guys? Kasama ko ngayon ang ating co-host sa Super Fan City, Ivan, dahil kami kanina ay nagkaroon ng awarding for MDL Philippines Season 6 where we awarded AP Rough World Era bilang champions ng ating season. We also awarded the All-Star Team which is the whole lineup of AP Rough World Era din. Meron din sa kanilang regular season MVP which is Tibor and the finals MVP which is Matt. And hindi lang yan. Meron din tayong awardees na Rookie of the Season, Eman, at meron din tayong Most Improved Player of the Season, Cinderella.
Of course, aside from that, we did have our meet and greet wherein our mythic ticket holders had the chance to meet the winning team which is Team Liquid Philippines. And right now, may makakasama tayong super fans para malaman how was the experience dun sa meet and greet natin.
And now, we would like to call on here sa ating area si Miss Kiara and Miss Kim, obviously fans ng TLPH. Gaano na ba kayo katagal na fans ng TLPH?
Actually, ako parang 1 to 2 years na yata.
Ako yung since echo pa lang sila. Tapos nag-change ng name ng TLPH na Team Liquid ako.
Wow, it has been a long time na sinusuportahan natin ang Team Liquid Philippines. How was the opportunity? How was the experience na na-meet nyo yung mga idols nyo kanina?
Sobrang saya po, lalo na nung nakita ko si Sunny.
Same din. Masaya kasi nakita ko na sila in person, yung malapitan. Yun nga lang, ang dami nagpa-picture kay Owen. So, medyo nalayo ako sa kanya. Pero, super worth it yung pagpunta dito sa venue.
So, si Oheb ang bias mo?
Hindi ko siya.
Hindi halata. Sinong bias mo? Si Sanford. Natabihan mo ba si Sanford kanina?
Nahawakan ko yung kamay niya.
Grabe
Sana
naman
all.
talaga ang karisma ng ating mga players, Ivan.
Ibang-iba talaga ang dating ng ating mga players. And of course, Team Liquid Philippines is moving on to the next round of our playoffs. Kaya naman, imbitahan nyo ang iba pang part ng Cavalry and of course, the other super fans para manood dito sa ating playoffs.
Manood po kayo ng playoffs hanggang sa finals. So, sana makita si TLPH at si Aurora.
At para sa inyo, sino magcha-champion sa Season 16?
Siyempre, TLPH.
TLPH. At yan lamang naman ang mga kaganapan natin today sa ating Super Fan City. Kaya naman balik muna sa inyo guys.
Sa TLPH, good luck.
Oh, good luck.
Bigyan nyo na sa amin to. Nakakailang series na kayo. Wala pa appearance, oh.
Pwede ba kami muna? Kami muna?
Pagkapasok namin grand final, sa inyo na.
Uy, ba't
Slot lang, ha?
Hindi, huwag ganun.
Ay, huwag
Huwag ganun.
Mirror lang. Slot lang.
Slot lang. Kami muna, mamaya.
Saka sa mga fans na nanonood, thank you sa laging support tayo pagpunta din sa venue. Rinig namin lahat ng sigaw nyo.
Tama, solid.
Sa girlfriend ko, mahal na mahal kita always.
Uy. Oh, you got power.
Lakas, di kayang tawas.
Oh, you got power.
Kay Daniel Madilla.
Di, mali iba yun.
Daniel Caesar pala. Chico, paki-assist naman si Kalad. Bakit alis dyan?
Di, dry yung lips ko, di.
Oo, rin nga eh.
Kailangan natin tubig dito ah.
Oy. Kiss ata.
Uy, iba naman sa'yo eh.
Rory. Kaya mo ba yan, Rora?
Kaya ba yan, Rora? Feel ko hindi eh.
Ako din eh. Puso na lang ata tayo.
Pusong Pinoy na lang kami. Pusong Pinoy.
Gagalingan namin sobra. Ano message mo kay Yue?
Gagalingan mo kasi gagalingan namin.
Yun. Bruce Goat yun ah. Gaya kay Bruce Goat ah.
What's that? I'm mic check again.
Another words of wisdom. Another words of wisdom.
Give me some words of wisdom and that's in camera.
You'll say whatever I say?
Yeah.
I love you all.
I love you all.
Boys.
I love...
What again?
Salamat sa inyo. Mahal ko kayo. Ang pangit ko.
Oh my God.
Full.
Salamat.
Sa inyo.
Sa inyo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Pangit ko.
Ang pangit ko.
Yeah. Let's go.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Panggisa! Pampasarap!
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Nor Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Contact Arctic Aircon today. Let our team of experts provide the perfect solution for your cooling needs. Stay cool, stay comfortable with Arctic Aircon, your trusted air conditioning rental and services provider across the Philippines.
Ito na ang pinaka-inaantay na selebrasyon! Excited na si Bibi! Marami pa siyang kailangang gawin para maging ready ang lahat.
Bibi, huwag masyadong ten. Focus!
Ganito ba? Ay, naku!
Bibi!
Gatot kacha? Need help? Injection!
Wala ako.
Ito na lang!
Wag na! Please, ibalik niyo na ako sa base! Wag!
Bibi! Bruno! Hello? Gising, Bruno!
Okay na ako, Bibi! Let's go! Asikasong tunay si Bibi. Tumulong sa heroes, nag-setup ng event. Kahit koryo, hindi niya pinalagpas. Magsisimula na ang pinaka-inaabangang performance of their lifetime. Pwede nang huminga ng malalim si Bibi. Pero teka, tinatawag ata si Bibi sa stage. Todo kilig, todo bigay, todo ang saya ni Bibi! Dahil sa pagkakataong ito, si Bibi naman ang bumida.
Nice to meet you! Daddy, what's a navigator?
Navigators safeguard the lighthouses across the Nexus Sea. It is a responsibility that we must uphold. always be with you.
Target acquired! Frontier Justice! Ready, go! For all the Laylas out there!
Layla, now!
You should have never tampered with the lighthouses. Cause I am a navigator! I'm gonna be the best navigator ever!
I know you will.
I thought it was finally over. Until I heard the whisper of the void.
What's up guys? Kasama ko ngayon ang ating co-host sa Super Fan City, Ivan, dahil kami kanina ay nagkaroon ng awarding for MDL Philippines Season 6 where we awarded AP Rough World Era bilang champions ng ating season. We also awarded the All-Star Team which is the whole lineup of AP Rough World Era din. Meron din sa kanilang regular season MVP which is Tibor and the finals MVP which is Matt. And hindi lang yan. Meron din tayong awardees na Rookie of the Season, Aban, at meron din tayong Most Improved Player of the Season, Cinderella.
Of course, aside from that, we did have our meet and greet wherein our mythic ticket holders had the chance to meet the winning team which is Team Liquid Philippines. And right now, may makakasama tayong super fans para malaman how was the experience dun sa meet and greet natin.
And now, we would like to call on here sa ating area si Miss Kiara and Miss Kim, obviously fans ng TLPH. Gaano na ba kayo katagal na fans ng TLPH?
Actually, ako parang 1 to 2 years na yata.
Ako lang since echo pa lang sila. Tapos nag-change ng name ng TLPH na Team Liquid ako.
Wow, it has been a long time na sinusuportahan natin ang Team Liquid Philippines. How was the opportunity? How was the experience na na-meet nyo yung mga idols nyo kanina?
Sobrang saya po, lalo na nung nakita ko si Sunny.
Same din. Masaya kasi nakita ko na sila in person yung malapitan. Yun nga lang, ang dami nagpa-picture kay Owen. So, medyo nalayo ako sa kanya. Pero, super worth it yung pagpunta dito sa venue.
So, si Oheb ang bias mo?
Hindi ko siya.
Hindi halata. Si Madam, sinong bias mo? Si Sanford. Natabihan mo ba si Sanford kanina?
Nahawakan ko yung kamay niya.
Grabe
Sana
naman
all.
talaga ang karisma ng ating mga players, Ivan.
Ibang-iba talaga ang dating ng ating mga players. And of course, Team Liquid Philippines is moving on to the next round of our playoffs. Kaya naman, imbitahan nyo ang iba pang part ng Cavalry and of course, the other super fans para manood dito sa ating playoffs.
Manood po kayo ng playoffs hanggang sa finals. So, sana magkita si TLPH at si Aurora.
At para sa inyo, sino magcha-champion sa Season 16?
Siyempre, TLPH.
At yan lamang naman ang mga kaganapan natin today sa ating Super Fan City. Kaya naman balik muna sa inyo guys.
Sa TLPH, good luck.
Oh, good luck.
Bigyan nyo na sa amin to. Nakailang series na kayo. Wala pa appearance, oh.
Pwede ba kami muna? Kami muna?
Pagkapasok namin grand final, sa inyo na.
Uy,
Slot lang, ha? Joke lang.
Huwag ganun.
Ay, wag ganun. Mirror lang. Slot lang.
Slot lang. Kami muna, mamaya.
Saka sa mga fans na nanonood, thank you sa lagi support tayo pagpunta din sa venue. Rinig namin lahat ng sigaw nyo.
Tama, solid.
Sa girlfriend ko, mahal na mahal kita always.
Oh, you got power.
Lakas, di kayang tawas.
Oh, you got power.
Kay Daniel Madilla.
Di, baliw, iba yun.
Daniel Caesar pala. Chico, paki-assist naman si Kalad. Bakit alis dyan?
Di, dry yung lips ko, di.
Ako rin nga eh.
Kailangan natin tubig dito ah.
Oy. Peace ata.
Uy, iba naman sa'yo eh.
Rory. Kaya mo ba yan, G? Rora?
Kaya ba yan, Aurora? Feel ko hindi eh.
Ako din eh. Puso na lang ata tayo.
Pusong Pinoy na lang kami, pusong Pinoy.
Gagalingan namin sobra. Ano message mo kay ano? Yue.
Galingan mo kasi gagalingan namin.
Yun. Bruce Goat yun ah. Gaya kay Bruce Goat ah.
What's that? I'm mic check again.
Another words of wisdom. Another words of wisdom.
Give me some words of wisdom and that's in camera.
You'll say whatever I say.
Yeah.
I love you all.
I love you all.
Boys.
I love...
What again?
Salamat sa inyo. Mahal ko kayo. Ang pangit
Oh my
ko.
God.
Full.
Salamat.
Sa inyo.
Sa inyo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Mahal ko kayo.
Pangit ko.
Ang pangit ko.
Yeah. Let's go.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro!
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. But kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dong SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. No retreat. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
Patay sa Alford, back shot na. Back shot, nakad ko pre. Naulpan ko itong mga to. Okay. Pero pa pre. Patay. Ako sa goal? Kalma. Ang talaga men. Okay. Pataplakan niyo. Pengimit pre. Ang salagaan niya ako pre, promise, panalo to. Okay. Moving back shot. Ano po gamitin akong hero to te? Ito niya back shot. Kalma. Mahabang title dance to. Gawin pa pre ko reset. Sige, paano na. Pag lumalalim eh. Ready kayo sa Untitled daw? Mamaya kayo pag ready na. Pang Untitled pro. Pandawi ako. Ready dito. Pandawi pa lang ako. Matubak sa I'm not missing guys. Protect niya lang ako pa lahat yung papasok, promise. Pag na-protect niya ako panalo to, kami na iuwi. Matik yan. Okay, ako ba? Yung baksya ako. Okay, malaki si Salford pre. Iro na natin pag lumapit pa. Ayun na, malapit na. Baksya. Nakap ka baksya boy. Si Salford ka. Nakap ka pre. Salford. Nakap ka pre. Ano to? Harapan na.
Ladies and gentlemen, confirmed we have our first grand finalist in the MPL Philippines Season 16 playoffs and our first M7 representative. That is Aurora Gaming. At your service, my name is Leo, here with Brigida to bring you the next best of 5 in today's broadcast.
That was a very intense exchange of comms that we heard in the previous game, and a huge majority of it was actually onto a single player of Team Liquid.
That's Sanford. If you watched that series, you'll know that the single win that Liquid had was off of the back of a well-placed flicker and Throne of Ruin. We'll talk more about that match and, of course, its conclusion in just a bit. We'd like to thank Sip Purified Water. It's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Alis Uhaw, Sip Na!
Yesterday, Naisu said that.
Yep.
And Hans and I couldn't believe he actually did say that, but you know what? If you have no funds to shell out for air conditioning units that you will only use once, worry not, because now you have Arctic Aircon Rental, and they have a wide range of packages that will surely fit your budget.
Be it an indoor function, an outdoor affair, Arctic Aircon Rental is here to make your events cool and fuss-free while keeping your guests comfy. Arctic Aircon Rental keeps the MPL Philippines Arena cool and comfy. Let's go to Go Hotels. Let's hashtag go explore more.
I think we're all excited after the end of a very long day to head over to Go Hotels and rest. And we thank them very much for accommodating us for the playoffs. It's such a nice thing to have, especially since our games and our days end very, very late.
That's right. Given how intense our first matchup was, again, the Upper Bracket Finals, Aurora takes it 3-1 over Liquid. Could have sworn it was going to go one more, but as soon as they locked in that Ixia, again, a combo you've seen on social media, alongside that Eve, the writing was on the wall.
And it wasn't the exact combo I expected, or probably a lot of us expected. It was a bit different, but it worked. And I think that's what's great about Aurora. Because even when you think you know them enough, they just keep coming up with more. And that's also while having a very low hero pool compared to all the other teams, but they always find a way to make things work.
That's right. They are now in the grand finals, given how tight and fundamentally clean their play was in the regular season and how they're redefining their game in the playoffs. They've made it this far. A single best of 7 stands between them and the Immortal Cup and their fallen opponents. Liquid drops to the lower bracket. Their opponent tomorrow night, waiting. It's going to be ONIC or TNC.
I can't believe just yesterday we thought that there was a possibility we'll be seeing ONIC versus Aurora instead of TNC, because that's how well TNC actually played against Aurora last night. And I think a lot of us are looking forward to how they're going to carry that over into this match against ONIC, who I feel a lot have been quite surprised with how they were actually able to play against Team Liquid.
Count me as one of those surprised. My jaw dropped yesterday when they got swept by Liquid. I'll tell you now, that is not the super fan we all know. Not from the regular season, not in any time in their recent history. These are not the same players that played at the Mid-Season Cup, not at the M6 World Championships. What is going on?
That's right. You did mention yesterday, ONIC, the surprises usually come from everywhere. But none of it showed up yesterday, and I think we do need to dive deep on how and what's going on.
To do just that, we have our panel host and our analyst, Midnight and Athena, to break it all down.
Thank you so much, Leo and Brigida, for breaking down what happened onto our match number 1. Once again, Athena and Midnight will be here onto the English panel desk. And so far for our first match, that was a heart-stopping match. But it doesn't stop there, because there's going to be a heartbreaking match for our second match of the day. It's ONIC Philippines versus TNC Pro Team.
That's why I'm pulling out the Edward post. I'm trying to compose myself, because as you said, this is going to be a heartbreaking match for these two teams, because for only one will proceed to fight against TLPH and potentially fight for the M7 glory and also the chase to the Immortal Cup, chase to immortality. And this match is going to be heavy because there's a lot of stories behind these two teams. For one, Chuck Mamba will have the chance to poison Onyx run towards M7.
But aside from that, before we head on to our second match, there were numerous players awarded for our Alamat Awards. And one of them is actually the King of the Jungle versus the King of the Junglers. We have King Kong and Zaida.
This is an interesting matchup. It's a story that's been written for like 6 seasons now, but it wasn't highlighted as much as like the other big names. But Zaida has made a big name for himself this season, being named as one of the best players in Season 16.
And that was actually right on cue. Before, or yesterday actually, Brigida and Hans already debated about who is the best player amongst all of TNC. Many have regarded of him as the best jungler of the season, and so far he's making waves with his usual or unusual picks as well, and very signature like Fanny. But now he's up against the King of the Jungle. We have King Kong, the reigning world champion from M6.
He is indeed the Sigma King. The world has seen his ability to just carry games with his Sigma rotations, going through mid and then weathering all the storm for his family. But he's faced up with one of the rising junglers in the league from the Phoenix Army, from the very team that he left to conquer the world. Zaida shows up, and phenomenally so, because in the current playoffs, if you look at the standings, if you look at the stats for junglers, Zaida actually leads a lot of the charts.
And so far, you've mentioned like conquering all the storms. You have Storm here for TNC Pro Team Benecutie. But looking closer at King Kong's mid-game stats during the 8 minutes, this is his total numbers so far.
Yeah, if you look at the overall stats, it's down in the current playoffs. I mean, it's kind of a bit of a skew for King Kong because they did get swept by Team Liquid Philippines, but even then, if you have to quantify his performance in the playoffs, this is what you get. For the first 8 minutes, King Kong has been down and about, being gapped in almost all aspects against CarTZ, but I mean, this is a little bit unfair because they did play one series, but in terms of overall statistics, he is underperforming for ONIC Philippines. And this is very, very frustrating and concerning for ONIC. That's why I think in this upcoming match, they have to, hone in on the focus with their jungler, because most of the time we say King Kong usually dictates the tempo here and momentum for ONIC Philippines.
And so far, he's up against Zaida. If he lost against CarTZ yesterday, now Zaida is also part of Team Liquid before.
Yeah.
And considering his playstyle, of course, he's up on par. He's actually overall onto the rankings, first into the total kills this season.
Yeah, even yesterday we saw he leads the pack in terms of overall kills of the season. Even in playoffs, he still leads the pack. 41 kills, that's first. I mean, they did play a lot of games, but in terms of GPM, gold share, and turtle control, he is still like a very consistent force in the playoffs. And mind you, this is a team that nobody expected to perform this well. Nobody expected for this run to go this deep. And who leads that charge for the Phoenix Army? It's Mama Coco.
And aside from that, I see Coach Hito pressuring him to flex some of his muscles. But for me, the overall rankings is enough of a flex here for Zaida.
That is true.
Considering the TNC Pro Team was someone who forced out a Game 5 out of Aurora, our top-seeded team from yesterday's match. But so far, let's discuss further for our head-to-head for our junglers. Let's see if we will remind you of whatever hero comes first. Is it Zaida or King Kong? This is first pick.
Okay. What are the here?
Are you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm ready. I don't know what it is.
Okay, Zaida. Zaida.
Yeah, I'd have to say Zaida.
Okay.
I'd have to say Zaida.
It's a unanimous vote.
Yeah.
Zaida for the Fanny. Next, please. Let's see which next hero. Oh, Lancelot. King Kong.
Yeah, King Kong.
Okay, King Kong. Next, please. This is fun.
Yeah, this is like Leo's first pick, honestly.
Yep. Radenka Yisenshin.
Zaida.
Oh, we didn't talk beforehand. Okay, next for the fourth hero for the jungle. Yin. Zaida.
Zyda.
Can I say Zyda? Yeah.
Zyda.
I'm a Zyda fan.
Because I remember way back MDL, I've seen the first Yin being played out on the regular season.
It's more flexible.
Yep. And concerning Zyda's gameplay, actually the Yin is between them. But for Fredrine, Zyda, of course.
Let me just say though, both of them.
Do you want to defend?
Both of them are statistically they're bad with Fred, but Zyda's been more of unstable Fredrine, I would say, than King Kong.
For me, King Kong fits best onto the heroes like the Joy, right?
Yeah.
But next, please, let's see who is the next hero. It's going to be the back shot. Zyda. Okay.
Yeah, that's his. I would say that's Zyda's best utility, not Fred. The Baksha is his best utility.
It's more of a go-to, and that's why I really reckon that Zyda somewhat mirrors some of the hero pools for Carl TZ because they've been together for a long time. Next, please. It's going to be Balmond.
I can't recall a King Kong Balmond game. I do recall a Zyda Balmond game. Season 10 MPL against X-Play.
If I remember correctly, he also used this for his MDL season run. So I will say Zyda for this round.
Okay.
You're surprising us, Direct. Harley, King Kong for me.
King Kong, Z4 against Euphoria. I remember that.
Yeah, very nice memory here for Midnight. Okay, let's have the next hero, Gushan.
Zyda. Live streams, bro.
For sure.
Yeah.
He's one of the Gushan gods, and even KLVJ acknowledged that he wants to be a teammate with Zyda. Okay, next, please. Joy, King Kong.
King Kong, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast with the answer, you know?
King Kong. Okay, no questions at all. Suyu.
King Kong.
Zyda.
Suyu. Come on, Athena, what?
Sorry. Zyda.
M6, man, M6.
Okay. King Kong. Hayabusa.
Zyda.
Okay, it's going to be Zyda.
Oh, that's hard though. I mean.
But King Kong is also efficient when using the Hayabusa.
All right, Zyda. I'd have to say Zyda.
Okay, Zyda. Okay, the Ling.
Oh my God. King Kong
Z4 days.
Yeah. I mean, even
there's an era.
What was this? I think season 13. It was the first time we saw King Kong play. It was against Echo. It was his first time playing Ling against Carl's Fredrin.
Okay,
and
he was acknowledged, right, with his Ling play. And that's it for our first pick. That's so interesting. I do like games like that for the first pick. Props to Lee, of course. He also has a cut like that with our players.
Yeah.
And also to creating the perfect player, if I remember correctly.
If Bane showed up, I would have immediately said Leo.
Yeah.
Hands down, Leo.
If the Gourd showed up, immediately, nice too. And with that, we conclude our first pick, and let's check out our parade from earlier from the community of the Sonics. So many bubbles indeed. Lively atmosphere before heading off here onto Cuneta Astrodome. A lot of faces here from our players. They're in spirit.
It's so funny seeing this bubbleheads from the community.
Yeah.
Like it's just cute and also creepy at the same time. But yeah, it does give you the fighting spirits for the fans to support their teams, and I love the energy that they bring. And also now you have the Phoenix Army coming into the venue. Matter of fact, I saw them outside. I've met a couple of them, and man, oh man, I commend the energy. It seems like they're really how do I say this? Like they're fully committed in supporting TNC in this campaign towards not just the M7 slot but also the grand finals.
And to everyone watching right now here on our live stream, you could also join us on the fun on our community parade. There are a few seats left for tomorrow's matches as well.
Yeah.
And some of those are going to be somewhat closer to the stage if you want so. And for our match today, let's focus on to the heartbreaking part, Midnight.
Yeah.
We've mentioned that these two teams are currently crowd favorites, of course. We've seen some Sonics and even the Phoenix Army going here onto Cuneta Astrodome, but the reality is only one can move forward and face Team Liquid Philippines.
I hope a day comes when the M Series invites 3 PH teams. That's gonna be unfair though for the other regions, but just to prevent this kind of heartbreak. But to each his own. You know, if you win, you do deserve it. But even if you lose, you still kind of deserve it because again, you come from the toughest region of MLBB. By the way, huge shout outs to Sean from the Filipino
Sean,
desk.
the rookie of the season.
He ran away from us, by the way.
Yeah.
That's heartbreaking too.
He was like, Ate Tina, I could speak English so well.
Yeah.
He called me Ate and then he was like, no, I'm done.
Yeah, and I was like, you wanna do a panel for English? And it was like, yeah, but I gotta go home. Look at what home is.
MPL is home. MPL is home.
That's a good line.
Okay.
MPL Philippines is home.
And it's okay. He's a rookie of the season.
That's true. Oh,
for
yeah,
season 16. Congratulations, Sean. And for our All-Star Team 1 and Team 2. And a regular season MVP line.
Yeah, amazing players, amazing achievements for a lot of these young fellas. And I'm really excited for like more. I'm really excited to see more from these players as we progress with MPL Philippines.
And also interested on what we could pick onto what the players could actually help them win this round. Let's head on over onto our Infinix Keys to Victory onto the Howl with Wolf.
At ang ating bakbakan ngayon, it's going to be TNC with the hot streak going up against Aurora ng 5 games. Although natalo sila recently, makikita naman natin ngayon na nakakalabanan nila ang ONIC na nag-struggle dun sa unang round ng playoffs na nilaro nila. Nung pag-uusapan ng dalawang teams na to, ano nga ba ang kailangan nilang gawin? Ito yung mga keys to victory na kailangan nilang sundin para sa ONIC Philippines. Una na dyan, protektahan ang farm ni King Kong. Hindi nila ito nagawa dun sa TLPH. And it's clear na kapag hindi na poprotektahan ng farm ni King Kong, hindi nakakakilos ang ONIC Philippines. Hindi natin nakikita yung malakas na early game para sa kanila. Yung aggression, wala doon kapag hindi nakapag-farm si King Kong. Now, kailangan din nilang i-limit test yung TNC sa mga mid-lane heroes. Nakita ko kahapon na ang TNC ay nagre-rely dun sa Lunox exclusively. Kung sakaling hindi yun yung mahawakan nila, nagmamadali silang nakawin yun sa kalaban o kaya naman hindi sila nagiging successful at all. Dun sila nalulugi sa ating first turtle at ito yung pwedeng gawin ng ONIC Philippines. Now, for TNC, magaling silang mag-draft and I'm very impressed dun sa nakita kong draft pattern. Mula kay Etomax at kay Hito, dun sa mga games sila just recently. Ang kailangan lang nilang gawin ngayon dun sa execution na. Solidify muna lang yung box nila. Ito yung mga team fight formation nila. There was that unboxing na napanood natin kahapon mula sa Aurora nung game number 5 versus TNC. Kaya naman nagulo yung neutral objectives na laban para sa TNC. Nagugulo sila. Hiwa-hiwalay. Zaitais all over the map. And then nauuna si Trimar, hindi nakakapag-connect. Kapag nangyayari mga ganitong bagay, natatalo ang TNC. But if they solidify their box against ONIC Philippines, they will have a much better chance. And also, yung strong lane na side lanes, yan ang magiging susi. So hindi lang ito dun sa mga fighter or double fighter setup na makikita natin sa TNC, pwede rin naman to doon sa draft. Kapag mas nakakalamang sa draft in the laning stage, ang dalawang strong laners ng side ng TNC, mas madali sa kanila yung laban. In fact, doon nalulugi ang side ng ONIC Philippines. Para dito manalo ang mga manlalaro natin, kailangan nilang sundin ng Infinix Keys to Victory na yan. Pero excited na ako makita ang ating mga teams. Let's welcome TNC and the ONIC Philippines.
To oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, guiding us through the Smash are our March Sons, Joshua G, JJ, Patrick, and Yaku Jeff. It is now time for the King of the Jungle to take the stage. It is a do or die here at the Champions Arena. Introducing Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Brusco, and Galera. Give it up for ONIC Philippines! The skies are ablaze because the Phoenix Army has risen from the ashes in this battle for survival. It's Trimar, Zaida, Lancy, Chaknu, and Betty Cutie. TNC Pro Team! The two teams will also be joined by their respective coaches. It's Coach Wynot for ONIC PH and Coach Etomax for TNC.
It's a do or die match day. We have the King of the Jungle leading the pack here for ONIC Philippines. Kirk, King Kong, Super Prince, Briscoe, and Kelra.
It's the Super Family on their campaign to defend their world title, but what stands against them is the Venom. And like what Wolf said, they have to hone in and regain the Sigma pattern of King Kong.
And for the side of TNC Pro Team, still have 3 more: Zyda, Lancy, Chaknu, and Benny Cutie. A very strong contender and able to inject their venom from yesterday's matches.
Yeah, they're now in this, their deep run. It's their deepest run since Season 9. And TNC, they're looking like they're in good shape, looking at the first blood rate. This is the point of contention that these two teams have to make. The early game aggression, especially for ONIC Philippines, it's sort of like a requirement from the squad. But for TNC, I feel like it just comes naturally.
And we could definitely see that slowly reflect and slowly integrated onto their draft and patterns as well. And later on, we would see more if there will be surprise picks as well. Will Benny Cutie stick to the fighter golden meta, or will we see something new from TNC Pro Team?
You know what? Maybe even Kelra goes for the fighter golden. Maybe we see a fighter to fighter. It's a little tongue twister. It's a fighter and fighter golden bout between Benny and Kelra. Or maybe we just go down to the traditional marksman. I don't know.
Maybe. Or the Masha Gold coming back here for the do or die.
No.
I just had to say it. I'm so sorry. But ensure the quality and the comms of our players, let's check out on what they have to say onto our Smart 5G ping test.
Sana wag mo sanang masamain. Nabaliw. I'm a flirt.
Oy, ano?
Hoy. Chaku, shut up.
Oy, plano ko.
On a first sight, sa akin si Curse One.
Choros at first.
Nakamakita ka ba? Ang masasabi ko sa preparation namin ngayon is, we are born ready. Sa Aurora, congrats. Palo Aurora guys, palo. Good luck. Try namin silang abutin guys. Nasa baba muna kami.
Hello, mic check! Sa kamusta ang lahat? Panalo tayo ng last mic check ko ah. Paano nga ba kami babawi? Babawi kami ngayon.
Paano ka babawi?
Talo kami kahapon eh.
Gapang malala to guys.
Gagapang tayo parang pagong. Mabagal lang pero...
Bagal.
Buhay ID karera tol.
Congrats sa Aurora Gaming guys. Lalo na kay Dom. Nakaka-proud ka Dom. Love you.
Guys, sa message ko na guys yun. Siyempre, sobrang nakaka-proud. Kasi nakalaban namin sila kahapon. Ngayon, nasa M7 na sila. Let's go.
May sinasabi si Bonok guys.
Shout sa mga trapahan ko dyan na dadalo sa laban na ito. Anong lugar sa shoutout mo? Oy, Nak! Shout sa Quezon City boys dyan. Pasay, mga taga-Pasay. Sana nakangiti pa rin kami paglabas ng venue na ito. Watch and learn guys!
Ang laki niya na.
And that is our Smart 5G ping test, leading you to gains data C. And they mentioned, although life is not a race, but this match is the race towards the grand finals. But before that, this is the first pit stop, the do or die match between them and TNC Pro Team.
Yep, now ONIC, they take first pick. They will lead the tempo of the draft in the very first game. And I feel like this is their side for the entirety of the series. You want to see some of the heroes from Chapter come out in the first phase. And I feel like even though there is magic to being red side, TNC's draft tendencies has been okay, but it's sort of like predictable. If you're ONIC Philippines, you would expect these comfort picks come out and they would know that these lineups or these heroes are what Etmax is going to be drafting for these players. Basically, you'd see it from a mile away.
Like from time to time, you also have to spice it up, right? Because if you're too predictable, you're like an open book.
Yeah.
That's going to be easily manipulated and countered out. Now, for TNC Pro Team, you've mentioned and highlighted Etmax. But I would also like to acknowledge Coach Hito. He was also, like, even though he's a joker from the crowd, but some may say that he is also one of the secret weapon here for TNC Pro Team.
He's Weapon X.
And the environment that the players have with the happy atmosphere also reflects and somehow relieves some of the stress. And I do like that he mentioned that he gives confidence to Zyda.
Yeah, that's true.
To be that confident to use a Fanny on a playoffs run.
Yeah, it's a twisted way of life coaching in a way, because he makes the environment basically a happy workplace. Like, it's like what they say, you know, you don't work a day in your life if you're just having fun, and I feel like that's what Hito brings to the table here for TNC, and he's ensuring that his players are always playing at their maximum potential. And we did see that in the very first day when Zyda pulled out the Fanny in the match against Twisted Minds. That was incredible, by the way.
Yes.
And that's gonna be very important against ONIC Philippines, because let's face the reality here. ONIC is a tall task for TNC to actually finish.
People work best when they're inspired and motivated. And who wouldn't be motivated if there's a crowd, you have your loved ones supporting you? Biggest shout-outs, of course, to the Phoenix Army and to the Sonics as well.
Yeah.
And some also flew from different country.
Yeah.
I also saw Waifu, if I'm not mistaken, taking the effort to watch Brusco live here on the Cuneta Astrodome.
Yeah, the support is all there. But the question is the focus, is the tenacity, is the will there to actually take them to the lower bracket finals? Let's find out. Drafting page for game number 1. Again, ONIC is blue side, and we will be drawing map. I'm feeling lucky, by the way.
Go!
I think we go Broken Walls, game 1.
I think it's Expanding Rivers here for game 1. But let's see as we tune in onto what a randomizer will be. Okay, it's Expanding Rivers. Sorry, Midnight.
Yeah, pack it up. I'm going home.
No, don't leave me here. But anyway, though, looking at the win rate for our teams, it's not that high, but of course, it really depends on the heroes that they will be locking in here also. And speaking of which, direct ban Fanny and Hayabusa Midnight.
ONIC, it feels like they realize this draft is not against CNC. This draft is against Zyda. We don't need to worry about the Lance and Shin, probably. We don't need to worry about the Lunox, the Zushin, the Valentina. No need to worry about the Chakno heroes, the Grok, the Gatot. Because all of those, ONIC plays. What they can't replicate is the success that TNC has been able to do to boost Zyda's game.
Exactly. And one of their Infinix keys to victory, according to Wolf, was actually to protect King Kong's farm. And the way to do it is to actually limit the hero that could interrupt King Kong and Zyda getting the most out of it. And eliminating also the Lancelot here from Coach Etomax. Now, we're down to if the Yusinshin will be open or banned out here for ONIC PH.
They probably think that they could leave Yusinshin open because they have a Joy player. So, you know, ONIC Philippines, they're not too crazy about first picking Yusinshin. I think they're more worried about, there you go. They're more worried about like phenomenal XP laners that could come out from 3MAR. Heroes like Alice, Yuzong, Arlott, and also just the ability to move around the map with Zyda. Because funnily enough, TNC in this current playoffs, they're the ones who have been implementing the Sigma pattern. Zyda's always rotated towards the middle lane, given enough space for Lancey and Chakno to walk out of that lane and make sure that 3MAR0 is utilized. So now I think that's the idea for ONIC Philippines. They shut it down completely, and TNC, they have to find a new variation from this draft, or maybe find a different draft that executes the same.
You're right about that. Like, if you would want to somehow tilt the balance here for TNC Pro Team, don't let 3MAR get solid heroes such as the Yuzong. And considering that the King of the Jungle is threatened because there's a new challenger here. Actually, he's not that new.
They call me a hero,
but this for me is one of the strongest seasons yet. And the Yusinshin, as we mentioned, will be the first pick here for ONIC Philippines. Meanwhile, for TNC Pro Team, they could go for a 3MAR and a Lancey hero as early as possible.
I think TNC, their last remaining choice here is to go utility. I don't think you go Joy on Zyda. Or maybe even the box shot. I mean, you know what? You can actually consider the utility jungler route here for TNC, similar to what Aurora did against TLPH. So since Zushin's out, I think you go Fred or Baksha, and then maybe supplement it with a Kimi, so that Lance has a hero. So they go for the Gatot. It's Chaknu's best hero in the playoffs. And they go for okay, I thought they went with a Zetyan.
Or a
Lunox.
Lunox.
Okay, Lunox.
Yeah. That's alright. I see a very stable performance so far for Lancey with his Lunox. But so far, and partnered up with the Chaknu hero, you mentioned you need a very signature-like setup here for Chaknu. Now, for ONIC Philippines, it's up to them to somehow get a hero that could escape and could also be solid onto the mid lane for Super Prince. Options like
Kimi, Arlo, CC, these are the options. And I think that these are great options for ONIC. Maybe you go mid here.
My tail's been itching for a real fight.
Oh, they bring it back. Brusco, Kalea on blue side. It's funny. You know what? Where was the Kalea for the past games?
Where were you?
Against Yi Sun Shin.
Actually, it wasn't even banned out. Just wasn't.
Exactly. There were so many like Yi Sun Shin games without any Kaleas in them. It was the counter back in the regular season, but maybe it's because of the fact that the Gato was just overly prioritized by a lot of these teams. But now TNT's gotten themselves the Gato. You go back to the to the Kalea route for ONIC, and it is a signature pick for Brusco.
Yeah, and you would want a instant pick-off hero here if you are ONIC Philippines, but
they pick Joy
with the in-game sounds and basing.
They picked Joy, I think, for TNC. This is Zyda's. I can't remember when was the last time he played Joy, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't that great. Because it does need a lot of time, and TNC usually loses steam in the mid game if they don't have that, that mid game down with their comp. So this is a little bit worrying, even though late game comes, this lineup is a monster against a YSS. His secondary problem is that he's playing Joy into a Kalea, so that's another layer of issue that they have to solve in the late game.
But isn't it ironic to use the Joy and then use the ONIC championship skin if you're Zyda? Some of the baton also, like I could also do that, or he can do better, but let's see. Because he's a strong challenger, as I mentioned here, a threat to the king of the jungle. But now Alice has been banned out, even if Pobius here for Coach Eto Max. And for the side of ONIC Philippines, they could also try and limit an XP hero here for Trimar. I think Trimar has been one of the most consistent when it comes to TNC. Alongside of what Zyda is doing.
Yeah.
It was all made possible by Trimar and Chaknu.
Yeah, and now, again, ONIC is just honing on this these heroes that gives Trimar the ability to change the tides of the game. They remove the Alice. I also like the fact that TNC removed the Farsa. It is annoying, even though they have a Gatot and Joy. It's annoying for the Lunox. So if the Lunox can play, then the Joy and the Gatot will just fall victim to the CC and the Kalea. So this does open up the route again for the Joy and the Gatot to be able to play this game. But I still think this Kimi is a big problem for TNC. If they ever manage to get the Kimi on the hands of Super Prince, yes, you have damage, you have frontline. But what ONIC PH have is early game.
I don't think that ONIC Philippines could also go for the Evo if ever. Just so when Brusco catches someone, it's already inside the RWM. But Ruby is a very good ban here for ONIC Philippines. But there's going to be a Lapu prior here for a Trimar.
I thought it was gonna be Arlet, honestly. It's either Arlet or Exberg. You either deal with the CC early game and then provide team fight for mid game, or you go full greed. Like late game heroes for the side of TNC, Exberg would have worked against Kalea and the CC. But now ONIC Philippines, if they want, if they want the gold lane fighter, Esmeralda is the way to go. Even though there's a Lunox on the other side, Esme is just overall good against Lapo and Joy.
Or maybe just go for the traditional route here, because considering they also already have the CC, but basing on the perks of heroes so far, they might pick a new hero as well and give the CC to Kelra, Selena for Super Prince.
Okay, Arlet against the Lapo and then CC gold lane. I still think Exborg works here for TNT. You go greedy route. There's no harm. If you're TNT, put Benny on the Lapu and utilize an X-Borg XP for 3-Mar. It's not as heavy on playmaking, but it's more so like ONIC PH. If you don't capitalize on the mid game, you just lose out late game. That's it.
Or maybe they want a late game hero here, like a Moskov or Benecutie.
There you go, X-Borg.
Or something like the X-Borg as you've mentioned. And they will be picking it off onto their last pick here for first drafting phase. Now, with the stage set and the hero set midnight, for TNC Pro Team, they kind of got the gist of what ONIC Philippines is trying to do by getting the Selena for Super Friends and even the Kalea. But looking at the index now, it's more of a late game spike here for TNC Pro Team.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's as we've mentioned earlier, ONIC, they do have mid game. They have the capacity to snowball, but if they don't get King Kong enough, if they don't give King Kong enough farm and space, they're just gonna naturally lose to this lineup of TNC.
Let's see, because it's going to be a do-or-die match for our second match of the day. Only one can survive. Let's head on over to the Land of Dawn to get to know more on today's game. Casters, it's your time.
And it's time for a lower bracket bout between TNC Pro Team and ONIC Philippines. Last night, TNC came so close to locking in for that upper bracket bout. At the same time, last night, ONIC got hard swept.
This time, though, it's elimination that's on the line for ONIC and TNC. And that's what they're fighting for, to get into the top 3 and to stay in this tournament. And possibly even redemption, especially if you're talking about ONIC Philippines.
Looking at the lineup that TNC brought in, we've known them to have this very specific brand of MOBB. Post-Project Next, they have played so much fighter gold lane. Benecutie, the Storm, we know that he does this often, but here he's rocking an X-Borg. Yesterday, we saw Kellera hovering over an X-Borg, but in a post-match interview, he confirmed that it was always going to be a Moscow.
Yeah, that's something ONIC hasn't fully committed to trying again, because it's not like they didn't try using fighter gold lanes at all. In the regular season, we did see them try explore, but
this was the first one.
This was the first one, and then we saw another hero, I believe it was along the lines of a Ruby, but it wasn't as successful of a campaign from ONIC. But maybe after what happened against Team Liquid, they've realized a few things that maybe they have to find a way to make it work.
Yep, this first game will definitely set the tone for what has elapsed and what transpired in the ONIC boot camp to try and reset after yesterday's tragedy. Again, a sweeping loss against the Cavalry. This is their recovery. It starts now. Turtle about to spawn in the lower quarter of the map. Chakno gets knocked up here. TNC members are very low. I'm not so sure how they're going to be positioning themselves for this first tournament.
I'm surprised he's not actually trying to reset prior the objective. This is expanding rivers either way, but Chakno's still staying here. And now they're not able to do anything.
Nothing, Bree, nothing. 10 seconds after it spawned, again, same question, like, what was the play? Usually when teams concede a turtle, there's always something else that they're looking at. Here, TNC seem to be going at half speed.
Yep, and it's not what I'd expect for a team who's always been so committed to fighter lineups and have shown us such brawly games the previous day. This feels like TNC when they entered Game 5 last night. It's a much more careful, conservative approach to playing the game when in fact, this is not what worked for them at all.
Yep, they've always been more successful in their element when they're constantly fighting. With a lineup like this, I don't exactly see how they can pull off a Phoenix Flash. That's the random fights that come out of nowhere that end up in a beneficial trade or totally free kills for TNC. That is their MO. That's what's been successful for them in the playoffs.
And at least for ONIC, I'm liking how good they're holding the mid lane. And now speaking of mid lane, Chakno might actually fall here. He's trying to sustain everything, and he will with the revitalized Super Prince. Fortunately had the flicker. Oh, but that's the tsunami slap from Brusco. Still not able to pick up a kill though, even if Kellera, or even though Kellera did join the fight.
You see that? Both teams had their own fair share of doubts. Ult's thrown over here. Revitalize is popped over there. Flickers even from Super Prince.
That's a lot.
Yet no one fell.
I'm even surprised that Chaknu still lives. Because those are 3 members of ONIC who poured out so much of their skills in an attempt to take him down. Maybe not the Tsunami Slam, but it's not like they needed it for that kill, supposedly, towards Chaknu.
That's veteran Wiles, the wisdom that comes with playing for so many years in the MPL. He debuted in Season 4. He's been playing since 2019. That's 6 years that Chaknu has been doing this for a living, and he knows that Azakatot Kachaki would not die. Benny Cutie gets his Pyraga armor pop.
Yep, and that's 9 playoffs appearances too. But then Lancy going in, Super Prince has nowhere to run to. First blood for Lancy on this Lunox once more, but the Tsunami Slam gets committed onto the right target. Zaida's nowhere to be found. And there's another kill that goes into the hands of King Kong.
Oh my god, Kirk going from target to target. Kelra dealing damage as well. All enough time for King Kong to take the turtle.
That was such a quick decision from ONIC Philippines. Even though the fight was still on, King Kong did not decide to join at all.
No.
He just had to focus on his priorities, and being a Yisun Shin, this is such a great start.
And that puts them almost 2,000 gold ahead. 5 minutes in, 2 turtles in the back pocket. This is the ONIC we've been looking for. Penny again gets his Pyraga armor popped. A trap triggered. It's not a good game to be an X-Borg.
It's not a Farsa mid lane you're seeing in Super Prince, but the way he keeps bursting the Pyraga armor essentially feels the same. The rotations towards the top lane have been so frequent, and this is the first time we're seeing Benny on the X-Borg, but we're not able to see much from him just yet.
Nope, we've always seen him get his Pyraga armor pop. No last insanities that actually mean anything. So TNC have to find a way to recover elsewhere. And it looks like the EXP lane ain't gonna be it. Folks, in case you've just joined us recently and are not aware of how things work, there are gold lane fighters now. So this is not a mistake. You're seeing an Arlen versus a Lapu-Lapu in the EXP lane and a CC and an X-Borg in the gold lane.
Do not be confused about which is the EXP lane, because it's still the Arlot Lapu. It's just that we're currently at a point where even the gold lane mostly revolves around fighters now.
Yep.
And maybe it's also because of, oh, hold on.
Tsunami Slam!
Now that's an XP lane pickoff. We were just talking about it, and 3-Mar gets taken down.
Boris James Paro has had it. Since yesterday, he's been struggling to get his team to a good position, and now he said he'll just put it into his own hands, literally, serving up kills. 3-2 now, still keeping that 2,000 gold lead, and King Kong farming. I think he's had it with this question of, so really, who's the king of the jungle? It's him!
Individually,
he knows it's him!
Right, it's like individually they woke up. Brusco now deciding to pick the Kalea. Oh, he is a bit more decisive in terms of the pickoffs. Hold on though, there's the Pyraga armor, he's intact. The last insanity we finally see it. Zaida actually gets the objective this time. Will Lancy survive though? He gets to walk away. The flicker knock-up from Brusco. Lancy does not survive, and that's the last insanity just to escape. Kirk making things work as well. But so far, it's just TNC who lose a member.
Oh my god!
And it's no longer just one.
The Monster Mage shows up. A flicker and a kill on a Betty.
Okay, I know we mentioned things about waking up. Now even Prince does, but Kirk gets taken by Zaida. So that's at least one trade TNC got. But in the past few team fights we saw, King Kong, Brusco, Prince, they've all had their individual highlights already. This was what was lacking from them yesterday.
That's right. And now TNC are looking for a way to get into a dominant position. They need to get some offense in there. And Kelra pops that curtain call, throws it between Lancy and 3-Mar, almost takes down Lancy. Oh, he's gonna get punished hard.
Zaida. He finds him there. Could have been really close for Lancy though. They're not letting Lancy serve as a secondary core in this situation.
Nope.
It's like they know that's what Lancy's supposed to do. So maybe that's also why they put so much emphasis towards the mid lane.
A lot of fans online, armchair analysts. and everyone who has an opinion thinks Lancey needs to step his game up, and ONIC are pressing hard on that. They're applying pressure on TNC's mid laner, their team captain. And I'll tell you now, I get it. This is the right thing to do. If Lancey gets into a position where his damage is real, and he can start acting as a threat magnet as well to Selena, so that, oh my god, oh my!
There's another setup from Brusco. He's mad, I could feel it.
Yep.
Now there's a Mountain Shocker too.
It's a combo-wombo. You're gonna get hit by one of these things, these arrows, those tsunami slams.
Everything.
Even Kirk has a real threat to Lancey.
We don't even get to see the final slashes yet. It's like everyone else is able to look for openings even without Kirk starting things up. Brusco doesn't have the Tsunami Slam, but that's already enough to take out the Braga Armor. There goes Kirk. He finds a 3-man setup, and every single member of ONIC just decides to go in. Betty Cutie keeping himself safe under the turret, but another knock-up, denying Zaida of his attempts, and the double for Kelra on the CC.
You know someone else who's had it with these haters, these naysayers?
Who?
That's Kirk. Kirk has had a rough season 16, and on this Arlen, he is earning all of the trust that was once there from the online community. Lord for ONIC, now they're up 4K.
Wow, that's even a Rose Gold Meteor pickup by Kirk. I could feel how aggressive he wants to play this Arlot. And even just now, that was a really aggressive one. He was already under the turret, and I'm surprised he still survived.
And he's third in farm. Super Frizz ain't even that close. Super Frizz is like 1,000 gold away, so you understand why Kirk is farming this way, why Kirk is building up this item kit that allows for him to do just that. Again, an Oracle, that casual Fury Hammer. Even 3-Mar can think twice with how the economy is going for the Phoenix Army.
Yeah, we can't see 3-Mar confidently jumping in with the bravest fighter at all.
No.
And maybe at this point, ONIC might even consider him as a target, as a viable target for whatever setups they want to go for, just because of how much damage they could already throw out. But what they'll be prioritizing for now are the turrets.
That's right. In a fighter gold versus fighter gold type of lineup and matchup, the map is your #1 enemy because you don't have a marksman, pushing isn't as easy. Lancey catches an arrow, does not pull the trigger just yet. No Purify, no Brilliance. And look at the 3 damage that ONIC is laying down on him. Oh no!
Oh, you just said it. You cannot feel at ease when you're against this lineup of ONIC.
It was this close to a fight actually breaking out. Super Frizz's consistency on the Abyssal Arrow is out of this world. 42% over 11.5 minutes of competition.
Yep.
This guy's been... I don't think Frizz slept last night.
Nah.
I think he just practiced Selena.
All these skill shots are landing on every single member of TNC. And again, if maybe Chakdu did still have his AOG there, they might have considered fighting back, but it was a no, so they couldn't afford to risk anything. Not when ONIC was that close to their base turrets, to potentially doing a siege that they'll forever regret. And look at how close supposedly things were, but not until you look at the map.
Yep, no, big picture, it's more than just this 2,000 gold gap between King Kong and Zaida. And it's not like Zaida looks like a chump, all right? Zaida somehow finds a way to always get what's left on the map. And it makes sense because he is technically the funnel. Without it's not an easy lineup, yes, but he's doing the same thing. Farm into me. Let me get the burst damage I need so that some way, somehow, Chakdu's setup, their bait plays with 3-Mar will make sense. If anything, I feel bad for Benny. It's Benny who can't catch a break.
And imagine this guy, just yesterday, was using heroes like the Cho. So he could do and find openings all by himself. He could even try and go for pickoffs all by himself, but now it's different. He's an export, and since they're playing from behind, they might need him a bit more for defense. But is that really the way Benny wants to play?
The truth is much closer to a high-tech Pinata. That's exactly what he is. ONIC's gonna throw stuff at him, he's gonna break, and then they throw more stuff at him again, and it's rare that he finds them with his Firaga armor intact, is what I'm trying to say. 7,000 now, as ONIC secures their second Lord item game. is looking so much worse. TNC are getting depraved, even these small camps. You see here, Super Friends and Brusco are checking this purple. I think they understand that Zaida needs the purple more than the orange.
It's another situation of choking out resources from an assassin jungler. And arguably, maybe that's why we're seeing a lot more less joys come into play, because again, the joy feels as if it needs a bit more time, it needs more farm.
Yep.
And now ONIC know exactly how to prevent Zaida from getting to that point where he could just fight head on. Oh my goodness, the brilliance was already used.
And it was quite a point-blank arrow. It's just, you can never tell when Super Prince decides to flicker in and jump you. Approaching a 9,000 gold lead ONIC has, and it's miserable. The purple does finally spawn, but King Kong's gonna take it away like their lunch money. Joy is in this category of junglers like Hayabusa, like Need, and final slash on 3!
Now they're looking for action. Zaida trying to go from behind, but the Tsunami Slam was ready to deny him of another trade. They actually get to take down 3mar with that setup by Kirk.
And that's 3mar, that's a Lapu-Lapu. Mind you, did not have the time to get the damage reduction, did not have time to get some spell vamp, and that's the last insanity!
Oh my goodness, because of the brilliance, the arrow landed on Benny. And now Chaknu's next. Zaida trying his best just to clear the ways, but it doesn't stop ONIC from clearing every single base turret left.
Mount Shocker by King Kong threatening a TNC. There's a Tsunami Slam!
That's a fleeting time, Kalea. And ONIC will not prolong this game any longer. A 15-minute game that goes over to ONIC.
The Super Fam are back with their first win in the playoffs. A lightning round against the TNC. Pro team 1-0.
It's been a while since we saw the Kalea, and it's great we saw it in Brusco's hands.
Now this looks like TNC. I want to hear what Athena and Midnight have to say about this quick one.
ONIC Philippines finally secured their first win for our playoffs this season.
Yeah, even though TNC looked like they are going to be able to match up the tempo of ONIC Philippines, once the actual power spikes and the timing came through, we saw the aggression coming out from ONIC Philippines. Even the, just the sheer presence of the CC, the East and Shin, the Arla, they're able to group up on the map. Matter of fact, Kelra's sometimes over greedy with his map movements, but when they group up, TNC couldn't really fight in terms of the skirmishes because they have to wait. They have to, scale up to the late game. But ONIC Philippines didn't allow them to, and it's because all of these shots were landing from Super Prince, the Monster Mage with the Selena, crazy arrows in the late game as well.
Our Game 1 MVP, Super Prince, the Monster Mage, making waves here for our first game. Aside from that, long-range arrows, point-blank arrows, he's the man that you need. And even onto the highs of Zaida, you would expect that he would have the luxury to try and deny, farm up as much as he can, but that didn't happen at all.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, playing Selena in this game is kind of awkward. Like, there's a lot of ways for TNC to sort of dodge away from the arrow. I mean, the traps are gonna be kind of annoying, especially for both Zaida and Chaknu, but Benny QT and 3mar, they're fine playing against the Selena, but what they're not fine with is ONIC moving as 5. Every arrow that lands it converts into a natural kill for ONIC, and they understand that this is the way to play this game. Every single thing, every single kill that they could get should be taken, even if it doesn't necessarily convert into objectives, because what it converts into is map pressure and also resource advantage.
Yep, and the resource actually was in favor of King Kong all the time. Like, most of the time, there wasn't even a moment that he was even denied, he was even visited here by TNC Pro Team, maybe in the earlier portions of a game, but up until the 8-minute mark, up until the 15th-minute mark rather, it was all pure ONIC Philippines time and again.
And also those, those kill shots were disgusting from ONIC. Aside from the arrows, aside from the jumps coming out from Brusco, that final slash from Kirk really sealed the deal here, nailed the nail in the coffin.
Yep.
And for TNC, they couldn't answer back. They were still waiting for the farm, the items, and the actual damage to come through from Zyda, but even the Joy was underfarmed. He was super underfarmed. By 10 minutes, he was 3,000 to 4,000 gold behind of King Kong.
And just when you needed Kirk to step up, this was this moment. And Leo mentioned that Kirk is just, he's finally had enough.
Yeah.
Like, it's time to step up. It's time to boot up here for ONIC Philippines.
Yep.
And you mentioned Zyda here. For me, the early pick of the Joy was kind of a question mark. There are multiple assassin here if you want to go the route here for Zyda that they could have gone. And even the Lapu. There were certain questions as well on their comments, like there are more viable heroes here for 3-Mar, and Lapu for this game against an R, the first pick, just isn't it.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to see the flex of the CC. Because they didn't know where ONIC was gonna put the CC. They were right in like hoping that they would go gold and then pull out an X-Borg last pick. But then again, they were racing against time basically, because ONIC Philippines, they had a deadline. But this game was just an an overwhelming example of if you're all greed, you're just gonna lose fights in the early game. And it's not TNC's fault, honestly. The draft, it had an idea behind it, but they had to delay ONIC's overall objectives, which I think it lies when TNC actually tried contesting the objectives of ONIC Philippines instead of forcing trades. That's the way to go if you want to play to late game. But ONIC Philippines, they were more than happy to take these kills that TNC's presenting them, because every every hero that shows up and fights, nobody could actually handle ONIC. Like, what is a Gato gonna do against a CC, a Yi Sun-Shin, and also an Arlet that could just displace him, which prevented the Gato from actually being a proper tank. Yes, he did tank so much damage, but there was no actual conversion for TNC.
Yeah, there was just too much to handle here. And most of that came from Super Friends here, the carry for this round. And our BPI rich guy, King Kong, still, that was definitely one of the best games so far for them, considering they were stumped yesterday by TLPH. Now we finally see the Sigma pattern yet again here for King Kong.
Yeah, they want to do the same thing to TNC. It's a short route towards the the golden rivalry against TLPH, but they have to win 2 more. This is, I would say, pretty much a blueprint game for ONIC Philippines, considering that they have King Kong on the the Yi Sun-Shin, they have Kirk on the famous Arlet pickup for the Kirk attack. Even though Kelra is on a CC, it actually helped in terms of ramping up the the timings, the power spike for ONIC Philippines. So it is a worry for TNC that Kelra is able to do this in front of Benny. So I think for TNC, maybe not banning Lancelot is the way to go, because slotting in a Lance ban just forces you to go, Joy against Yi Sun-Shin, which prevented Zyda from actually playing the typically known TNC game where they play aggressive from minute 1 up until they just end win the game.
And for minute 8 here, onto our head-to-head, the Yi Sun-Shin versus Joy here for King Kong and Zyda really reflects on what you mentioned, that it kind of backfired that they banned out the Lancelot. So it was kind of like Zyda was forced onto this Joy, not like they were really planning out this one. It just meant that for TNC Pro Team, they have to really think about their next steps closely here, as there is no more lower bracket for them after this match.
I'd have to say this is more of a draft problem for TNC. Not that they had a bad draft, but they were forced into the situation where they had to deal with the heroes by the individual lanes, and it allowed ONIC to just not worry about existing counters, because sure, you have Joy, it's a late game hero. There's also Kalea, so if you want late game, ONIC just has a lot of farm by that point. Even when Zyda hit the 9k gold mark, King Kong was sitting at like 13k. So it didn't even matter, because at that point, they were just waiting to end the game.
And so far for our match 1, we've seen a full house, and even so, there are still Phoenix Army here coming inside the Croneta Astrodome. And by the way, guys, you could also join the new season of MLBB Rising Open as an in-game mode designed to provide players a platform to engage in competitive gameplay and earn in-game rewards. Gather your squad and jump into action.
Yep, a lot of things that you can actually join in MLBB. And speaking about in MLBB, there's also new skins that you want to check out. It's the Aspirants new skins that are now available. Participate in the Aspirants Unite themed draw event. The first 10 times draw using diamonds is 50% off. Every 10 draws guarantees an epic or higher quality skin.
Come and join the draw and witness the power of aspiration together. What a beautiful skin. I do hope I get the chance to be lucky today to draw the Vexana Aspirant skin. Please, please, please. Please, please. I do hope.
It's a flex.
But why are you doing this if you
I'm just
already
helping
have...
you. I'm helping you with the luck. Come on.
Thank you so much.
We're teammates here.
We're family.
We're a family here. We're super family.
Because
And
it's
also
home.
Phoenix Army.
MPL is home.
Yeah, MPL
and
is
now,
home. Yeah.
let's see who will go home later on. But so far, we all have to go home.
It's such a bad thing to say.
I'm so sorry. They all have to go home.
We're going to have to send somebody home.
Yes, we
That's
do
true.
have to send somebody home. And we all have to go home later on. So take care for everyone who will be commuting their way home.
It caught
I'm
me
so
off guard,
sorry.
honestly.
Yeah. Don't clip that, please, to everyone watching the English stream.
Clip that.
Please, this is our secret now. You are part of the inner circle. But for that circle, there was a first circle mode here. Like, I was like, oh, picking a joy against against a player who has his own skin.
Yeah.
And then how ironic it is, like, was it a trigger to, like, actually, you know what, guys? Let's bang them.
Yeah.
And too violent. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, you're sending somebody home and you're also being violent on a player. But
don't do that.
Don't worry, King Kong denied all of that. He was like, you're not Sigma.
But so far for our matches today, there will be so much surprises. But let's head over on to Odin with our merch giveaway. What time is it?
It's ONIC time!
1-0 now for ONIC Philippines against TNC Pro Team. This is your very own Odin on the side with Ate Aliana. Napakaganda mo naman, Ate. Ay, thank you so much. Ate Aliana, gaano ka na ba katagal na fan ng MPL Philippines?
Simula nung nag-start yung kapatid ko sa EXE.
Okay, Season 7 pa. At sa mga hindi po nakaka-alarm, siya po ay ate ni...
Kelra.
Ate ni Kelra. And etong jersey mo ngayon is one of the jerseys na meron tayo sa ibang seasons pa. Kailan pa ba tong jersey mo?
Nung nag-start siya na lumipat sa ONIC.
Okay, so nung nag-start mag-ONIC Philippines, meron ng jersey si ate. And ano ba ang mensahe mo ngayon kay Kelra? Ngayon na, do or die na kasi tong match nila eh.
Ayun, sanay na sanay ka naman dyan sa ganyan. Pero yun nga, natutuwa ko kasi hindi sila lahat nawawala ng pag-asa. Message ko lang, consistent lang, tsaka kaya natin yan.
Naniniwala si ate sa kakayahan mo na gumapang at ipakita ang iyong lakas hanggang sa dulo. At dahil matagal ka na super fan ni Kelra, since birth ni Kelra, meron kaming hinanda na merch para sa'yo.
Thank you.
So this is 9th to meet you. Dahil 9 years na ang MLBB, i-unbox mo na, i-unwrap mo na kung ano nga bang meron sa loob ng ating tote bag. Ay, ang cute, di ba? Ate, bagay yan sa'yo. This is bucket hat with BB. Meron ka pang sticker. Ayan, meron ka pang... O, di ba ang ganda? Gusto mo ba yan, ate? Ipakita natin. Ang parang blanket na banner. O, hawakan natin pareho. O, di ba? This is limited edition at hindi siya nabibili. Dahil pinamimigay lang siya sa mga super fans ng MLBB. At kanina lang din, nagkaroon tayo ng mga palaro off-broadcast dito sa MPL Arena at namigay din tayo ng ganitong merch, tote bag sa ating lucky super fan. And Ate Aliana, I would like to ask you to do the honors na ipa-cheer naman ang Sonics dahil kailangan nyo na manalo this match.
Guys, what time is it?
Diba?
Grabe ang energy ng mga Sonics. Ate Aliana, invite mo rin ang mga MPL fans na manood dito.
Punta na kayo dito sa Cuneta Astrodome Pasay. Iba yung feeling pag nanonood ng live.
Maraming salamat, Ate Aliana. And once again, thank you so much sa ating lahat ng super fans na sumusuporta sa MLBB. At ibalik na muna natin sa aksyon kasama ang ating mga panel.
Salamat. Thank you, Odin, together with her super fan, the sister of Kelra. She is actually the older sister, the ate in Tagalog here, and all support since the start of Kelra's career here on MPL Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, she was with us when, ONIC Philippines won M6 and Kelra was named the MVP of that tournament. She was very ecstatic and was literally crying in tears and, of course, in happiness.
Even Kelra's dad was there with us.
Yeah, they were there.
And that's the happy thing when we see on-site viewers as well, and it turns out they are loved ones, family. They're very low-key, but now they're very vocal onto their support to her brother. Of course, Kelra playing, finally getting the first point here onto their playoffs run. But let's see, because as she mentioned, sanay na kayo dyan is actually in translation in English like, you're used to it, Kelra.
Yeah, you're used to it. But he's been with Omega for like a couple of seasons, and he's always like down there. You know, they're always close to being eliminated and then getting a podium finish. And I don't know why that happens.
And we went to the point like his sister actually isn't nervous at all. Like, you can do that. You're used to it.
Come on, just let me know when you're flying to other countries.
They're actually getting ready already for the next round. And for the next round, it's going to be TNC Pro Team for our first pick onto the blue side.
Okay, even though I said earlier, ONIC should stay in the blue side, them being on red side isn't that bad. Because TNC, again, at this point, if they don't flex, they're not even going to be able to capitalize this first pick. That's one thing, flexing is a requirement. Two is also like the ability to dictate the tempo such that in a way ONIC has to address all picks that are gonna come out from TNC's side. So I think this Gatot pick, even if it's first pick, it's first pick worthy, I think should be relegated to blue 2 and 3.
So far, we've seen some very locked-in Gatot Kacha picks from our previous seasons, our previous match rather. But for this matchup, would you think that they should just let the Lancelot go here, as you mentioned, from game number 1 draft here for TNC Pro Team?
It depends. If let's say
they're on the blue side.
Yeah, let's say they ban Yi Sun Shin on red, then you definitely take Lancelot on blue. If they don't ban Yi Sun Shin, just leave both open. Because honestly, if you're forced to sort of get Lancelot first pick, then you're kind of not dictating the draft, the tempo of the draft.
But let's see if that will be the case as we move on ahead here onto our game number 2 drafting phase. Before that, let's check out on what will be our map. Broken Walls?
No.
It's going to be Flying Clouds here for our round number 2.
This does favor TNC. They've won some amazing games with it, and this is a map that usually tends to scale towards the late game because the ability to defend lanes is there. Now, ONIC Philippines, they remove CC and Hayabusa. Interestingly enough, TNC still removes the Fanny, respect to King Kong, but now both Yi Sun Shin and Lancelot are open, so this is definitely something that they're happy with on blue. Even if ONIC decides to ban one, they get they get one on blue.
Even though they banned out the Kalea, as you mentioned, there are multiple heroes here available for Busco. They could go for the Grok route. They could go for the Catcher route because you only get one first pick here for TNC Pro Team. Nice ban onto the Yuzong here by Coach Why Not. Will they prioritize the Lancelot? Yes, indeed, for Zyda.
So this is I think Gatot Yi Sun Shin for ONIC. If they don't want the Yi Sun Shin here, maybe Gatot Kimi, Gatot what's left for XP? Maybe not XP, maybe Marksman.
Maybe.
Or maybe you take the Kimi.
Or get the Arlot all in all here for for Kirk.
Yeah, you could get it out the R. The problem is TNC is gonna play the Phobius
Or
on
the
blue
Yusenshin, of
side.
course, here for Kinko. Or
Yeah, that's the safest. I think you just go Yusenshin Gato. There's no point flexing the Yusenshin to red 3.
yeah. And considering TNC Pro Team just could get the Kimi onto their hands. Are you Roots? We're here for Kirk and the Yusenshin. You
Okay.
mentioned no need to flex here for ONIC Philippines.
I don't know if they're trying to bait the the Lunox. This is probably Lunox Gatot for TNC. If they don't take it, then some either Lunox or Gatot is gonna get taken and banned, or maybe both. Honestly, if they don't take both, so TNC, this is a little bit of a requirement, which is a problem because again they're not dictating the draft. This is all Onyx plan.
Yeah. Interesting though, even though they are on the blue side, with the way that it went with the Uranus being the first pick here.
Lunox.
ONIC PH took the wheel out of their hands, but Hilda and then the Lunox you mentioned, it's a must for TNC.
This one I like. They did this against Aurora, the Hilda Flex. Was it Aurora or was it Twisted? It was.
I think it's Twisted.
Either.
Yeah, yeah.
Like the game plan is there for TNC. Like they could flex this Hilda against the Uranus, and the Lunox could be played on both the mid and gold lane. So ONIC, they're gonna run into like flex problems down the line. So just maybe play it safe for ONIC. You get the you can't even take up the Kimi here. So Farsa is too tempting, honestly, if they wanna go that route, because you know it's a good hero against the Lunox. Could force the Order of Brilliance. You don't mind playing into the Hilda, honestly. So that might be the case, unless they want to go for the Selena again for Super Prince.
Might be a possible option, or just go for the Eevee route if you really do want to have that firepower. But Valentina this early for ONIC Philippines. Quite interesting take here for Coach Wynett and Hayes.
Yeah, I mean you have a good ult, I guess, the Order of Brilliance, but that's about it. Other than that, you don't deal that much against the against the Hilda. They can also run into problems later on if TNC just decides to go for the Khalid Roam instead of the Grok. I think they're banking on the idea that this Valentina pick is gonna block the Grok, and then they can get the Grok red 4.
They're just giving that option, of course, with the catch also. Still open here for TNC Pro Team, considering that 3 more so far is the main user of the Hilda here for TNC Pro Team. And Alice ban for ONIC PH, not really overlooking the flex part of Hilda as well.
Full respect. So for TNC, I think you just ban the Grok. No point in risking giving ONIC Philippines the Grok here. Even though Grok is too tempting to have on TNC, just accept the Khalid and Gato trade, honestly.
But interesting though, we still yet to see what the hero will be for Kelra. Will this be a Kelra ban or a Kelra ban hero here for TNC Pro Team?
I think it's wise to ban Kelra here, honestly. There's a lot of good heroes.
The Grok. But there's also another Chaknu on the crowd here.
Yeah, it's a multiverse. He looks like super red, by the way.
Oh yeah, the moment that they brought down the poster of Chaknu, especially on the eyebrow part. So
it's super Chak.
This is actually the crowd and supporters of TNC Pro Team, the Phoenix Army. And so far, they're very supportive of each other. And
I'm loving this crowd.
For now, TNC needs their support as well.
Yeah.
Maybe this is going to be the time we finally hear the cheer for Phoenix Army, but we would not be hearing and seeing Esmeralda for game number 2.
What are they cooking for ONIC? Why ban Esme?
That's 3 heroes.
They could have gotten Esme, by the way.
4 heroes. Considering the CC is a flex onto the XP lane as well.
Wait, are they going for a Lapu Gold? Are they going for a Lapu Gold?
For Kelra?
I don't know. That's probably last pick material, so maybe ONIC just gets either Gato, Khalid, or Hylos Red 4, and then they look at the TNC's last 2 picks, and then maybe pick up a Lapu last pick.
Maybe. For now, for TNC Pro Team, it's going to be the show.
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
Very nice housekeeping here for Coach Adamax, because Brusco really is good with catch heroes, setup heroes, and the show is one of them.
Yeah, Khalid's good here, honestly.
Sand rises when I give the
It's
word.
going to be a Khalid right on cue here for Brusco.
Okay, TNC.
We're still missing the roam and gold part, right?
Yeah. We don't know if it's Rome
the
on
Hilda.
Hilda. There's a flex. Honestly, there's a three-way flex going on for the side of TNT. Safest bet would be to go Lapu.
For 3 more and then put the Hilda onto Chaknu?
I wanna say put the Lapu in gold, honestly.
Oh.
Well, to be fair, you could just go Lapu 3 Mar and then call me crazy, but Obsidia last pick for TNT, or even the carry.
It worked actually.
Yeah, that's true.
He's a very phenomenal Obsidia user. The Phobius is possible here for TNC Pro Team. And a Bane Gold here for Benny Cutie.
Okay, the Bane Gold I like.
Now it's up to ONIC PH to get the hero for Kelra. Is it going to be a fighter gold or the traditional route of a marksman?
Probably Claude, carry, Harith.
Yeah.
Even though there's you could argue some rubies, honestly.
What if?
Masha.
Wait, I'm trying to lip read what Coach Wynut is doing.
What if you go Clint here? Clint, Nathan,
Claude?
They're hovering over Ruby. They're hovering over Ruby. That's the best choice.
Lock it in.
That's the best choice.
Okay, that's
I
going.
like this. I don't understand this Phobius pick, by the way.
Maybe I'm more on the comfort. Here for 3 more, they just don't want to use the Lapu yet again. Considering he's up against the Uranus here for Kirk.
I don't know. I mean, even if I try justifying it, I still don't see. I mean, there's a lot of like sustain on the Phobius, I guess.
There's
and also,
always a rainbow. I'm trying to find the rainbow after
I can't find it. We have to wait and see till the game starts.
But let's look at how will TNC Pro Team work their way up as ONIC Philippine locks in the Ruby here for Kelra. As you mentioned, you're liking the Ruby last pick here.
Yeah. It seems like a great team fight comp, honestly, for ONIC Philippines.
But let's see if it will reflect on the way that they play this game as we move on forward onto the Land of Dawn, onto this do or die match, game number 2 between TNC and ONIC. Casters, it's your time.
If Midnight likes that Ruby, I love that Bane. Welcome to game number 2. It's Leo and Bring It Up, bringing you the chance for TNC to maybe get back on the board as they're down 0-1 against ONIC Philippines.
Welcome to Mobile
Taking
Legends.
game 2s or maybe alternate games isn't something new to TNC, and they were able to accomplish that even against the top team of the regular season just yesterday. That's Aurora. And now let's see how they do that, because I'm liking the adjustments from ONIC so far. There's so much respect towards TNC's key heroes, but this time they get the Lancelot too. I think that's another surprise, because they've been making sure Zyda doesn't get a hold of any in game number 1.
Yep, so you see our TNC just put their foot on the gas and say, yeah, just get Zyda or something, because that joy was a little too much in game number 1. A lot of action in mid here. Almost getting taken down is Lancy, but he's caught up. King Kong on that usage. Oh no, Chaknu!
Wait, this is a Hilda! But at least she got to flicker in the bush.
Trigger that passive, get a little bit of shields on healing. Looking at the initial item builds, you'll see that both junglers get a little bit of extra damage to speed up that farm. What's the gold lane situation like? Again, a Bane versus a Ruby, both have some level of added sustainability.
Yeah, I guess you gotta time the skills very well if you're the Bane. Because a Ruby can jump from or blink every now and then, that's the passive, but if you get to time it so well, or maybe even right after the passive, that there's no choice, or there's no other option but for the Ruby to receive majority of the damage. And I'm probably talking about mostly the deadly catch, if that's the case. But it's not like that's the goal for our gold laners. It's not like they want to kill each other in lane.
They want to leave the lane, enjoying this turtle fight, and that's what Kelra is doing. Look at how fast he's going. Brusco jumps on him, Turtle gets pulled slightly over to TNC.
They're really trying to make things hard for Zyda here. He still has vision of the objective though. Everybody jumping in, and who gets the turtle? What? It's 3 Mar! who actually gets it. The Deadly Cat deals so much damage to ONIC though because Benny Cutie joins the fight as well. And Lancey takes a kill on Kelra.
The Phoenix Army come alive. Suddenly the red side of the Cuneta Astrodome makes some noise as TNT score that first turtle, get 2 free kills as well. I don't blame ONIC because looking at their lineup now, they can't do much in the early game. What were they expecting? What was the best case scenario here? A Raging Sandstorm into a Time of Fend and into they don't have damage output yet.
Yeah, but it was clear that they wanted the objective. Benny has the flicker to survive though. And Benny did so much in that previous fight. I guess that's true. ONIC, they just tried to see what they can. But Chapo right here, could he be punished? Mountain Shocker will be used, but that's about it.
Yep, the best thing that ONIC can do is, I don't want to think that I'm being a pessimist by saying this, but accept the fact that the early game ain't yours. Maybe even a part of the mid game. And then use that Uranus as the tool that it's meant to be. A blunt force object.
Yeah.
You just buy time away from 3-Mar and own that half of the map so that you can get farm on King Kong. That's the only solution I can see now.
I guess even despite that though, it's clear that they're trying to keep themselves in the game. Maybe through, let's say, Brusco and how he keeps trying to invade. Or maybe disrupt Zyda. Pay attention to how his farming patterns are because I guess the Khalid's just that capable of doing that. He's been trying to scout Zyda for a huge majority of the past 4 minutes, but now it's TNC who just keeps grouping up and applying pressure to ONIC and their farm.
Yep, and what that'll do is you'll end up with a dead Khalid. You don't want that. You can't afford that. You can't give more gold over to TNC. They're up 1,000 gold now, and they're owning this turtle pit. Mountain Shocker by King Kong. 3-Mar jumps on Kelra.
He's liking how his passive is almost always active because of the blink skills. But now Jaknu going in gets punished instead. There's the Infernal Pursuits from 3-Mar though, but he gets dragged all the way in between their 2 turrets. Kurt fighting back. It's a double kill for him already. Lancey though using his ultimate. Will he get to buy the trade? What? The damage from Benny Cutie!
He spit on that thing as if a deadly catch wasn't enough. He hit that ale on a Kirk too. Again, Kirk had it coming, all right? He's but a baby Uranus. He's just a little small floating boy, and he can only build so much. I want to see the items because I want to see what he's prioritizing first, right? Is he going physical defense or magic defense first? And looking at it, it seems like it's magic first mainly.
Yeah. Benny flickered there. Had to survive that attempt.
See? So it's majority magic because, you know, tough boots, and then he just has a singular jerkin. So he had the right damage profile read out. It's just, it's too much coming from Bane this early.
And this Bane, I think they've tried to at least take him out twice in this game already.
Never, didn't work yet.
But every single time he had his flicker intact. So it's just an easy escape that we get to see from Benny Cutie all the time, and he already gets to pick up his Sky Piercer as well.
See how hard the Sigma jungler is working. He's using that Infinix GT30 Pro experience victory for every Madlang gamer. This is your Infinix handcap. Playing on the Infinix GT30 Pro. Chaknu, wow, takes a good chunk of damage. ONIC's got that yellow Ubi going.
Yeah, there are 5 members approaching mid, and Zyda's at the opposite of the map. So could they be looking for a fight or just a quick way to blitz the Lord? Or the Turtle rather?
Oh, what's he thinking? Went for that conceal and forced to use the Raging Sandstorm defensively.
Yeah, and now Zyda's back. He can join the fight if he wanted to. So this could potentially break out into a 5v5. Kurt's already here as well. But I have my eyes on Benny. How do they deal with Benny and not get taken out by the surprise burst damage when they've all committed their resources onto a team fight that broke out even without him there just yet?
I think you and ONIC are on the same page. They have their eyes on Benny and they see that he's in mid. So any time that he just sidesteps, he could be part of the turtle. So they'd rather pay attention to what side is doing first. And if some way, somehow, TNC walk away with both the turtle and the turret, that's all losses for ONIC. So they're just mitigating the damage, covering up what holes need to be covered up so the sink doesn't completely ship. Looking at the items, oh my god. Benny already has a Sky Piercer and a Holy Crystal. He's fully freeding out, Bree.
I do not want to stay close to that kind of Bane at this point. Not when I'm in this spot, not if I'm ONIC and I have a bit of catching up to do. And even if you have so many potential crowd control sources, if you put yourself up close, then that's not going to be a good thing either. Super Prince already using... Oh, what? How was Lancey caught there?
A sudden response from ONIC. I'll tell you how, Bree. I'm offended. He went in too close. I think there was a window between that move, that dash in, and him clicking the Brilliance, and Kelra clicking that I'm offended. Bruce going the gang around Chaku's tail. I'll tell you now, it's a small window of time, but ONIC found it.
I guess you can't really assume that ONIC gets tunnel visioned when they want to chase after a target, because it's so easy for them to just switch on the spot. And I guess that's also probably what happened to Lancey earlier. Maybe he thought they were actually trying to just go for the chase, but then they saw Lancey and in the blink of an eye, they just suddenly shifted targets.
Yep, that's the secret in ONIC's success, especially in their height in the M6 World Championships. It's so scary because they're so good at macro, but also mechanically speaking, any and all of them are always so on point. That's what's keeping this gold lead on a manageable scale. What is that now? About 3,000 gold between ONIC and TNC, despite everything that TNC has walked away with. And a good chunk of that gold is still on King Kong. So between him and Zyda, there still is a chance that if ONIC can find a good position, they could steal this war.
Because now TNC are the ones holding it, so maybe stealing the objective will be the way to go. Super Prince, though, already forcing the Brilliance out of Lancey. But Kelra, look at the amount of crowd control they're able to use onto 3mar. That's going to be a kill over to ONIC. Deadly catch and the retribution from TNC to take that objective.
TNC just had too much distance. A lot of space they're working with. Chakno with a conceal, thinking if they're going to go for the counter-attack. He jumps King Kong. Superfam ain't having none of this. They know that they've already lost. Turtle, Lord, everything belongs to Zyda.
So Yumar was the sacrifice. And they had to put 3 bodies over there just to deal with him. And no one else could have went near TNC.
Nope. It's worth it, I'll tell you now. I think it's a good trade. But look at this. Kelra on his old teammate Chakno. It's interesting how Chakno's using this Hilda. Is it just their lineup, or how Chakno seems to have unlocked a new way to play Hilda?
Is he some sort of like bait for majority of the game?
Yeah, usually you see Hilda like want to try to whack dudes out, but this is like man-to-man defense, Hilda.
He's just the guy who shows up first.
Like a shadow.
And then he gets poked down really low, like what's happening now.
Runs away.
Runs away. But then TNC, it still seems as if they're in the perfect condition to fight if ONIC chooses to.
There's just too much going on for ONIC to deal with. And they've been trying, they've been holding on. Again, putting farm on King Kong, being on point for Kelra's I'm Offended on the turnaround. But TNC have been able to flourish under that. Approaching the 4K gold lead.
Maybe it's really that one fight to enable King Kong that they're looking at, that they're waiting for. A team fight where Benny isn't as free and where Lancey feels a bit awkward to go in. Clearly you should feel awkward. There's a Khalid, there's a Ruby, there's a Terrify threat from Super Prince, but no purple buffs yet again.
Oh, King Kong gets denied his purple. Grant the purple right in your face. What you gonna do about it, King? At least Zyda had to use the retribution. Well, sadly King Kong did too as a response, but looking at the items, he's behind 1,000 gold. You know what? In perspective, that's not so bad.
Yeah.
King Kong has damage.
It's nice and it's really great how they're able to somehow keep up. But it seems like they have to work together just to provide for King Kong. And maybe that's what ONIC, that's what ONIC's doing right now. Like maybe sacrificing a couple of structures because all they really have to pay attention to is King Kong and him not getting left behind too much. Because if you look at their lineup, they really have to invest a lot, and if not everything, on King Kong. But Super Prince down low, Phantom Execution, but at least he has the brilliance from the IMU to get away.
All right, the answer from ONIC. It's a 4v5, and all this while, hey, ever seen a split pushing Uranus? That's what Kirk did. And TNC, they respond by going at the Lord. They know that they can't take this because Kirk is already rotated.
Yeah. He can catch up anytime and come from behind, but I'm pretty sure TNC already know that. They have vision. Lancey already sees Kirk. Chaknu, though, already half HP. What's the plan for TNC here? The plan is to just keep disrupting and zoning as Zyda takes the objective, but it's not just zoning that they do. They take out King Kong and Brusco too.
I can imagine the communications. Let him hit the traceless, let him in! And TNC punished now. 3-mark chasing down Kirk.
Kirk's trying to run away. It's a Uranus, he can!
What? Off camera, Fringe gets popped!
By Zyda and Benny.
Zyda is a monster!
No, rather.
They got a Lord coming through bot. Mid lane's gonna go down. There's very little things that can stop a Bane from taking your structures. They're at 7k up now.
3-mar actually went in there. Zyda's going to provide the follow-up. 3-mar gets traded out, and they finally take the base turret. But Lancey will have to say goodbye as well. ONIC defend as much as they can. King Kong still alive. Does TNC still force this?
All right, Prince looking for a target. Can't exactly use IMU while you're in the air. Gets that deadly catch, takes care of that Lord. But they lose their last inhibitor up top.
Okay, they just force the base turrets at least. Magic Sentry revealing Chaknu, but there's the conceal play still. ONIC might want to look for something, and it's Benny Cutie that they're trying to go after. But they spot Zyda, and they have to back away.
Here's the real dilemma. How do you stop Zyda purely? Like, how do you take him down? Because Prince doesn't have exactly the best crowd control. Brusco has just one big one. Kelra, it's temporary. You know, you displace him, but
yeah.
Phantom Execution, Thorn Rose, Puncture, I'm good. I think that's a huge dilemma here that ONIC has.
And ideally, in those brief moments, you should have enough burst damage to deal with the Lancelot, but it seems like they don't! Phantom Execution gets held for a bit, but still, Zyda making his way, dealing enough damage, forcing Super Prince to walk back to the base. See, it's even in those small openings that you don't get to see the damage coming from ONIC just yet.
And that's when he was already serving himself up on a silver platter. You see how he punctured into the rest of ONIC, and none of them could stop him. That is the real issue here. Zyda has gone unfettered. He is running through ONIC's side of the jungle and through their lineup with impunity. 7-6, a bare base. ONIC haven't even broken through the tier 2s. I mean, I'd like to see them come back to that tier 2 up top. I'd like to see somehow maybe Kirk set it up, because that seemed to work. And he's had a looking at the stats, Brigida, he's had the best game out of all the Super Fam right now at 3-2-1.
Yeah, that's true. But Zyda and the rest of TNC might not let ONIC do that anymore. They've been paying attention to the top lane even, especially now that we are about to see the next Lord spawn. So they're keeping or they're managing everything before this objective, which feels like it heavily favors them either way.
Yep, again, that's what you get when the map is on your side, when you got a huge 6k gold lead, and when the opponent's utility, I'm talking about ONIC, just isn't enough. Like, there's so many things to set up for you to even clap back. This ain't even a dance. This is literally a sting operation. It's an entrapment by TNC. They're gonna do the same thing. They might even let King Kong trace this in just for them to kill him again.
Yep. But look at how Prince and Brusco are holding this rush. Oh no, the Flicker Raging Sandstorm doesn't connect, and Kelra actually gets targeted by Zyda over here. King Kong is looking to be next. Another Thorn Rose successfully takes him down, and Chaknu's blocking everybody.
They use Benny as bait, and Zyda gets a triple. no! He's on Brusco!
A failed attempt now turned to this. A flicker from Benny, and they're not letting him go back home.
With Kirk left on the map, there's no way this Uranus defends.
Godlike for Zaida as he gets a hold of the Lancelot. TNC are not letting us have a sweep.
1-1. TNC snatch back the momentum as they take game number 2.
Could you hear that? I could hear the Phoenix Army. They're alive.
Very affectionately called the Phoenix Boys by Chakno. Let's hear from Midnight and Athena. You like?
Yes, we like that. And now we finally hear the cheers from the crowd of the Phoenix Army as they finally get a point versus ONIC Philippines.
I just don't like, I love the way TNT played this game, the aggression. Again, this is what I was saying earlier, like, now you see TNT, they're the ones doing the Sigma pattern. ONIC lost mid lane control. They didn't have anything on his Valentina pickup. Super Friends, I gotta say, this was an underwhelming performance on the Valentina, and also they did not really address the the full use of Trimar, and Zaida was just allowed to puncture through game number 2 and get the win for TNC. Almost perfect game for the Lancelot. In fact, he didn't even die in this game.
Our crowned MVP for that game. So far, that is how you jungle. Strong contender indeed up against the King of the Jungle with this Lancelot prior pick.
Yep.
Now we are talking. Now we see that you finally get a hero that really complements Zaida the way that he plays.
Yeah, we did say, if they leave both open, just take the Lancelot. And Zaida took that. They've gotten themselves a very comfortable draft. This is very TNC-esque, especially with the hill deflects. That was very wonderful coming out from TNC. I still think any other XP laner would have performed better, but you gotta commend the player. Trimar, he performed he played a fantastic Phoebus game. The dark waves, the constant catch onto the backside. Also Chapno shutting down Super Friends and Brusco, even though ONIC Philippines had a better team fight comp. The fact of the matter is these team fights are awkward. It's all scattered. Every position has to be accounted for ONIC Philippines for them to actually engage. But that's what made the game for TNT so good, because Chapno was just constantly breaking these positions and these orders from ONIC, and this is what I love about TNT. They bring in the chaotic gameplay.
And that's how you do it. The Chapno way, of course, we have to acknowledge that Super Prince wasn't able to maximize the IMU because all the time he had to copy the Order of Brilliance for Lassie just so he could survive once Chapno pounces on him. But now for TNC Pro Team, this is the way that we saw them get 5 games out of Aurora. And not only that, we finally see Lancey as well on why he really locks in this Lunox.
Yeah.
We see him shine. Yes, for game number 1, there was a struggle. But for this game number 2, perfect play for his Lunox.
That's why I was worried when they, ONIC Philippines took the Uranus. It's more like, yeah, sure, we could beat the Lunox, but didn't you watch their game against Aurora? That man has played 5 Lunox games, even though it's, some of his plays are questionable. The thing is, TNT made Aurora work. And now you force them to play this lineup, and this is what you get. They got the Sigma treatment in the middle lane. They got Landseed on the Uranus, and the late game it was basically just Zaida. Even though Benecuti, it was a phenomenal Bane game. He was unstoppable, honestly. Nobody could actually catch this guy, because even if they tried, the deadly catch is gonna come out, which begs the question, where was the deadly catch on the Valentina? We only saw it twice. And you did point out that, Chapno being always in the face of Super Friends, the Valentina was essentially forced to always copy the Order of Brilliance, which again brings me back to the question, why was the Valentina picked up in the first place?
If you're going to have a hard time, just pick a hero that would suffice Super Friends with his mobility, right? For TNC Pro Team, acknowledging Benny Cutie as well, you mentioned. And for the latter portion of the game, he was like, Zaida, no more Maniac. I would just love to finish off this round.
Yeah.
And just went for the deadly catch and actually finish off this round before the 18-minute mark. Now, looking at the bigger picture onto the stats, this is why I'm mentioning that Zaida really plays so well to be able to do this against King Kong. He's actually using one of his comfort picks here for the season. 3 straight turtles, then 2 lords here for game number 2. And not only that, he actually was able to deny the jungle against the Sigma jungler.
It's very poetic because like you match these two, they came from the same team. King Kong left TNC, got the championship with ONIC Philippines, but now TNC, Zaida is sending a different message. I don't need to leave my team. Let me carry my team, and Zaida did just that. Phenomenal gameplay all across the board for the boys, the Phoenix boys, and TNC, as Chaklos rightfully claimed so. But ONIC Philippines, again, there's a lot of problems on their draft, in their execution as well. And so far, the Ruby Gold Lane Fighter has not worked for anybody, even in the regular season. So I think, even though I did say, in the draft, it looked good, I just think that, it's such a risky pick, honestly.
I do agree with you. It looked promising.
Yeah.
Okay, it looked promising. But looking at this one, full of hopes for this guy, the carry in both the rich guy is going to be Zaida's. The Sandbag Kirk, of course, really defended a lot of the damages, but still, the setup just isn't there. And the damage here, as you mentioned, Super Prince wasn't able to maximize copying the deadly catch or whatsoever he wanted to copy. But for this round, the BPI rich guy, Zaida, did a spectacular. He not only carried the game, he ate.
Yeah. Arguably one of the best players in Season 16, honestly. Like, this guy just continues to impress so many people. Again, commended by so many, prominent names in the MLBB scene.
Yes.
Oh My Venus, even Kel VJ yesterday. And now, he's actually out jungling the Sigma jungler.
Now, I want to call him Sir Zaida.
Sir Zaida?
Yes, because he used the Lancelot. He's a knight.
Sir Lancelot, Sir
The
Zaida.
knight in shining armor here is going to be Zaida here for TNC Pro Team. You mentioned numerous KOLs, pro players, even analysts as yourself. Zaida is not really at the prime, but is at his best this season. And acknowledging the fact, of course, that this is still a do-or-die match, and to be able to recover from the game number 1 and for game number 2, a total reset for the draft, of course. Props to Coach Etomax and Coach Hito, of course.
Yeah.
And so far,
Hito.
always acknowledge Hito. And even though we've seen the Selena being picked up for game number 1, for game number 2, the Valentina right now for Superfest just isn't it.
It wasn't it.
It wasn't it. There are multiple heroes that we could finally see if ever. This is just a game number 2 for the second match of the day. Still elimination match. Only one can survive. Only one will be able to face TLPH tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough potentially 4 games for these two teams, because it's going to go back and forth in draft and gameplay.
And to go back and forth onto what happened onto game number 2, let's dive in deeper and get to know what happened there together with our analyst. Let's head on over to Wolf.
Isa sa mga criticism ko sa TNC ay yung kanilang box. Sinama ko yan sa keys to victory na pwedeng i-unbox ng ONIC Philippines yung ginagawang formation ng TNC, but it wasn't true in this game. Particularly dun sa last clash na nakita natin. And nakakatuwa kasi reminiscent siya ng mga ginagawa ng TNC in their match going up against Aurora. Pag titignan natin dito, exact the same spot. And dahil merong konting triggers para sa side ng TNC na malaman nila na walang nag-shove ng side lanes para sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Tapos etong si Uranus ay nakita nila dun sa may gitna. Ang kailangan lang gawin ni Chakto ay check itong L-Bush, pati na rin itong tinatawag na Nubush. Nung nakita niya si Keldra na walang kasama, dito na nagpanik yung ONIC Philippines. Hinawakan ng Lord ang TNC at unti-unting nagpakita itong si Benny Cutie, pero nakaramdam siya para ba talagang may senses bilang isang carry ng team. At nung pagtalon dito ni Brusco, nakita natin na nagmintis na. And if you're looking at the positioning ng ating dalawang teams, mukhang hindi na nga talaga na forma ng side ng ONIC Philippines o kanilang box. And In the other side, ito namang TNC, napakaganda na pwestuhan nila dito sa mapa. Nahanap nila yung crucial na mga heroes. Keldra, nahanap nila yung crucial na mga heroes. Keldra, for example, safe. Etong si Kirk ay hindi makakaabot dun sa laban dahil mabilis din namang kumilos etong TNC. That eventually gave them the advantage. Nauna pa ni Zaidang makuha itong kill kay Keldra at sunod-sunod na nga yung pag-snowball dito. Di na natin kailangang i-explain, kailangan na lang natin panoorin because at this point, dahil walang tamang formation ang side ng ONIC Philippines, TNC literal na nag-kolekta na lang ng kanilang mga kills at syempre, etong triple kill mula doon kay Zaida. Tinahi pa nga yung mga minion wave that that actually was not in favor of ONIC Philippines. Etong laban na to ay napaka-importante ang draft pero mas importante pa rin ang formation sa ating mapa. In this Lord Dance, na alam nating lugi ang ONIC Philippines, mas lalo pa nilang pinalugi yung sarili nila by isolating Keldra at pinunish siya ni Chacto. Hindi pwede yan kay Chacto. The improvements from TNC are great at nandito na nga tayo pabunta sa game number 3. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Mo, for dissecting onto what happened for game number 2, specifically pointing out key moments here for TNC Pro Team, eliminating the box, the circle, or whatever shape it is that ONIC was trying to form for game number 2. But you could also form and be featured as the next MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month. All you have to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just go keep those interactions positive.
Share any MPL related news and updates to the group for your chance to be named as the MPL Philippines Super Fan of the Month.
And so far, we featured numerous super fans here on our MPL Philippines official group. And you could also get to know the players and interactions with our audience analysts there onto our official groups. And you could also showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournaments through eProject Esports for Everyone.
Participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, diets, and many more. Visit the MPL Philippines website for more information and, of course, how to apply.
And that's also a start if you want to grind. You have the tournament access.
Yep.
You want a community of your own. If you're actually willing to make an effort and create your own tournaments, this is a big help. The esports project for everyone. And for all the communities out there, we have interesting booths here on our MPL Super Fan CTR and MPL Festival. You could also see your favorite players. MDL teams, of course, are visiting here, and the merches from different teams across MPL Philippines.
Yeah, there's a lot of things to look at here. So I think we have a surprise for these guys.
We will be able to see what's happening on our MPL Festival. So let's all watch this.
Magandang gabi and welcome back to Super Fan City. This is your very own Odin in another episode of adding merchandise to my collection. And we are here at TNC Pro Team's booth with Miss Sophia. Ano po ba ang mga bestseller natin dito?
Actually, ang bestseller namin is jacket at Season 16 na jersey.
Napakaganda talaga nitong jersey na to. Ano ba yung kakaiba dito sa booth nyo?
Meron kami ditong light stick.
Parang gusto ko yan mga ganyan kumikinang. Maraming salamat! Next up, the Minds booth with Kuya Jerome. Ano bang meron dito sa booth nyo?
Mga merch po natin na may jacket po, tsaka jersey. And then yung cup.
Parang bagay sa akin to, Kuya. Bagay ba sa akin to? Patingin nga akong bagay. Ay, parang oo nga, no? Thank you, ah. Next landing, Falcon's Nest. At makikita nyo dito may dice sila na may corresponding prizes kapag ni-roll nyo yan. And Miss Jenny, ano ba ang bestseller natin dito?
For the Falcons booth po, we have the bestseller, our hoodie po. Do you wanna try the hoodie po?
Ay, ako pa yung tinanong mo talaga. Maraming salamat, Miss Jenny. Sa'yo na yung hanger, akin na yung hoodie. Maraming salamat. Let's go to our next stop. Ngayon naman ay pupuntahan natin ang ONIC booth. Ano po ba ang bestseller natin dito?
Sa ngayon po, ang bestseller natin is yung jersey na yellow po. Fancy edition. Tapos meron din pong black.
Thank you, Kuya. Favorite kay yellow eh. Salamat.
Thank you po. Meron din po tayong freebies.
Ay, meron po. Freebies? Ano to, clip?
Yes po.
O, diba? Salamat. collection pero parang kulang pa. Kaya nandito tayo ngayon sa Aurora Gaming Booth. Ano po ba ang bestseller natin dito?
Of course, available pa rin yung Season 15 shirts and they are still our bestseller. Official Tai Chi uniform is still available in Aurora booth.
Madam, ano yung para sa akin dito ngayon?
Lanyard.
Love it. Thank you so much, Madam, Dadalaw naman ako dito sa kabilang barangay ng Smart Omega. Kuya, ano ba ang meron tayo dito?
Meron po tayong iba't ibang jersey at saka mga jacket po. At tulad po ng S16 na jersey po namin, bagong-bago.
Ganda naman yan. Ano ba yung para sa akin dito?
Mayroon po kami photocards ng mga players at saka mga sticker po.
Tingin na Magic. Sino kaya? Ikaw na to, James. Thank you, Kuya. And last up, dito naman sa TLPH booth, ano po ba ang bestseller natin dito?
Ang bestseller po natin is itong jersey, yung home natin. Ating varsity jacket, naka-discount po siya 10%. And sa lahat ng mga products natin ngayon playoffs.
Maraming salamat. Bagay ba sa akin yan?
Bagay na bagay.
At nakompleto na nga ang aking merch sa lahat ng booths dito sa Super Fancy. At kung hindi ganito ang itsura mo, naaalis ka sa venue, kailangan na dumaan dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Festival Super Fancy dahil marami din discounts and meron din mga freebies na naghihintay para sa inyo. Kaya naman tara na! Balik na muna tayo sa MPL Arena.
What a refreshing sight to see with our very own Odin touring us around on our MPL Super Fan City.
Yep.
Featuring different boots of our team, and I already eyeing out some jerseys from our team right there.
Yeah, that actually made me want to count how much money I have. Because I want to buy some of the merch.
I think I have 6 pesos.
I have 5. So we're kind of poor here if you're willing to donate. Just kidding. But yeah, you do check out the the stuff that are available in the MPL Festival.
Yeah.
A lot of things going on there, activities, and also merches that you can buy.
And that's so convenient. If you want to support the team, you could also buy the merch and wear it.
Yes.
While cheering
In the
for your
venue.
favorite teams. And you could also win a merch, just like Kelra's sister earlier.
Oh.
Just because she was also wearing the merch of ONIC Philippines, like a lucky super fan. So be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Maybe tomorrow you would be the next super fan who will be able to get the 9th anniversary
Yeah, this
MLBB tote bag with featuring blanket, bucket hat, sticker, and everything else. But so far for game number 3, let's head on over and check out on what will be the heroes the TNC and ONIC Philippines will be using. But before that,
walls. Give me walls.
Grass.
Give me walls.
Okay, grass.
Give me walls. Okay.
Cloud. Now they give us cloud.
Yeah, we're unlucky now.
Looking at the win rates on a 50 and 57 here for TNC and ONIC Philippines.
Not bad. Not
But
bad.
for the sides, I think it's going to be ONIC Philippines onto the blue side and red side here for TNC Pro Team. Ban out Lancelot and even Yisin Shin, Hayabusa Fanny.
Oh no. Okay, wait. ONIC?
There's a chance.
They trapped themselves. Now? What do you put King Kong on? Joy? And then
Maybe-
TNC just straight up picks utility junglers.
Or, yeah, the utility Fredrin Baksha. Will we be able to see that?
Okay.
And Jushin, by the way, is open here for both of our teams.
Is this first pick Yuzong for Kirk?
Oh, yeah, the Yuzong. So far,
Yeah, it got left behind. So wait, ONIC?
Or the back. I'm seeing a backshot on the mouth of Coach Wynot.
Yeah. Is this CC first pick
Or yeah,
for ONIC?
flexible. Karatkacha? Or maybe the CC. Just get the CC overall
Just get
here.
CC, honestly, because it could flex on both XP and
That's it.
gold. So now TNC, it's time to just get the Yuzong here, honestly.
I think they shouldn't let go of the Karatkacha in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe Gatot Yuzong. They don't have to pick up the jungler here. They have Fred and Baksha.
Or even a Karat good Jushin, as I've seen that combos numerous tries. And it's not that hard to execute, but might be an overkill.
That's if you're convinced that Kirk doesn't play the Yuzong.
Maybe.
What?
Wait. Joy and Jushin. Midnight.
I don't know, man.
There's something when they're on the red side here.
Yeah, I think TNC is convinced that okay, let's just take away the joy because it's still one of the still one of King Kong's signature picks. Just give him utility jungle. You know, if he's on Fred, if he's on Baksha, TNC's happy. I think that's the game plan here. So that's why they picked up the Zushin too.
Maybe. But is it enough of a reason here for King Kong to be threatened? Because remember, you could just go for a debut like a Suyo here. You mentioned that.
That's hard against Zushin and Joy though.
But let's see, he's the king of the jungle. The Kimi and Katakachi here for ONIC Philippines. Then the Yuzong for TNC Pro Team.
Matter of fact, add Hilda to the mix here, complete for TNC. Hilda or Hylos, last phase. So, you know, ONIC, they have to clear those out. Those two heroes are just gonna be problematic for them.
But let's see. Now we're heading on to the banning phase. Now, you ban a hero again for King Kong if ever, or even for Kirk. Because I'm convinced that this is going to be a Keldra CC from basing on the games that we've seen so far.
Yeah. This is a big problem for ONIC. I think this will come out to bite them after this game. If they ever lose, this limitation is going to expose them for the remainder of the games.
Yeah, and remember, whoever wins this game will get the match point, and now they ban the Fredrin.
Okay, maybe they just don't want the Joy to be matched up with the Fredrin. It's still a decent answer, but the box is still open. That's I think TNT hopes to give King Kong the Baksha so that it gets heavily countered by the Yuzong and the Zushin. So if you're ONIC, this is the time to bring out new junglers. Okay, Hilda gets removed. That's a good ban from ONIC.
Yeah.
This is the time to showcase how wide King Kong's hero pool is. Suyo's still there, but it's just a terrible choice for him to make, especially seeing these three heroes. I think Lucas could also be a good good pick.
Yep,
for
and
ONIC.
we just want to put it out there. And that's a very deep dive here onto the bans for Coach Etomax and Hito. Considering that even if King Kong picks off the Ling, he will be having a hard time being chased down again and again. You have the Yuzong here for 3 more. But there's a obvious possibility here for ONIC PH, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think they don't care about the Phobies, honestly. 3 Mar's gonna have a good time dealing with the Phobies. Grok, they demand Grok instead of the Hylos. It should be an easier Hylos for TNC, honestly.
Need no protection.
They could just go for a Baksha.
They took the Baksha! Oh my god, there's no hero left! There's no hero left for King Kong!
Now they go for that checkmate.
What do you pick? Barats? What do you take for King Kong? There's none left! Lucas, Suyo, Helkert, Heck, Amon!
They ate and left no crumbs.
Yeah, they cleaned up. They were like, okay, we're gonna eat it in your room. We're gonna order room service for you.
They licked it clean.
They licked it clean. They washed the plates, and they called room service. On King Kong has no hero left. He's exposed. This guy's exposed.
Now they're contemplating. We have to show them something new.
Okay.
And it's going to be Anakai.
That's a good
jungle. Ghost Call there.
Yeah.
Midnight.
That's a remedy. They still are able to pull off a combo between Arlott and Akai, but these are terrible heroes against Yuzong, by the way. Now, Benny, let me see some fighters. Let me see some Esmeralda. Let me see some Yuzong Gold. Because honestly, Phobius is open for a 3 Mar.
I was actually counting on the Phobius for ONIC, but you're right. It also fits onto TNC Pro Team's lineup after that Akai and Arlott pick.
Whatever they want to pick, just go for it.
Go for fighter, Benny.
Just don't get an absolute trash hero, honestly.
Let's see.
I like this pick.
Now
He counters 4 heroes in this lineup.
Now he's back. Out for redemption, out for revenge for his ex-Borg. Midnight, with the way that the draft went. 2 words to describe for each team.
2 words?
Two words. That's a challenge.
No. Oh, wait. Okay.
I'll make it 3.
2 words for each team, right?
Yes, for each. The draft.
Okay, make it 3.
Okay, make it 3.
TNC, you should win.
Oh, okay, that's 3. That's 3.
ONIC, you should lose.
Oh my gosh. Is this a hot take? An epic take?
Yeah.
A mythic take?
No, after that draft, TNC should win. If they lose, the loser deserves it, honestly.
But let's see if that will reflect onto their game as we move on forward. And let's head on over to the Land of Dawn with our casters.
This honestly wasn't in my bingo card for day 3 of the playoffs. Hack a King! TNC are deploying Hack a King in an effort to get the match point first against ONIC Philippines.
This probably wasn't on my bingo card at all this season.
The whole season!
All season! An Akai in King Kong's hands! The mechanics! All assassin picks gone!
Hey. In defense of Akai, right?
Okay.
I'm an Akai user.
Yes.
There are some moments where you really need to be in the right place at the right time. So there's some mechanics involved.
But that's more so if you're a flicker Akai.
I guess, you know, the reposition. That just makes all the movements more deliberate, okay? Let's not count it out. It's not like it's Uranus.
Okay.
Okay? The jungle.
Still a debut pick though.
Yeah, for the first time, possibly in forever, we need to go back as far as older seasons of the MPL to check if King Kong has played the Akai. But overall, this is a return to form, not just for ONIC but even TNC, because look, 3mar picks up the Yuzhong, Chaknu picks up the Baksha again, a Baksha in the roam for God knows how long, and then Benny Cutie. He started the series with this X-Board. Yeah. Now he's gonna give it the old Phoenix Army try once more.
I feel it's a lot better for the X-Board now though compared to game 1. Oh, hold on, Kirk against 3mar!
Oh my God!
The Shah!
The Shah takes him down!
I do not want to go 1v1 against an Yuzhong ever again. Zaida nearly got a kill there. It's a 0-2 for this Joy, but so far it's looking good.
Okay, Brigida, tell us exactly why that X-Board was good going into ONIC's lineup again.
Because you don't get to see any form of burst damage from ONIC's lineup.
That's right.
And it feels like if he was struggling to always have his Faraga armor in the beginning of a team fight in game number 1, that might not be a problem at all now that we're in game 3.
Black Dragon form coming in. Spots Brusco, pushes away King Kong.
Ooh.
No dice, TNC get it for free.
This is looking like a really good start if you're TNC. You can hear the Phoenix Army really hyped up. Earlier, ONIC have successfully choked out a lot of Zaida's resources as the Joy. But look at where Zaida's farming now.
He's farming on their side of the jungle. Even Kelra's struggling. One more thing to add. Oh my God, they catch Jackal heavy spin.
Oh, the Revitalize is there, but those were endless vengeances from Kirk. It's the MSC Akai Arlot all over again.
Lancelot at home, but 3mar finds sweet revenge right here, right now. Kirk falls.
This Yuzhong is no joke. There's a reason why it's prio banned so far. It's handling the Arlot so well. Oh, Zaida though. Chaco going in. Baksha Shield Unity, but he gets to walk away instead. Could have been really dangerous if only he was a bit more further into the turret, but again, at least there's no threat of sudden burst damage.
Yeah.
So they can just take it easy.
That is on the defensive side. Offensively speaking, I think the X-Borg is great going in on it because look, utility jungle, huge HP on that Gatot, on that Arlor, on that CC. And they're just going to stand in front of him, and then he can get all those true damage stacks.
Yeah.
So TNC, this is a dream situation. A great start. 3.5 minutes in, they're already up 1,000 gold. They're making this Joy look good. How does this feel for ONIC?
This Joy on the M6 championship skin, by the way.
That is literally King Kong.
Which we did just show right now. They're using this exact skin against ONIC, and they're not having such a great time. Zaida's first to position himself near the objective as well. And Benny, the export, finally gets to join. What could you expect? It's not going to be easy for ONIC to start things off, but instead it's TNC who starts everything. Brusco already using the AOG, but 3mar.
Dog, 3-man gang on that Yushong. Didn't even get to use the Black Dragon form. Now ONIC repositioned, going for the turtle.
Now with 3mar gone, there's no Black Dragon form, but that's a surprise. Final slash. Benny Cutie also throwing out those flames, and he gets the turtle. How did that happen? It's Benny who secures the objective for TNC.
Without a retribution. I mean, Zyda helped for sure, but in the thick of things, it's that last insanity. Now in comes the Black Dragon form.
And he's just going to zone every single member of ONIC in an attempt to take this mid turret, but 3mar. That might have been a bit too dangerous.
He was short and Shaw, and he gets taken down by Prince. The super fab clap back.
Kelra takes a turret down bottom as well, but Zyda clearly wants to trade as much as he can. ONIC starting to be a lot more aggressive now though, but does King Kong get the purple buff?
It went to Lancey.
What?
Lancey took it.
And Zyda got his!
All the purple go to the Phoenix army. Off camera, Kelra takes down Benny. That's just to the right of the current camera angle we have now. This is pandemonium. This is mayhem. Game 3. This is a long shot from what MPL Philippines looks like on the daily.
Still a bit more closer than we thought though. Crimson Beacon. It's less than 1,000 gold lead, but Brusco, Lantern Flare stacks coming in. The Revitalize was already used. And that's just because of Lancey and 3mar in mid.
Could have been lethal if 3mar stayed a little closer to Brusco with another big choke slam. Could have been it for the Bruiser. All right, ONIC able to recover just a little bit. Truth be told, they're doing so much better than we expected, given that they've taken down 3mar. And I'd like to think that it's not over just yet. Just because King Kong did not get a favorable hero doesn't mean the rest of the team can't pivot.
We just don't see ONIC choosing to fight and sync up just yet. They haven't,
the kind of lineup that they have doesn't need to sync up. Like, it's a fighter lineup. So everything has to happen all together. Black Dragon form starts it up, turns out a quarter of his health.
But I guess it can't be too messy either. But Benny Cutie, oh no, Zyda really takes this objective. Everybody's just pulled back in. Benny Cutie takes down Brusco, last insanity already committed. And the heavy spin was used just to escape. So now they don't really get to sync up anything.
See, that's what I'm saying, Brie. ONIC, they don't need to sync up, but they all have to be there. It's a front line heavy lineup. TNC, they love that. Benny Cutie welcomes that all day, any day. Specifically today, on Friday, he might actually get the match point against ONIC first. They're up now 2K.
But it's not like they could choose not to just walk up front. I guess maybe for Kirk, he could try and come in from weird angles, and maybe you could see the same from Kelra, but King Kong, based on how great of a map control we're seeing in TNC's hands right now, I don't think they can actually take the Phoenix Army by surprise as much as they want.
No, it has to be an honest approach or a clean pickoff, like one or the other. And I think it's the latter that's more possible. A passive push up top by TNC. They're slowly building up this lead. If there would be a pickoff for free from ONIC, I think it's off of, as you mentioned, Kirk. He has to feed these skills over to Kelra, feed these skills over to Prince. But that damage profile, I'm not so sure if Athena or Midnight talked about this, but this is weird. We were so honed in on that Akai pick that we never considered, is ONIC doing the right kind of damage?
And I guess that's why TNC took out all remaining possible junglers who could have dealt much more damage than this. Because right now we're looking at probably just Super Prince as the main source of damage for ONIC. And they're playing around Super Prince clearly. But if Super Prince is out of the picture, then I can't imagine how ONIC deals with everything.
And TNC have that foil. They can send 3mar to go Prince hunting. and just stop him from firing back. Like, it's that simple, a one-to-one solution. So now Chaknu goes ahead. Baksha Unite spots Brusco, forcing him out of that river brush. And the front line belongs to TNC. Like, Benny Cutie is that bad of a deterrent.
Actually, even Zaida can just go Super Prince hunting if he wanted to.
That's true.
There are so many ways for TNC to deal with ONIC's main damage. And right now, every single one of them can efficiently zone out ONIC if they want to. Brusco couldn't even come close. Zaida takes the Lord, but they trade Chaknu. Both roamers are down, but could they get more? Because this is Last Insanity from Benny Cutie!
Bang! Finds two! Prince and Kelra full! 3 for 1, the Mamba for all that, and the Lord!
Very much worth it. That's super worth it if you're part of the Phoenix Army. You can even try and take much more. They're definitely gonna go for this tier 1 in mid, and Kirk can only watch.
Kirk tried, all right? I think he knows, he understands the way that we see this picture as spectators, that it's on me. I have to somehow stop this forward momentum from the Phoenix Army. And he came from that weird angle. Like, at best, what was he gonna do? Stop Zaida from coming in and blasting the softies from ONIC? Because 3Mar's job was done. Again, they'll always have the initiative. They will always be first to say, 3Mar, go jump someone. Go jump Prince.
And as we've mentioned, ONIC are looking to lose a huge majority, or if not all, their outer turrets at this point. I am wondering if the flying clouds can actually help them. We did see King Kong use one just now.
Yep.
I think even casters, we've been talking about maybe flying clouds favoring those who are on the defense a bit more.
Yep, you can kind of catapult your way towards a advantageous angle, but here's the thing, Bree. Your opponents see that coming. Sure, you can't interact with them, but
still honest.
You see that little head in your mini-map. These are pro players we're talking about. These people do it for a living. Some of them have become world champions. So you have to know that, wait, that's not right. we can't let that fly. So I see what King Kong was trying to do. It's just, you won't let that fly by, not by the Phoenix Army.
Not if they stay careful. And that's what they're doing right now. It's TNC who played a lot more aggressively in the beginning, and now they're being a lot more calculated.
And this is where they're comfortable. Again, in a state of constant conflict, a team like TNC flourish. They are a team-fighting team, and they forced ONIC to draft this way as well. Again, Kelron's in a fighter cold lane, so you have to fight and win from there. You can't just be sneaky. That's why the map will never look blue unless they start winning team fights.
But how do they do that? Even this purple buff gets denied from them. Traction Pulse already used though. Could they be dealing with Benny Cutie first? But it's not just the Firaga that he has. If we have to look at him, he also has the immortality picked up already.
Effectively 4 life bars. Effectively, multiple ways to trigger the last insanity, even if you get bursted. And again, we mentioned, we agreed, there is no burst from ONIC.
No.
Not now, not in the mid game. We're approaching the late game. Maybe there is a way. If Kirk can somehow find that miracle angle.
Yeah, I think just now too, the Traction Pulse and the Solar Beam dealt a decent amount of damage, but again, I guess that's the keyword. It's just a decent amount of damage. Nothing that Benny Cutie couldn't really recover from, but they get to force out the Crimson Beacon. But does Chaknu want to look for a target? They don't know where King Kong is too, by the way. King Kong gets spotted though, and now they flush them out. ONIC could not come any close, and Chaknu is willing to be the sacrifice.
The same play. King Kong, 3, 2, 1, go shoot, gets a heavy spin.
Benny Cutie still has his immortality. Kirk finding the setup onto 2. The damage might just be enough right now, but 3 more knocks up so many. But TNC, with 2 members down, might not force the fight anymore, not unless they actually want to.
Benny Cutie, no Firaga armor, in comes Zaida. Enough damage to disincentivize ONIC from pushing forward. This is a blunt push by ONIC, by TNC. I think ONIC should be thankful. ONIC did a great job there.
King Kong did a great job. He stopped Zaida from using the electrifying beats to potentially go for the cleanup, but Brusco Oh, he doesn't get to stun anyone, even with the flying clouds. But it was enough to force TNC away.
Brigida, I see exactly what TNC is doing here. That's why Chaknu sent himself over to ONIC. That's why he said, hey, kill me now. I respawn sooner. I join much faster via flying clouds. But the timing wasn't perfect. I think TNC lost more than they expected they were going to. And that led to that Lord getting neutralized by ONIC in about 0.2 seconds.
Yeah. So it sounded like a really good plan, but I think it was a bit too specific for TNC to have been able to pull it off. They did get the objective, they're still in the lead, but it's starting to not feel as significant if ONIC get a bit more confidence to engage in the team fights.
It's not impossible, it's still pretty miserable, but there are solutions, as you saw. I think ONIC should thank the Lord for that, because again, that's all that TNC had their eyes on. Possibly, my theory is they tunnel visioned into just the Lord and finishing, assuming that ONIC would take this lying down. It's clear that the M6 World Champions will do no such thing. A minute before the Lord spawns lower quarter, TNC have to be very particular about how they approach the next fight because Prince has racked up quite a few stacks. I don't know if he died post Skypiercer stack take, but he's starting to hurt.
Yeah, and I think it was Prince who actually started that fight. He used the traction pulse, so Lancey had to use his Crimson Beacon. And that's only when Chaknu just kept running towards ONIC. That's when he decided to sacrifice himself because of maybe, again, the flying clouds theory.
Yep. On the other hand, Lancey has 0 stacks. So his Skypiercer is about 1,500 gold worth of nothing. King Kong struggling to keep his own purple, and they will. Traction pulse thrown out, TNC scramble. So this is what TNC is doing. They're just keeping ONIC busy, so the map belongs to them up until the Lord spawns.
Yep. ONIC, it's so hard for them that they have no choice but to group up and just fight TNC head on. Because there's no right sequence to doing things.
I think there is one universal truth for ONIC. Deny Benny Cutie the last insanity. That was the key to that whole fight post-Lord about 4 minutes ago. Like, that was the only reason why ONIC is still alive, is because they started to whittle down Benny's Pyraga armor first. And they popped his immortality. That's another one. Right now, Benny has no Pyraga armor, so effectively only has 2 life bars, not 4.
Yeah. He doesn't have the immortality right now. So ONIC might see this as a small opportunity or something they can risk. There goes the traction pulse already, and now they're definitely trying to take that Pyraga armor out, but he still has it, and his immortality came back just in time.
That's right, and Kirk used the final slash, displacing the wrong target. Chaknu happy to be of service as TNC go back to the dance.
Time's up. Now those 4 life bars are back for Benny Cutie.
Pretty miserable if you're a fighter lineup, and this is the kind of damage profile you have. ONIC are playing this on hard mode.
Yes. There's so much going on. So many heroes from TNC even effectively blocking ONIC from what they want to do.
Yep, and ONIC want to take care of the map too. So that's what Zyda is doing. He's overloading the choices that ONIC has to make. And if TNC learn of this decision to send Kirk over there, then all the more it becomes clear. Just go burst the Lord. They can't get us from the back line. No solid amount of CC here. And King Kong shows himself.
Yeah. Because I think if there's anyone who needs to work together in this, more than the Gatot KB, maybe it does have to be King Kong and Kirk. But they don't seem to find anyone. Not at least Benny Cutie, who we mentioned is the important target.
Traction pulse already used. Chaknu rolling around. 3 more holding on to the Black Dragon form. Checks in on that long brush. Chaknu pops that Paksha ult. Puissance. Oh wow, these 2 are just holding out. Lord at half health.
They're fighters, and they keep fighting. No one's going down while Zyda just keeps holding the objective. That's the final slash finally committed onto Benny Cutie, though he still has a bit of Pyraga armor, but he will use the last insanity effectively on 3 as 3 more and Lancey just go for the chase and take down ONIC 1 by 1.
2 for 1, and Brusco will not survive 2 kills for King Kong and Kelra left.
You were looking for the stacks and now he got 2 kills. TNC, they want to take down the base turrets. We're 19 minutes in and they might just go straight for the base.
They can't do this. It's not enough firepower to defend.
Virag Armor's back. Last Insanity, Kelra's bursted down. King Kong takes out Chaknu, but he's next. The Phoenix Army are at match point.
The fires burn bright on a Friday night as they go to 2-1. The Super Fam are sweating free. Not like this.
Oh my goodness, I wonder how the panel's feeling about this.
Let's hear from Athena and Midnight.
After that match, now it's a solid proof that TNC Pro Team really wants to stay. They're on a match point. The Phoenix Army is going wild as they accomplish another great match versus ONIC Philippines. Imagine being able to outdraft them during the draft and even through our execution. What a play here for TNC Pro Team, and now we see Lancy having enough of the charades. Now we finally see the true dragon form from him.
Yeah, it's again TNC knowing the draft, playing the draft, and Lancy being the MVP. Lights for the doubters and the haters as the Lantern player was able to shut down the Super Family.
Now I imagine what our analysts, viewers, and even our casters have to say about this performance. Lancy, 0 deaths, 4 kills, and all throughout the round, very spectacular Lantern flares and drop here on the ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, this lineup from TNC is designed to win, even though there were some couple of lapses in the early to mid-game coming out from both Chaknu, 3mar. But the gist of this game was it came down to the team fighting skills of these two teams. Even though there were a lot of like cheeky plays coming out from ONIC, TNC had full control because they had the better front line, they had the Black Dragon form, they had the Bastion Shield Unity, they also have the Viraga Armor coming out from Benecuti, and the amazing zoning coming out from Lancy. Matter of fact, late game, they kept giving the Zushin the purple buff. So there were unlimited mana for Lancy, unlimited resources for the Zushin to work with, and they finally found the Onyx, for Onyx mistake. After they tried contesting for the Lord, 3mar found a very good Black Dragon form zone and forced ONIC away, but Zaida was able to chase down some of the members of the Super Family.
Plenty of I love yous being thrown around for that game number 3. And now Midnight, we finally see Lancy rising from the ashes, being the phoenix that he is. And that's how you do it under MVP highlights. Him getting the right stacks for his Sky Purser.
Yeah.
The casters were talking about that's like, Lancy needs another stack. He needs numbers. And right on cue, getting a double kill.
Man.
On to those Lantern flares and actually finishing up this round before the 20th minute mark.
He even left the Arlet in the middle lane.
Man.
And the Arlet died to the burn and the Sky Piercer of the Zushin. And ONIC couldn't do much in the late game.
ONIC Philippines was trying to find the right timing. They were able to actually equalize the kill score around 7-7.
Yeah.
But after that, what's missing is King Kong isn't in his truest form. Just because, yeah, you have the Akai, it's somewhat of a perfect fit versus onto getting a hero he's not really that familiar with. But we have to consider the fact that now TNC found the right hack against ONIC Philippines, and that is to target King Kong's hero pool.
It's Hack a King, as Leo has mentioned earlier. King Kong was not able to play this game, even though let me say this though, he had a decent game on the Akai. He was able to like find good skirmishes for ONIC Philippines, but it's just again the nature of the comp. They couldn't do much against TNC. I'm gonna be honest, Zaida didn't do much on the Joy. They had failed many Lord resets, but it's just the nature of the composition. Sometimes you have to flesh out the player, but the problem was even if ONIC was performing at their 100%, one Black Dragon form that is expelled already. Final Slash as much as you want,
Reset.
Final Slash as much as you want on the Baksha, but the problem is there's the X-Borg zoning the other members of ONIC. There's no follow-up damage. There's blade armors coming off from TNC. Even Akemi couldn't do much damage. Kelra couldn't really latch onto anybody. That's why at some point he stopped dealing damage because who do you use your Yo-Yo Blitz on? Chaknu? He has Revitalize. He has also the Tortoise Poisons, which is gonna heavily reduce your damage, and then you're gonna chase down. You're gonna be chased down by the Yuzong.
The answer is no one. But the answer to our BPI rich guy, the carry, the sandbag, and the women will be coming from the Phoenix Army TNC Pro Team, topping off our charts here, and the BPI rich guy, Zaida, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the key still here for TNC is the ability to flex. Not just flex picks, but also flex counter picks. I like the fact that they stole the Baksha from ONIC Philippines.
Very perfect word for that, Midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah, and considering Zaida for the first game Joy didn't really get much of it, but for game number 3, it's the redemption.
Yeah. It's a good redemption though, but I still am not convinced. Like this Joy pick is, I mean, it serves the sole purpose of blocking King Kong. That's all what this Joy pick is. But I think it suffices. Like if you remove King Kong from the equation, you don't need to overperform. You just need to play the game.
If it works, it works,
It
right?
works, yeah.
For TNC Pro Team. What a game,
Crazy.
what a draft, and what an execution here. Props to Lancy, of course, not getting killed. Any single death didn't come from him here from the side of TNC Pro Team. I just want to put it that. Because so far, for this whole series, Lancy has been slowly developing and now developing onto our head-to-head. Our XP laners for this round, Kirk with his Arlot and 3 with his Yuzong.
I want to say this. 3 was having a fantastic time for the first 2 minutes. He had a kill against the Arlot, but Kirk still showed up. Like he was still playing okay as the Arlot. The problem was 3 had TNT. Kirk had what? An Akai who's forced to use a heavy spin because 3 used the Black Dragon form. He was basically left to his own devices. And even if he finds a good set, he's met with revitalizes, damage reductions, Firaga armors. There's so much layer for Kirk to go through, and he played a good Arlot game, but it's just again the difference between how 3 was able to perform even under mistakes, while Kirk had to play a perfect game while having to rely to his teammates. Hey guys, don't beat. Stop fighting. Just look for the objectives. Let's push towers. Now Black Dragon form cancel.
He was forced to be the one calling the shots here for game number 3. And it's like showing out on a gunfight using a knife, right?
Yeah.
That's how it felt here for Kirk. But looking at their previous drafts here for game 1, game 2, and game 3, the first game went to the hands of ONIC Philippines, and the game 2 simultaneously went to TNC Pro Team. Now, all of the wins was onto the blue side, but suddenly for the 3rd game, Midnight, it's on the red side, and they made a hell out of it. They did a damn good draft for this one.
First order of business, clean up the draft for ONIC Philippines. You stay blue for the sole purpose of you get King Kong's hero first phase. That's a golden rule that they've learned from Season 15 and throughout the regular season of Season 16.
That's a hard truth.
You do this Fanny, Haya, Yi Sun Shin ban, you leave Yuzong open as well to a team that plays Yuzong. You get results like this. This draft is absurd, honestly, for TNC. And props again to the coaching staff for finding this. This was a steak, a medium rare steak served to TNC on a silver platter with a golden spoon and fork.
With a mashed potato on the side.
With a mashed potato on the side, red wine, well, fine dining tables. I don't. Honestly, I don't know.
It's complete with the
It's a full
appetizer,
set.
even with a dessert here
Yeah.
for TNC Pro Team, and the cherry on top.
Creme brulee.
Oh, that's yum. That's my favorite dessert, by the way. But anyway, though, the dessert will be, and the sweet treat will be to survive this lower bracket match for TNC Pro Team.
Don't tell me this is how ONIC goes out.
The last course of action is to get another game win versus ONIC Philippines. And you're right. Is this the end? Is this where it ends for ONIC Philippines?
Is this how you end the Herald's era? Is this how you end the global power? Is this how you end the reign of the M6 World Championships?
After making noise with your thunders, taking the time to introduce yourself to the world, even going to the MSC, and now you want to defend your throne. But you have to defend your spot first before taking a step onto the Emerald Championships. And there's a TNC Pro Team ready to block you in any point you make.
Oh my God, it's the Chalk Mamba. Time and time again, it's always the Chalk Mamba.
Oh my God.
To be fair though, it is a collective effort, but it's just so funny that ONIC, after today, imagine if they lose, we lost to Chalk now.
The Venom is back.
The Venom is back. He's with Atomax, Penny Cutie, you know. And Krello's gonna have like bad nightmares about this. I lost to my own Venom.
Let's also consider Hito. I don't want to forget about Hito. Hito, of course.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. I just want to acknowledge him.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah, and that was a very masterful draft. And of course, props to Lancy for showing us better development.
Yes.
Even though people tend to say that you only always use the Lunox so far here on all the games that you played. But for a Jushin pick, now we're talking. And
You
now
like?
We love it. Now we love it.
Yeah, for the Lancy doubters out there, you gotta type I like, because they just beat ONIC with the Zushin. But that's the main concern though. Like next game, if those get taken out, we might be forced to switch back and forth again. Maybe choose a different hero for Lancy.
But let's see of who will have the chance to pick off their sides with what happened on to game number 3.
Should be TNC,
blue,
right?
red, blue.
Yeah, should be TNC.
Should be TNC on the blue side, if ever. But so far, we've seen numerous chances well here for the Phoenix Army and, of course, for the Sonics out there. But we have a quick update before we head on other game number 4. Let's all watch this VTR from MTL Festival Update.
Welcome back to Super Fan City. This is your very own Odin. And for today, we will explore the Infinix GT30 Hub at sasamahan tayo ni Sir Mido para explain sa atin kung ano nga ba ang meron dito sa booth. Ano meron dito?
Hi, welcome to the Infinix GT30 Hub. We have a lot of activities stored for you. First and foremost, meron kaming win streak photo booth na kung saan all you have to do is like the Infinix page and also follow the community group. And then take a screenshot of the photo na kasama yung favorite MLBB hero mo, and you can have your printed photo. And then we also have the GT Trigger Challenge na kung saan kailangan mo lang din mag-follow sa in-game on TikTok, and then also get a 500 points at makakuha ka ng push.
Yay!
And then we also have DIY bag tag na kung saan you just have to join our KOC and FL program at makakuha ka ng biglang bag tags. And then at the end of it all, meron kaming raffle na kung saan once you posted our UTCs, pwede ka sumali sa aming raffle and pwede kang manalo ng Infinix exclusive merch and also a GT30 phone.
Wow, napakarami pala naghihintay dito sa Infinix GT30 Hub. Maraming salamat, Sir Mido. Pwede ba ako mag-explore dito sa inyong hub?
Pwede. Feel free to explore.
So maraming freebies, kaya alam nyo na, kasama nyo ako lagi sa mga ganito. And first of all, puntahan natin tong bag tag na customized wherein we can style our own. Meron mga letters, meron dito mga characters, meron din dito mga different elements na napaka-cute. So now I will design my own. Isa isa to sa mga pinakamahirap gawing decision sa buhay ko ngayong araw. You can be creative with your bag tags. Pwede nyong ilagay yung pangalan nyo or even yung mga characters and elements that we have here. This is now my final product, my bag tag from Infinix GT30 Hub. And this is my plushie. Sabi ko naman sa inyo, marami kayong pwede makuha dito sa kanilang booth. And hindi lang yan dahil ang mga kasama sa Infinix Fancy Cluban will receive prizes sa dulo ng ating Fansig. Una na dyan, ang second and third runners-up will receive Metro Zero tote bags and 5,000 MOBB diamonds. Our first runners-up will receive Metro Zero tote bags and 10,000 MOBB diamonds. At syempre, for our grand champion, they will receive Metro Zero shirts, 25,000 MOBB diamonds at tumataginting na Infinix GT30 phones. Katulad na nila ang ating mga pro players inside the MPL arena. This is the fruit of hard work na ginawa nila all throughout the regular season up to the playoffs. At ngayon, naghihintay na ang The Beast sa mananalo between Auroras and Kabarangay para sa Grand Finals ng ating Infinix Fancy Cluban. Ito lamang ang update natin dito sa Super Fan City, kaya naman balik muna tayo sa MPL Arena.
Very exciting prizes and merch awaits you when you visit our MPL Super Fan City. What a great effort and a refreshing sight to see our very own Odin touring us around on what we could do or what you could do if you watch here live at Cuneta Astrodome.
Yeah, that's why you get your tickets, you go to the venue and enjoy the show, enjoy the festival, and enjoy the amazing MLB games. By the way, we're right. TNT goes first pick. And this is a lot scary for ONIC. Now that we've seen King Kong exposed, I swear to God, if they don't first place King Kong, we might just see our defending champions go out of the tournament.
Let's see. Because right now, we're too focused on King Kong that we also have to consider that maybe now they will have the chance to actually let just one hero here for King Kong to pass through with the help of the red side here for ONIC Philippines. If ever. Because they're going to be on the first two picks.
We'll see.
Let's all check that out as we move on forward and get to know our game. And let's see on what our map will be moving forward here on to our game number 4.
Honestly, I don't care about the map anymore. I just don't want to see a higher ban. I don't want to see a higher ban. I don't want to see a Yisenshin Lancelot ban on any side. Broken walls, the most neutral map, fair fighting ground for both sides, but TNT is first pick, so they do have the power to dictate how this draft will go. Let's see the bans. Okay. Oh my God, thank you, Lord.
The Lord in the game also help, of course.
Yeah, I mean both.
Yep. And now for TNC Pro Team, they're allowing for the YSS and even Lazat being picked midnight. I'm seeing you.
Yeah, you go ban
pointing out
lands.
something.
If you're ONIC, you ban lands. If you're ONIC, you ban lands. If TNC takes Hayabusa or any other else, you can just go back to Yisenshin, Gatotkacha.
What will they ban in this universe?
It's
going to be Hilda. So they're going wild. They're letting the they're letting the Yisenshin, the Lancelot being opened up, even the Hayabusa, just so they can ensure that King Kong wouldn't be boxed out.
I think if you're TNC, you take the Lance. Zaida's been really, really good at the Lancelot. And ONIC, the sole reason why you remove Hilda is so that you can flex your jungle, and it also removes the flex factor coming out from TNC. So this is good for both sides. TNC, again, Lancelot is very, very good. And the response would be the Yisenshin Gatot for ONIC.
Bottom line, just take the Lance.
Just take the Lancelot.
For TNC Pro Team. So ONIC Philippines will still have the option to get the Yisenshin. And then they are willing to let go with the Yisenshin. And now even the Arlot here, if ever Kirk will prioritize that.
Gatot. There you go.
Okay.
So if you're TNT, you go Lunox.
Is this the time to get the Lunox?
I think Lunox Alice works here, honestly. Give me Alice. Just give me an Alice, honestly.
They shouldn't let go of that, you're right.
Yeah.
because there's still a possibility for it to be picked off here for Kirk. Although the Uranus is actually still open here for ONIC Philippines, but on this very nail-biting round, you would want more firepower here for a TNC Pro team. Lancey, just get the Lunox.
Yeah, just get a Lunox. You don't need to flex anything else unless they want a Valentina. It's valid.
Rises when I give the word.
Oh, they steal the Khalid.
Okay, we forgot this one, and Alice.
Chatnos, I like this. I like this from TNC. It's still a flex. This Khalid could be played XP, Roam Gold.
Everywhere. That's super flex here for TNC Pro Team, and very sustainable heroes here for the Alice and Khalid pick. Now for ONIC PH. What route do you go if you're Super Friends? I think they're going to pick off a Super Friends hero here.
You need a mobility hero. I think Valentina is okay. Selena, not too bad. I mean, it's kind of bad, but
Selena will have a hard time actually, even if he manages to land those arrows up against Alice and Khalid, they will just brush it off.
yeah, Kimmy's crazy here, but ONIC might just be
If
crazy
it
enough
works,
to
it
pick it.
works. Yeah.
Valentina's the safest one, I think.
In my dream world.
They
will
get it.
All right. Okay, this is okay. At least he has a way to dodge, and they can just ban the Kimmy. But even then, if you wanna go down the Lancey route, you have to commit 2 bans on Mage. It's the Kimmy and the Valentina.
Kind of tricky here, if ever. Now, what we're not yet seeing here for ONIC PH is actually here for Kelra. We do consider the Ruby still viable option here to show, but I haven't seen him yet.
I think you go traditional marksman here for Kelra. You can't go fighter.
Oh,
Alice is just gonna
Alice
enjoy.
and Khalid,
Yeah. So ONIC, I mean, to be fair, you can play the Lunox and gold. Oh wait, Eve bad. TNC, call me crazy, but Novaria might just be hell of a pick here for TNC. If they find it, if they find the Novaria on blue 4-5, that could work.
We've seen a successful Navaria so far here on our playoffs, but let's see if they will be able to see that.
Okay, ban Phobius.
Phobius.
I think Lapu should be the next ban here for TNC, honestly.
Options for Kirk as well. Let's discuss that one.
Yeah, Lapu. I think that's the best one.
Is the Arlet still a possible option if the Lapu will be banned out?
Even if you take Arlet, they have an Alice on the side of TNC, and against this lineup, I don't think they're worried about like displacements. They have a lot of ways. They actually want to be in front of you. So if you use Final Slash and these guys commit, like the Isenchin, God of Gacha, Alice is gonna be like, hey, I can flicker on you. I can use my Throne of Ruin and then just kill off the other members of ONIC PH.
Let's see, that's a beautiful ban. And featuring Chao as well here for...
Well, 1v1. Let's go! Let's go, 1v1. Dance off. No, I'm just kidding.
A face-off from Chao representing the Sonics.
Yep.
And Madame representing the Phoenix Army.
Yes.
Now we're talking. Things are getting more interesting here.
I love the prod. I like the fun.
Very fun to watch here at Cuneta Astrodome.
What I don't like is this Farsa band though.
Why?
They already have a Farsa.
Oh, alright.
Sorry, they already have a Gatot and a Isenchin. I mean, the Farsa is okay because we have a Lunox. This tells me this is a mid lane Lunox on the hands of Super Friends. So for ONIC Philippines, for them to save this flex up until the last pick, you go XP/roam here. Lapu again is open for ONIC to take.
Maybe the KB is open here for Lancey if he wants to. But a Cho, as I mentioned, will be picked off here for ONIC.
It's probably a Cho Gold 8. I don't like this though. It made the draft for ONIC very funnel-esque. Like they rely heavily on the Isenchin, and then you have a Khalid and Alice problem, which does not solve anything.
You're right. Even if you build up more physical attack damages here for a Cho, it doesn't eliminate the fact that the Isenchin will still be the sole funnel here or damage dealer here for ONIC Philippines. Now for TNC, what do we see
1-1?
is the possibility here for Lancey as well? Yes, the 1-1 for Benny is
I think
still
the Warrior
open.
1-1. The Warrior 1-1 is good.
End of one thing.
Oh, Esmico.
They
And they take a Valentina.
switching up.
Yeah.
Valentina for Lancy. Now we're talking. Now they won't lack onto the crowd controls. They have the firepower.
Oh no.
They have the setup. ONIC Philippines, is this a flex show?
No, Kelra, you don't go Nathan. This is so greedy. This is so greedy. You have a YSS, the niche protection. You don't go Nathan.
We see some reaction. We hear some reactions, of course, across the other broadcasts.
No, you go something else. You go something else. You go Lunox Gold, I believe. You take a different mid. No!
He locks it in. It's going to be a Nathan Gold lane. Is this the hero that will turn things around into the favor of ONIC Philippines? But for this draft, Wolf, I see some frustration in your face, especially onto that last pick for ONIC PH.
I mean, it shows that the draft is equal, but TNC dominates early to mid game, and ONIC is greedy as hell. They need all the farm that they can get, but how could you against Alice, Khalid, and Esmeralda?
But let's see on how will they ride the tide. Is it time for them to bow down as ONIC slowly crumbles down? TNC waiting for the final point. Let's head on over to the land of Dawncasters. It's your turn.
We are approaching the point of no return as TNC go into Game 4 at match point. ONIC PH have one chance, one more game to turn this around, to take us all the way.
Mobile Legends.
Who would have thought we'd actually arrive at this point? And who would have thought we'd be seeing the M6 World Champions in this dilemma?
Not me, Brigida, not me, I'll tell you that. I'm gonna throw my predictions out the window. The way things are going, TNC are changing the game.
And if I look at ONIC's draft, heading into this very important game, I'm feeling a mixture of accepting the fact that there has to be some change, while also still banking on comfort, on Kelra's signature playstyle when he is on a marksman.
It's a hard carry game for the Super Fam, as he and King Kong will take up all the farm, and just the same, they put a hero on Brusco that can play things, that can disrupt Chaknu's quick sand guard, which again, he's played this already in the playoffs, and we've seen how he can build in full damage. I think TNC have to watch their steps here. They can't overheat.
Yeah. Good thing for ONIC though is that given that they have this, well, as Midnight may call it, very greedy lineup, which you can somehow depend on for some damage, even when we are just in the early stages of the game, they're playing it with just the right amount of aggression. So we don't see any lanes really that far behind or losing out completely.
It's a small lead for the Super Fam, and the conservative play from Super Friends allows Zaida to clean out and take the small camp. Chaknu on his back, the knock by Brusco.
Oh, that's a flicker already forced out from the Mamba. So ONIC might have a slight upper hand here, but Kirk doesn't have his level 4 yet.
There's a Mount Shocker. King Kong sees them all. Turtle at half health.
I'm so not used to a Gatot in the EXP lane, but it is what it is. Right now, who will get the turtle? It's King Kong! A clutch knockup from Brusco, denying him that off cam, though Kelra goes down, and now ONIC are trying to look for more. They take down 3mar, but I can't imagine what happened down bottom.
Yeah, no. Besides what happened in the turtle pit, very sad. TNC miss out. Moving on. That fight in the bottom, what was that? We missed out. We can only speculate, but Benny committed his flicker. Kelra did not. But a kill is a kill. Like, I would take Benny's position any day.
It's an Esmeralda. So you would assume that Kelra should be keeping his distance, but I don't know if the flicker was just able to force his way through.
That means Kelra overstayed.
But then he has...
Because you see, Entropy is used up. To be fair, it did not cost him too much. It put him down maybe 200 gold. Up top though, Kirk.
It's just very uncharacteristic of the gold standard. But Chaknu! We did highlight Chaknu, but ONIC with the damage they have might just be enough.
Kelra here with that half health. Click that Entropy defensively. TNC signs of overheating. 3.5 minutes in, they may be forcing too much away from ONIC that it's costing them.
Yeah. Chaknu might have to be a bit more careful in the rotations that he does. Because in as much as you'd like to think that he's just doing it on his own and he's just gathering information for TNC, it's like ONIC are the ones following him. And it's not just them following Chaknu, it's them being able to poke him all the while they're doing that.
That's right.
Because they have ways to deal slow damage towards this Khalid.
And Khalid can play proactively. It's one of his main strengths. Rotate where I want to, fight where I want to, engage on who I want to. He's being very reactive. He's forced to be reactive. The push by Kelra, shredding through that gold lane shield. TNC, they're down 2,000 gold now. And forcing an AOG from Kirk. What's the plan here for TNC? How do they farm in a situation like this?
Yeah, because so far everything's working out for ONIC. Their farm-heavy heroes are getting the farm that they need. Kirk trying to disrupt another knockup. Oh! Zaida doesn't get to use his retribution. He's the first one taken out from TNC. Brilliance already committed by Lancy. And they're forced to hug their mid lane tier 1, but Super Friends! He's the one on the Lunox this time, but look!
It's the impure rage, Brock. Oh my lord, Lancy. He's still got that brilliance, but it was too little too late. TNC, they have to respect what ONIC is bringing. Yep. Folks, a gold lead across the board, roll for roll. Looking at the items now, this is not where you want to be at 5 minutes as a Lancelot. He is so underfarmed. Zaida is starving.
It's not the Zaida we're used to seeing at all. I don't even think ONIC have been doing much to disrupt his farming. It's just whenever they meet at the objectives, they have this way of dealing with Zaida head on. Is it really just Brusco?
It's Brusco. I think it's also partly Kirk. And the vision that King Kong provides, it allows for ONIC to just be super macro-centric. Then Cutie pulls Kelra out. The rest of ONIC collapse on him.
Oh, King Kong's able to deal with Benny. Throne of Ruin catching King Kong. Nobody has the traceless, but the fast execution from Zaida. But he gets to receive the way of the dragon. 2 junglers down, but 3 Mars chasing after everyone. But he'll have to gleam out.
2 for 1. Finally, TNC gets something in the exchange. Kelra's not done. Almost takes down Lancy. He gets on out of there. Close call. I think TNC are just giving too much away to ONIC. That's the story in the early game. Brigada, you were wondering, is it because ONIC is attacking very specifically the farm of Zaida? No. It's just Zaida's been out of position too often. 2 deaths on a Lancelot early on. That's not how you want to start.
Yeah, he just has his Varax right now. He used to be a much faster jungler in terms of getting what's needed, but another kick from Brusco turns into a casualty for TNC. 3mar as a tanky Alice can't stand long.
Not as tanky just yet. I think at some point he just understood that he done messed up and he didn't even use the flicker. Didn't even have a moment to gleam away. So ONIC will secure that final turtle. 3 for 3, 100% over to the Super Fam. And they're gonna stop Zaida from split pushing. Like, it's that bad.
They honestly feel so locked in right now. ONIC, something might have just awakened in them.
Yeah, again, we talked about how in the draft, it seemed like they just focused on themselves first.
Yeah.
And then on a secondary note, allowed for the synergies to find themselves. That's why we see this odd Gatot Kacha XP lane. They just decided, hey, Kirk, just ruin their backline. Just go find a way to stop them from doing what they're doing.
Yeah, it's odd, but it's what ONIC wants to play. And now they find another kill. Chaknu couldn't get things done. Mountain Shocker still not used by King Kong. He's waiting for the right opportunity. Brusco goes in, but that's just about it. He doesn't need to do much. He just shows himself there. And it felt like an effortless way for ONIC to win that team fight.
Brigada, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
TNC versus Twisted Minds in the play-ins. In this very same spot, game number 4. It looked like TNC had a great draft. TNC was almost poised to take him down, but they stumbled and 3-mark comes in.
Kelra predicted the flicker throne of ruin and still had the entropy to get out. It's not the first time we've seen these reflexes from Kelra. He knows when there's such an attempt coming in.
That's what he did earlier with Lancey's Lunox while he was on the Ruby. He just found that perfect. I'm offended. 7.5 up are ONIC. 9 minutes in. King Kong, Kelra, and Super Friends have found a way to make this very greedy lineup work. 3 cores, all sharing enough resources on the map, given that it is at the expense of TNC. First core spawns in the upper quarter, and that's it. TNC have no outer turrets left.
Right now, the most they've been able to do in terms of turrets was just damage the top lane tier 1. Another kick from Bruce! No!
AOG helping secure the kill on Chaknu. The Mamba is a non-factor in Game 4. Blink and you'll miss it. ONIC take the Lord. This is not favorable. Suddenly, a whole section of the Phoenix Army go quiet.
Maybe Chaknu should not show himself alone anytime soon again. Brusco, without any hesitation, just goes for him when he sees him.
To be fair, it is a delicate balance. As a roamer, as a Khalees to say, I'm not going to show myself, so we have more beneficial jumps. And also, I have to clear these bushes so my cores can farm. Like, where do you put yourself if you're in the Mamba's shoes? It's a lose-lose.
Such a struggle for the Mamba right now. We don't even get to see a successful Raging Sandstorm come in just yet. Maybe the most they could rely on is a counter-engage for ONIC's attempts. But they're not risking it just yet. They're just trying to clear the base turrets.
The Super Fam are in the base. Top and bottom have fallen. Mid follows through. Super Fam, ONIC, PH, they smell blood in the water.
You can feel the micro decisions coming in. There's just so much damage right now from King Kong. Chaknu's already half HP. TNC clear the Lord, but Kelra just went for the base!
The drums of war beckon. The inevitable 5-game series we were gonna watch. TNC gets stopped in the tracks. ONIC, take us all the way.
You could see them, you could see the Sonics. They're saying that it's not over just yet. We're going to a game number 5.
Let's go on over to Midnight and Athena to talk about what just happened.
And with that, the crowd goes wild as ONIC PH stays on the game, ensuring a game number 5 in the making.
I gotta ask, where was this ONIC yesterday in the past 3 games? This is the swag that they've had for 2 seasons now. Even with a comp like this, they make it work. The micro, the swag from Brusco, I miss this. Being able to get in your enemy's heads and be able to outplay them. Brusco was phenomenal on this show, alongside the combination of Super Friends. Even though I would say Kelra was left to deal with the Esmeralda by himself, you know, the other 4 members of ONIC, they were having fun. King Kong was having fun. He was getting neutral objectives. And then, finally, the Sigma pattern is able to come through.
And with that is the help of the Bruiser. Brusco, our Game 4 MVP. Getting those kicks in, ensuring a perfect setup here for ONIC.
You see how laser-focused ONIC are. They don't even care about MVP.
He didn't even realize it.
They're straight discussing Game 5. They don't care. They were like, okay, Game 4, we're done. One last game. If we win this, we're gonna get we fight against TLPH, and then maybe we don't talk about M7. We just focus on this match.
Yeah, and so far, that's how laser focused they are, that he didn't even realize there was a camera right in front of him. But what he did realize, what right in front of him is a show that is still open. And now that he got this show, it opened up a huge horizon here for ONIC Philippines to totally maneuver their way around. Early game, let's take that lead. Early game, let's take those numbers in.
Yeah, this is how ONIC used to play in Season 15. It's a big throwback. This is how they were able to demolish other teams. Even Season 14, like the swag coming out from Brusco, and whenever they win first turtles, it's usually just game over because they just hold on to each other, they move around the map, they start from mid, they go to a side lane, and then they just take over, and TNC couldn't answer back. And the problem with this comp is that if you lose early game, you lose steam in the mid game, you essentially have no late game. That's why it feels like it's a stop. Even though ONIC, they still need time to farm. The late game just came much faster because the resources that they're taking, it's not just the creeps, but it's also the bounties on the heroes' heads.
They have the freedom to choose. And they chose right here onto their targets. Without Chaknu,
10 minutes.
So much damage to juggle with the remaining 4 players here for TNC Pro Team. Fast game here for ONIC Philippines. And then it's a lightning fast here for their game, and even so midnight looking at the post-game stats as well here for TNC.
Yeah, honestly, it's the jitters from TNC. They feel like, their bloods are pumping, but when the important fight came around, first turtle, I'm gonna use this word, they choked the first turtle. Even Chakno choked one Raging Sandstorm on the bottom side, and ONIC capitalized. These mistakes could not be happening. It's a lower bracket semi-finals, and one loss means you're out of the tournament. TNC, they need to keep their nerves together. They need to stay calm. They need to reset, because this was a game they should have won. They had the right tools. They had the mid-game spike. They had a better team fighting comp, but it just didn't work.
There's another phrase to that. They were choked by ONIC Philippines.
Yeah, that too.
That is so hard to breathe.
Goes hand in hand.
Yep. And it's so hard to go outside of your TNC Pro Team. Yeah, you have the Khalid. Yeah, you have the Alice. But what can you do if he dies?
Yeah.
Continuously year out or round. And even Super Fins had a great time with this Lunox being snatched out, like snatching a candy out of a toddler's hand here against Lancey.
He was like, Lancey, this is what you've been feeling, huh? This is why you keep picking up the Lunox. Straight 5 games against Aurora. This is the Lunox hype train, and Super Friends is on it. 49,000 damage on the Lunox. Every setup, every stun that ONIC lands gets met by Poke, the Chaos Darkening, and TNC. The thing is, even if they fight back, you see a lot of re-engage coming out from ONIC, the refocusing on the target. Brusco keeps going against Zaida, and the Lancelot was not able to play the skirmishes even. The baits as well on the Jeet Condos just to force out those stone rows.
Yep.
It's what allowed ONIC to just have this massive lead in these fights. It's not about the economy, it's not about the heroes, the hero comps, but it's all about forcing the enemies to waste skills and spells, and then just, resetting and then fighting again.
Because you mentioned that their third game was a bit too chaotic. So now they've established order under chaos.
Yeah.
They use it to their advantage, and now looking at their big 4 titles, understandable, the sandbag will be Chaknu as he's continuously being hunted down with the rest of ONIC, and our BPI rich guy would also be King Kong from the side of ONIC Philippines, and the carry, as I mentioned, had a great time here. Super Friends with the most damage dealt.
No threat. Order of Brilliance, such a nice skill. That's why he's been able to just stand on our front lines against these amazing skirmishers, and King Kong as well being proactive in this map. This is what we need from the Sigma jungler, This is what we want for ONIC Philippines. The rotations in the mid, going out of the mid lane to go to the side lane. Man, I'm so excited for game number 5. This now turned into an ONIC favorite match because somebody woke up in ONIC.
And now, survival mode is activated for ONIC Philippines. And you know what? When you're in the jungle, you know how to hunt, you know how to improvise, and you definitely know how to survive.
Yeah.
And that is exactly what ONIC Philippines did. And even King Kong standing up to what is true. They want to stay, and the way to stay is to win another game versus TNC Pro Team. To do no further onto what happened and went down onto that game, let's head on over to Wolf to discuss our game number 4.
Showtime, ONIC ang hinahanap ng mga fans ng mga Sonics at ito yung ibinigay nila. Yung mga antics na nakikita natin sa ONIC Philippines nung kanilang prime, ito yung kailangan natin makita. Enough of the fighter, of the double fighter setup, enough of the slow plays. This time, kailangan maging aggressive ng ONIC Philippines at sinimulan yan syempre ni Brusco with this Way of the Dragon into the flicker play para naman makakuha agad ng advantage, followed up by the next turtle fight. So imagine nyo kung gaano kaaktibo ang mga members dito ng ONIC Philippines. In just a span of a minute, makagawa sila ng back-to-back plays na hindi talaga makakahinga ang TNC. Itatry ng TNC na kumuha ng sneaky na turtle fight, ngunit hindi man lang sila makakabuo ng kanilang box dahil ganito kabilis mag-react yung mga members ng ONIC Philippines. Isama mo na dyan yung sipa mula doon kay Brusco na tinarget yung Lancelot at tuloy-tuloy na nga sila nakakuha ng kills. Ang pinakahuli pa dito, itong si Super Fritz, abante dito sa laban, nakahanap pa ng kill doon sa kanyang katapat na Valentina. Ganon kabilis. Imagine nyo, mula sa 3 minutes 13, merong isang sipa na may kasamang flicker play doon si Brusco. Afterwards, nag-clear lang sila saglit. Nilabanan sa turtle yung TNC. Hindi talaga nila pinayaang makakilos dito ang Phoenix Army, kaya naman sila'y nakakuha ng advantage sa larong ito. I think that this is gonna be the theme sa upcoming game number 5. Mababalik ang site selection sa ONIC Philippines. It is recommended that they take the first pick. Pero kung ganito ang gagawin nilang klase ng draft order, kung saan bigla silang magsuswing ng isang Joe doon sa kanilang room, tapos kukuha sila ng marksman, mukhang ito yung pwedeng advantage ng red side. At the same time, kapag ibinalik ng ONIC Philippines yung ganitong klaseng kabilis na playstyle, makakounter nila yung relatively slower na playstyle ng TNC. TNC likes to set up. TNC gusto nilang medyo mas mabagal, naghihintay ng tamang openings for the perfect box scenario that eventually will give them the advantage. TNC nagtitiwala sila dun sa kanilang laning prowess. Tingnan natin kung makikita natin yan sa game number 5. Let's look at this game. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Wolf, for dissecting that game number 4. Wonderful explanation as well onto the antics of ONIC Philippines. They didn't just wait for the timing, they created one.
Yeah, no hesitation. That's what I really love to see from ONIC Philippines. Again, Season 14, Season 15. Heck, even the world saw that in M6. They see a play, they just go for it.
And now we finally see their truest form and recap for our previous drafts here. So far, for the first 2 games, blue side wins. For the third and fourth, red side wins.
I'm gonna be honest though, there are 3 games that TNC won the draft out of all 4 games. Considering, even counting the last game, I still think TNC won that draft. But now, what was right? Priority goes back to ONIC Philippines, and they should take blue because now they get to dictate the draft. There's no assassin, bans, no 3 jungle bans.
Enough of those.
Enough of those. No jungle shenanigans, and also just ban the U-zone. Don't leave it open.
And so far for TNC Pro Team, they also have to somewhat consider nurturing the hero here. I'm finding a more right term here for a hero for Lancy. Protect the Lunox at all costs.
Oh, okay.
Like, get the Lunox at all costs, and then the rest might as well just adjust. But looking here onto Alice Project Next Expeline here is in week number 8. She is actually the highest with a contention rate of 72%.
Also, just, governing what an XP laner should be able to do in this patch. Get heals, also deal massive amounts of damage. He's sitting, in a very good spot of just balancing it out alongside Esmeralda, which is also played in gold, which is kind of unfair because, she has the capacity to flex herself into the gold lane. But we're talking about Alice XP. So this is Alice on Project Next. She's busted, honestly.
There's a big Alice, but there's also a Pobius. 100% win rate so far. Yeah, Clue, Uranus. And for the previous matches, so we see some few successes, but with this Alice, I do agree with the draft it went on the side of TNC, but it's all about the execution and the right targeting here for TNC of what went wrong here for game number 4. But it's all alright. I already predicted a game 5 for this last match of the day.
We did. So even though it feels like I'm mounting from game number 4, at least we get to witness 5 full games of crazy MLBB. It is indeed crazy. I mean, there's a lot of Indonesian fans out there who are watching us. I know for a fact because, you know, Mirko's streaming this, so shout out to you, Mirko. This is Gila MLBB. And I hope to see Gila Heroes as well in game number 5.
Yeah,
Mashagol. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I love that you quickly withdrew your statement.
Yeah, no, please no. Keller, no.
Yeah, Masha Gold.
No.
It's time for you to avenge your Masha Gold.
If somebody is gonna go out of playoff contention and lose their M7 chance, please make it not a Masha Gold.
Or maybe not. I don't want to lose a co-panel here on the English
I'm
desk.
jumping off this desk if I see a Masha Gold.
Please no. But we
Don't worry,
definitely see...
Oh, it's actually high. Never mind.
Don't clip that, please. That's a challenge. But anyway, so for our 5th match or 5th game, the last game for our lower bracket today, we might look like we're having fun and joking around, but there's a certain sad reality that after this game, one team will say goodbye to us and say goodbye to the dream to move forward and eventually go to the grand finals. But there's also another boss waiting for tomorrow. It's going to be Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, even after this, job's not finished. So it is a tough road that these two teams have to go through, that they have to take towards that M7 and also grand finals spot. But it is a road that they will undergo. And for game number 5, I do think that all bets are off. Like, at this point, whatever cheese picks they have, just, put it out there. If Lancey somehow has a 5th hero in his arsenal, put it out.
I think just stick with the Jushin Lunox if you would really want to somehow cement a more stable pick here for Lancey.
Safe pick.
I'm not saying that he's not able to use other heroes on the mid lane. I'm just saying that they want a safer bet, a safer option here for TNC Pro Team. Just stick on what hero works best for Lancey. But also, they need to readjust onto their playstyle here with Chakno. And right on cue, let's check out Chakno's 9 playoffs history so far.
This is indeed the return of the Mamba. Chakno coming out from execration, consistently being placed at a 2nd to 4th place, and even with Omega, 2nd to 3rd place, able to represent the Philippines under Omega's banner twice in MSC. Well, not twice in Omega, but once in Omega, once in execration, twice MSC reps. But after that, he had a downfall. But now he's back with TNC Pro Team after one season. Well, not yet over. In this one season, he might just go back, but this time around, he's forging his path towards the M Series. But ONIC takes 2nd pick.
They're going on the red side here, Midnight. Okay.
Are they planning to replicate Game 4's draft? Because at this point, TNC, if you see Lance, Gatot, Yusun Shin, you go straight for the Alice Lunox. You don't give
Run
Super
for the
Fritz
hills.
Lunox.
Oh, I thought run for the hills.
Yeah, you go run for the hills. Go take that Lunox.
Just lock it in, man.
Might as well take it first pick. I don't care.
As a matter of fact, it's an option.
Yeah.
But it's a final draft here for our last match of the day. Let's head on over and check out what our map will be.
Rivers. Give me Rivers. I want to see 5v5 first turtle. There you go. I am feeling lucky.
Now, finally we see the Rivers and a 50-50 for both of them.
It's an even match.
In terms of win rate.
Oh my. All right.
The perfect map to end the game.
Okay. I like this. Perfect draft 2. No Zushin, no Kalea, no Fanny, no Yuzong, no CC. Now, ONIC, Banda Hilda, there you go. Remove the flex. TNT, Yisun Shin is open. If you want to take it, you can take it. You can also take the lands.
What if?
Force the Yisun Shin Gatot. There you go.
Yeah.
Same set. Just take the Lunox, blue 2, blue 3.
Is that the plan here for ONIC Philippines? Now they let it go. Catch and
Alice, Lunox. Alice, Lunox. Lancey, game 5. Come on, brother.
Come on.
Okay, drop. That's good. That's good. Lunox.
Because if not,
Lunox. All right.
The world is celebrating.
Highest MMR of Lunox in MPL Philippines Season 16. Red 3 though, Valentina is a good option.
By the way, I'm not rooting for any team. I'm just rooting for the Lunox.
Yeah, no, we're rooting for Game 5. We're rooting for Cinema.
We're rooting for a better gameplay here for Lance, giving his one of his best picks here for this season, for this playoffs.
It's like what they say. If you go out with guns blazing.
You can take the Lunox out of Lancey.
But you cannot take Lancey out of Lunox.
Yeah.
Oh, Prince, go Valentina.
It starts with the L, but right now.
Valentina?
Where's a pick here for ONIC PH?
Okay, it is one of his signature picks though. I would have loved to see a stolen Tectonic Charge though on the side of ONIC, but this Farsa is also sort of an answer against the Lunox. It is going to stop Lancey from playing aggressive in the front lines.
Super Friend is like, you're shouting, you're too hyped up onto the Lunox of Lancey. You forget, I also have my signature Farsa here. Now, Alice banned out midnight.
Because they went with a grab, so this is very obvious for ONIC Philippines. Choban removing Bruce goes Cho and also the flex on the Gotcha. Now, I think it comes down to the battle of Arlets. Who gets Arlet, who gets Phobius, and who flexes Lapu Uranus?
I think ONIC PH might get the chance to get the Arlet because they're going to be the first pick after this draft, right?
But I don't think you want Arlet Red 4 because if you go Arlet Red 4, there's Phobius for 3 more.
Yeah, you're letting go of the Phobius, right?
Yeah. And the thing is, you also can't rush Phobius Red 4 because if you do that, then TNT just goes, Lapu, Esmeralda.
For Benny.
This land is our home.
For Benny here.
Okay. Lapu ban.
What's remaining here to ban out or eliminate from Kirk?
I don't think you limit Kirk, you limit Kelra, honestly.
Just remove the Phobius all over.
I think you remove Harith, honestly.
Harith or Phobius is the best option here.
Yeah.
If you're TNC Pro Team, but will they have the same thoughts as the same of us here on the panel?
I hope so. If they don't ban the Harith, at least maybe they're prepared to pick up the Obsidia for Benny. Because these 3, I mean, the Farsa is kind of okay against Obsidia, but it's still hard to hit the Dash right with the Phantom Shadow Mel, but they remove the Claude. Interesting choice.
They're willing to part ways and to go up against a possible Phobius, or you mentioned the Obsidia, and Benny Cutie have seen some success with it, but now for ONIC PH, Kirk Hero.
You can't rush Phobius.
Is this the time for that? Yeah.
You can't.
You could be easily countered out, but they are taking that route here. Phobius 4th pick here for ONIC PH.
Yeah, they know. 3 Mars appearing already. He has a hero in mind. It's the Uranus. I know it!
There's a Granger here!
Uranus, and they steal the Granger. Harith. You go Harith.
Now you go Harith if you're Kelra.
You go Harith or you go Bane. Only 2 heroes. Harith! Best draft of the series. Even for both sides.
Now we're talking for the final game. Both of them managed to get a very nice draft. We see their coaches hugging out onto the arena. And even onto the PH broadcast, I'm hearing some agreement onto this draft midnight.
Yeah, they're talking about the same thing. This is how unified the entire stadium is. It comes down to execution. It comes down to who is better at MLBB.
And it comes down to this final game on who will survive, who will have the chance to crawl their way up to the grand finals as we move forward on to the last game of TNC and ONIC Philippines. Now it's time to shine!
No turning back, no regrets, no surrender. Only one of these teams make it to the lower bracket finals in hopes of being the next M7 representative from the Philippines. It's ONIC PH versus TNC Pro Team for one last time tonight.
And I love how we're headed into this game number 5 with a draft approved by our panelists with considerably, in their words, the best we've seen all series long from both of these coaches, from both of these teams.
It took them 5 games. A lot of picks they didn't like, a lot of picks they actually loved. But now, unanimously, both ONIC and TNC are coming in fully loaded, 150% ready to fight for their chance. Brigida, consider this a chance.
A chance.
To make it to the grand finals.
Because nothing's guaranteed. They still have to go through one more after this win. Whoever wins will go up against Liquid. But they're not the only ones who are ready.
Nope.
I could see their fans all hyped up both sides.
The Phoenix Army and the Sonics have come in droves. They have filled Cuneta Astrodome to the brim with orange and yellow energy that I have not seen in years.
I'm loving it. Look at them. Just look at them. Every single time the camera pans towards either of these two teams' fans, they're either standing up, dancing, or being Sigma.
Stardom Young.
Oh, wow.
Look at this kid.
2-3.
He believes that ONIC will take it.
Oh, my
But we got
goodness.
fans of TNC. You know what this reminds me of?
What does it remind you of?
Those TNC fans, they look like they've been fans for years.
It's like they've been waiting for this moment for how many seasons long? The last time we've seen TNC this far, make it this far, was it that season 9? Our panelists mentioned it, but wow. That guy's from the Phoenix Army side.
Quick translation, it says, we let them reach game 5 and they want to win the series.
I like this, I like this.
Waifu, Brusco's Paramore is not entertained.
She's joining it.
Oh my God.
Why do they have...
The Phoenix Army are ready to donate tissues.
I'm not sure if that's tissue or wet wipes.
For all the tears.
That's not part of the two teams, but you know.
All right, back to reality.
Okay.
Welcome to the land of Dawn. It all comes down to this. The winner goes on to the next stage. The loser says goodbye.
It's an elimination on the line. We've said it in as early as game number 1, but now we're in game 5. We've made it this far, and this feels like a very comfortable draft for both of these teams. Those are the things we set in stone or set in place before we entered this game, and now we're finally in it.
Of course, Lancy had to play his signature Lunox.
Of course.
6-6, 12 games in total, going up against Kelra's Harris. By the way, was a final pick. It took a while, but this is some sort of homecoming.
Yeah.
Kelra picking the Harris, puts him in, oh my God, Super Prince almost gets taken down.
Woo, that was calculated for sure. He did not burn the flicker. He knew he would survive just through the wings by wings. But it still makes you so nervous. You know what's on the line for this game.
A single mistake could lead to a small lead for the opponents. And if you give your opponents little inches, they could walk away with a mile. Look at that, an early Mount Shocker. Here comes Kid Cuff.
Now that's a flicker from Fritz. He can't escape Zaida. And Zaida had his eyes on him.
No one could save Prince. No one could save Prince. He spent the flicker. And Zaida, the killer instinct on this young man.
Chaknu staying in mid has put so much pressure on ONIC.
Talk about a homecoming. This is a hero. He's played mid-season 16 after the rework on Grok, and he was one of the few to actually get a win on it. Chapter 1 of Grok helping lead Zyda to a first turtle secured. They're crowding the orange. King Kong can't farm.
They're not happy with the turtle. Now they want to deny King Kong of his orange buff, but they might not force it anymore.
All right, Zyda's holding on to that retribution.
ONIC can't fight this. They don't have their level 4s just yet. Zyda steals it away. A flicker from 3mar. He'll try to walk to safety. ONIC tries to punish him. That's the Mountain Shocker. Oh my goodness! Off-cam kill from Lansy onto Prince.
Lansy with the help of Chakno kills Prince, but we saw 3mar flicker and yet still die. I'll tell you now, I think TNC are still in the lead.
We're brawling right now. Everywhere is a fight. Everywhere is a brawl. But this is how TNC likes it. I'm not sure if ONIC feels the same.
Constant fighting, no sense of safety. A Phoenix flash from any corner of the map. That's exactly what the first 3 minutes of this game was.
ONIC feels very uncomfortable right now. You could feel it. You could see how desperately they need some breathing room for King Kong just to focus on farming, to catch up. And fortunately, he got a kill there on 3mar, because if not, I wonder how the lead would look like, because he's already trailing behind Zyda in terms of EXP. But at least that one kill helped him still stay a bit on track.
That's right, at least an XP bar or a half closer to what Zyda's doing. You know what, I take it back. It's more than an XP bar. Zyda's still way ahead. Feather Airstrike starting it up.
Okay, now they have their level 4s in, but the Revitalize is going to keep them safe. 3mar still being annoying as ever. But that's not going to turn into any kills for now.
That's 1,000 gold lead TNC's looking at, lording over ONIC, making this second turtle spawning in the upper corner. All the more still uncertain if ONIC can grab it. Benny Cutie bullies Kelra out of range, forcing him to drop that salmon force. Now eyes on the turtle.
It's been a while since I've seen the Granger Harith matchup, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't necessarily work that way.
No.
Zyda, another turtle for TNC.
Benny woke up. Benny after games, oh my god, tech charge!
And that's a successful flicker tech charge that we see from the Mamba. Brusco jumping in, unbreakable just in time. Nearly got caught in that wall. Kelra not in a good spot either. And so is King Kong.
Mind you, this is off of a turtle take and a sequence in the bottom lane. The gold lane advantage for Benny Cutie. This all led to a approaching 3,000 gold lead for TNC. They're running out of options. ONIC PH, where do they go?
Even Kelra, he's struggling to just get back in lane, clear his minions, and he needs Brusco to be by his side in order for him to do just that. The pressure that TNC is able to provide right now is no joke. ONIC probably did not want this kind of grok from Chaknu, not in this moment, not in this game.
Something had to give when you decide to go red. And on blue side, on the play, TNC, ever the proactive aggressor, takes it and now runs away with a 3,000 gold lead. Super Prince considering should he leave the lane. He's holding himself up in this brush. Kelra and Brusco getting trapped by 3mar. Lansy too pushing away. Benny Cutie. Oh, Grok. Chakno's in the vicinity. Does not have a flicker though.
Okay, I'm glad Prince actually recalled from there. It looked like a very dangerous spot for a Farsa who's sitting on a 0-3. He has a lot of catching up to do. Look at Lansy, 2 levels ahead of Super Prince.
Oh God.
And if you want to play around Prince in the early game, I don't think that's an option for ONIC anymore, because he's been completely shut down by the Phoenix Army.
The Super Fam are out of their element. TNC are flushing them out, even their own side of the jungle as early as 6.5 minutes. It's a miracle that King Kong is able to get his own purple. Chakno has been more than menacing. He is intimidating. He is a walking Terminator. He is Arnold Schwarzenegger, and he's back.
Chakno doesn't land the tech charge, but because of that, King Kong has no way to go. Zyda picking up his 3rd kill of the game, and all ONIC could settle for is a turret down bottom.
And that's a trade. It's a losing trade, but something nonetheless for ONIC. They're down 5,000 gold. A push in mid. Lancey's reps on this Lunox are paying off. TNC, the end is nigh. The Phoenix Army knows this.
As the Filipino broadcast would say, all the MMR he's accumulated, it's all worth it. I can't remember seeing Prince in this kind of position.
Countless scrims, multiple experiments in their training room. And this is what TNC was building up to. Who'd have thought that they would go this deep, that they would take ONIC, the M6 World Champions, the Season 14 champions, one of our MSC reps in the recently concluded EWC, to the limit. There's nothing ONIC could do here. Again, best case scenario. They somehow get farm on Keller. He hasn't died yet. Super Prince, that's a lost cause. Like, he's going to passively get farm after the 8-minute mark. There it is. But really, my money's on Keller. Like, he has to channel his old Omega days, his old Execration days, where he was the only carry.
We gotta see the gold standard in action to save this game for ONIC.
I'll get you one better. We need more than the gold standard now. We need the Filipino Savage. Keller needs to unlock that, but he can't do it alone. They're gonna have to get nothing short of a miracle. I don't think the game is built the same way as it was. Kirk with the flicker!
Brusco actually jumped in there, but was it gonna be worth it? Kazaida just dealt with every single member of ONIC trying to attack from a distance.
What were they thinking? Were they just buying time? 3 more with the man-to-man defense. Checking on Keller, keeping tabs on the Harris.
This is too devastating. You lose your Holy Shields 8 minutes in the game. You lost your first Holy Shield 8 minutes in the game.
2 Tier 2's down. It's just the mid left standing. Not even a question if ONIC should contest. They are in no shape to do so. Chaknu standing menacingly next to this turret as his minions take care of it. ONIC have put nothing on the board yet, but a push down bottom and a single kill.
I feel like they desperately wanted to do something. They knew the Lord was coming up. They wanted to look for at least a kill or a way to get in some farm, but no! Another flicker forced out of Super Prince. This is such an uncomfortable game for the Monster Mage.
The Phoenix Army are putting up a wall. They are uniting in their cause to provide the moral support that TNC needed. Bring it up. We're going back in time. The last deep run that TNC had was in 2022. In the midst of the pandemic, they were this close to making it to MSC 2022.
And they're just a few moments away, a few kills, turrets, from getting to do that exact same run and achievement, if not more.
They are 10,000 gold up, and they're about to break into ONIC PH's base. Look at this, King Kong! He's got too much on him. 3 more, flickers out!
He's still alive! ONIC don't even get the kill on 3 Mars. Ida Thorn Rose to keep himself safe. But their turret in mid is barely up. They have a full wave approaching their base, but ONIC get to deal with it for now.
Bottom lane inhibitor gonna be up next. King Kong very low, gets taken down by Zaida.
King Kong can't survive that. 26 minutes before we see the Sigma jungler back. Could this be it?
That's way too long. ONIC need all 5 members to defend. TNC, they have a decision to make. Do we force this now or do we wait for the Lord? TNC slowly but surely circling around their prey. 3 more gets caught up.
The minions have spawned. The Zyda want to go in. 3mar tanking a lot of damage. Zyda finally joining the fight. Salmon Force already committed by Keller. Brilliance by Lancey as well. They flushed them out for now. But Chaknu, he still has a tech charge. Do they want to go for a team fight?
I think the call for TNC is to take their time, take it slow. Approaching the 12k gold lead. Where exactly is this money? How bad exactly is the economy for ONIC? Because 12k between them, right? 12 minutes in. I'd say that's 2 items between their cores. It's that bad.
It's not bad. It's so bad.
It's miserable. It's been a while since we've seen ONIC PH put in a position like this.
I don't know how the world is reacting to what's happening right now.
True enough, 3,000 between Zaida and King Kong alone. 2,000 between Kelra and Benny Cutie.
And even Lancey. All the more Lancey.
Lancey on the Lunox. Over Friends, who had, I'd say it's an understatement to say that Super Friends had a bad early game. This is a moment Phoenix Army fans have been waiting for years. And here they are at the cusp of ending Game 5. 12,500 up. It's just a matter of time. Bring it up. ONIC have to pull out all the stops to defend.
Yeah, they have to. That's an enhanced Lord that TNC are able to secure, but Kelra picked up the Holy Crystal just now.
What's the play? What's the play? Why is Brusca holding himself here? Is he going to just recall, or is he going to try to go for the intersect?
He might want to try and go.
There's a minion behind him. He can't get away with this.
Oh no! He hides behind, or he hides in the bush for now.
All right, get a recall. All ults, all battle spells online. One final fight.
What's the call gonna be? Does Chaknu want to go in? He finally does it! Knocks up 3! Medicuni takes one base down, but all TNC wants is the win! The Phoenix Army rise over ONIC to take top 3! They are headed to the lower bracket finals!
The dream of every Filipino MLBB fan rests on the wings of the Phoenix. Just like the summer in 2022, TNC run deep into the playoffs. Forget a prediction. TNC have burned it all to the ground.
Look at them. Look at the first thing they do.
Tears in their eyes. They can't believe what they've done. Brigida, they've eliminated ONIC PH.
ONIC no longer get a shot at defending their title in the M Series. And TNC, they've accomplished this feat that no one would have ever thought possible.
They changed the game, they tightened up their play, and they have dropped the Super Fam. The game has changed before our eyes, and ONIC PH are gonna have to take their bow. We'll never forget this night in Cuneta Astrodome. It's been Leo and Brigida, it's been a pleasure. Let's go to the stage with ONIC PH.
Super Family, it was one hell of a series, but ONIC Philippines, unfortunately, their time is up in Season 16. Still commendations, napakarami ang nanood, Kelra. You've been going up against your former teammates. There's a lot of memories wrapping that up back when you were still in Omega. Chaknu, Etomax, they were really hugging you all throughout. What was the feeling like that you had to go up against them dito mismo sa sitwasyon na to?
Unang-una malungkot kasi dito pa kami nagkatapat. Since gusto ko rin sila makasama, sana sa international kami magsama nila. Eto Max kasi syempre former teammate ko nga. Kaya panalo na lang nila para sa amin.
That is the reminder for Kelra. King Kong, I know this is not the result that you've wanted, pero sigurado ko na manalo o matalo, the Sonics, the super fans, your community is there to back you up. Tama ba? They have confirmed that 100%. And from your heart, what is your message to every single super fan from ONIC Philippines that have supported you from day one?
Sa lahat ng Sonics, thank you so much sa walang sawang suporta since day one. Pangako namin sa inyo na babalik kami next season na better versions ng bawat isa namin. Thank you so much.
Champions Arena, please give it up once more for ONIC Philippines! You may now make your last walk of the season. It was quite an undeniable effort from the super family. Struggled, but still persevered. And now, their best finish since Season 9. Phoenix Rising, give it up for goodness. What an effort. Zaida, Almira, I cannot process things right now. You go ahead.
Zaida, you did a good job. Nasasabihan kang king of junglers ng mga casters. Ano ang masasabi mo?
You are king of the
King of junglers ng mga casters. Ano ang masasabi mo?
Tingin mo ikaw na ba yun? King of the junglers. Do you accept that?
Yung mga coaches ko yung dahilan kaya naging ganito yung performance ko ngayon. Tas pati sa mga kampi ko na rin, sa tiwala nilang binibigay sa akin. Kaya.
Alam mo, Zaida, absolute cinema ang lahat ng mga naging series nyo dito. 3 series in the playoffs, lahat dumating sa 5 games. Paano nyo nakokontrol to? Hindi ba kayo napapagod? Saan nyo hinuhugot yung lakas nyo para magpatuloy?
Siguro, Chuck Mamba effect kasi andito sa amin si Bunak.
And I think the Phoenix Army agrees. I'm gonna toss it over to Benny Cutie. Benny, congratulations. Tinanong ko si Kelra kanina, your former teammate. I know you, Chaknu, eto Max, there were some times na kayo talaga yung magkakasama but now you had to go up against them. Pero sa susunod yung laban, ang makakalaban mo naman ay yung mga dati mong kakampi sa Team Liquid Philippines. How are you feeling about that, or are you just happy that you made it here right now?
Hello. Syempre super happy na makakatapat ko sila ngayon this time sa playoffs. And even though na hindi ako nakakaisa sa kanila sa regular season, gagawin namin yung best namin para matalo sila. And happy din ako kasi sila yung MBC champion tapos sila rin yung defending champion ng MPL.
Mira?
For coach naman, tinalo nyo ang defending world champion! So sa tingin nyo ba matatawag kayong contenders for the Immortal Cup?
Tingin ko naman sa pusong pinapakita namin sa playoffs, tingin ko, syempre, kakapat-dapat din naman kami kasi hindi rin talaga kami sumusuko Tsaka yung effort ng mga players ko, sobrang
Never give up.
From dark horses to now contenders. Coach, eto Max, this organization, TNC, they were waiting for this for such a long time. Napakaraming mga beses na nasa pinakaibaba kayo and you've experienced that. Anong nagbago in this last 2 seasons? Anong meron ng TNC ngayon na tsak mamahalin ng Phoenix Army?
Siguro, para sa akin kasi yung buo-buo ng TNC mula players hanggang staff tapos coaching staff, parang lahat kami talaga parang redemption para sa amin kasi galing kami sa iba't ibang team tapos nagsama-sama ulit kami tapos yun nga, sobrang nakakatawa na TNC nabigyan namin ng ganito. Kasi sobrang deserving rin talaga nila manalo Grabe rin yung support na binibigay nila sa amin.
Coach Eto Max, maraming salamat. Almira, sisingit ko lang ng konti I think it's time that we give this man some props. Lancy, you deserve to hold the mic this time. There were so much criticism for you all over social media. Umabot sa punto na yung kailangan mong gamitin is Lunox lang. Pero nag-MVP ka nung game number 3. What does this say about your character as a mid laner na dapat abangan ng iba sa mga members ngayon? Ano bang meron kay Lancy ngayon? Kasi ang daming kritisismo, ang daming, there's a lot of disrespect on your name. Anong gusto mong patunayan sa kanila heading into your next match?
Siguro nagpapalakas lang sa akin yung tiwala ko lang sa sarili ko. Kahit na ang dami na nilang nag-ano sa akin, buo pa lang talaga tiwala ko sa sarili ko Tsaka sa mga katim ko, yun lang.
Just all for himself. He wants to prove something to himself.
That's
Almira,
right.
I think we still have one more person to talk to. Chuck Mamba.
Chaknu! Last time na umabot ka sa finals was season 9. So paano ka makikisigurado na makakaabot ka sa grand finals at to receive your first MPL-PH championship?
Ano?
Hindi mawawala yun. Siyempre, pogi ka si Chaknu.
Chaknu, yung huling beses na nakarating ka sa finals was season 9. Ngayon, malapit ka na doon. Ano ang dapat nyong gawin
ano ang kailangan naming makita sa Chakno para makarating sa finals at maabot yung championship?
Paano ka makikisiguro?
Alam mo,
Hindi.
Ano yun?
Naubos kasi yung sagot ko sa game ko kanina eh. Kumbaga, bumawi na lang sa game.
Alam mo, Chak, ito ang hindi naubos. Ang suporta ng Phoenix Army. Chakno, they were here with you. Sinusundan ka nila kahit saan ka man magpunta. Ano ang masasabi mo sa suporta and supporters of TNC?
Yan, thank you sa lahat ng tao dito, pati sa ONIC, lahat. Pati yung cameraman. Thank you sa inyo.
I love that!
You love to see the charisma once more. Moving on to the next stage of the playoffs. Give it up for your winners, TNC Pro Team! Oh, Mira, what a day. What a series and what a time to be alive for MLBB.
At ginulat talaga tayo ng TNC. Laging may Game 5. Alright, the Phoenix has risen to face another day at the playoffs.
Marami pa tayong makikita na mga laban not only from TNC but also from Team Liquid Philippines. The matter at hand is, iba na ang magiging tema ng ating kwento mula sa ngayon kasi from a best of 5, it's gonna be a best of 7 tomorrow. But that's for another conversation. Sa ngayon, ibalik muna natin sa ating panel.
Absolute cinema for that last match. TNC Pro Team finally locking in their spot for our lower bracket finals. All applause and all praises, but all praises, of course, to our MVP, none other than Zaida.
My goat.
With his Lancelot play onto that last fight and last game.
Quote me on this. Today, October 24. October 24, Zaida, best jungler of season 16 playoffs. Dude, this man has been really crazy on the jungle role. Of course, there's still 2 days left. I'm saying this because as of today, in my list, he's the best jungler. He's been very consistent. Given games that are very hard, he still shows up. And given games that he can dominate, he fully just displays dominance and exudes confidence. Even against ONIC, in this particular game, he was just dashing through so many stuff against ONIC, just making sure that the pressure was relentless from the Lancelot. And that's why there were a lot of available plays from all of the players on TNT.
If I need to show one game to introduce Zaida to a new MPL fan, this is the game that I will be showing to showcase his skills. This is the perfect Zaida-coded game. The perfect balance of kills, objectives, and smart mechanics.
Yeah, matter of fact, all game 5s the TNT played in the playoffs, Zaida showed up. And it's not the Zaida who's, okay, he's a good jungler. No, it's the king of junglers in the playoffs that showed up, demolishing all these doubts that was cast upon him on regular season. Maybe the Lancelot, maybe the Joy, the Isenjin, the Fredrin. Hell, I still don't think the Joy was good, but, you know, whatever is needed for Zaida, he just steps up.
And I think the best thing happened to Zaida the moment that he stepped out of his comfort zone. He spread out his wings, able to conquer the world champions, locking in their spot towards his former teammates, former Team Liquid Philippines tomorrow. But that's another conversation for later. But looking at the post-game alone, midnight, it's a total massacre here for TNC versus ONIC.
2 kills in ONIC Philippines, a lineup that wants to fight, a lineup that wants to break the early game of TNC. They fell short to the tankiness of the Uranus. We did mention that this was going to be fleshed out after the Lapu Lapu ban. It was basically Phoveus and Uranus at that point. And I did say you could not rush the Phoveus, and they did so. And what do we got? TNC just picked up the Uranus for themselves. Honestly, I think ONIC was just scared to pick up the Uranus because Lancey was on Lunox. This man is a walking threat. Whenever you see Lancey on Lunox, he changes up the draft.
Yep. this is the perfect I told you so moment here for Midnight. Especially on it all started with there. It's the root cause of all the problems that piled up here for ONIC Philippines. And to be honest, the forms of the cure for Super Friends was somehow one of the main and key factors that TNC Pro Team took advantage of. Early game, that was an almost first blood here accomplished by Lancy, but that wasn't enough, so Zaida came in and got the kill. Plus, you also have the mastery here from our wingman, Shaknu. Even utilizing the tech charge, even if it didn't hit, but that's the thing. He is covering the escape route here for King Kong and the members of ONIC Philippines. Now focusing on our BPI rich guy Zaida, it's really reflecting that now he's in a happy environment where he's shining, where he's taking the right angles and the right heroes that fits him best here for our game.
To be honest, I never understood why there were so many doubts, why there were so many...
Why doubt him?
On Zaida, he was amazing when he debuted in Season 10 under Echo.
Yep.
He was amazing in Season 14, Season 15, sorry, not 14, 15. He was amazing in Season 16. And now, he could be amazing tomorrow in the lower bracket finals against TLPH. Oh, Zaida versus Carl, that's absolute cinema.
There came a time where they go hand in hand on strategies, late night talks,
played with each other, probably scrimmed each other.
Became a shoulder to cry on in difficult moments, but tomorrow, only one will move forward onto our grand finals to go up against ONIC Philippines. But before that, we do have to acknowledge the stamina, the brains behind TNC Pro Team, getting another back-to-back Game 5. It's not even 24 hours yet.
Yeah, it's not. It hasn't been a full day since TNC last played their 5 games against Aurora, and now they played another 5.
They've taken down ONIC Philippines. Let that sink. Okay? The reigning world champion. And I've seen some comments that now another one has fallen. No back-to-back M Series world champion.
No M5,
the country,
no M6.
yes, Philippines still is the champion for the M Series, but there's going to be a new team being found as the M7 world champions.
Third time since M5 that there will be no defending champions in the M Series. That's big.
That's 3?
TNC, yeah, that's 3. That's AP Bren, ONIC, and now, Echo, AP Bren, and then ONIC.
And with that, let's move forward and let's check out on what happened onto that last game as we move forward, and we'll watch our Infinix mic check. Very dominant shot calls here for TNC Pro Team, getting the last point, snatching it away from ONIC Philippines.
Still can't believe that we're at this point. I woke up today, I was like, all right, TNC might win.
Yep.
I kind of see the possibility of TNC winning. Now that it's real, removing ONIC from the competition in M7, even let alone in MPLPH finals, and now they have to face the remaining world champion, the MSC champion. Imagine if they do win against TLPH. Imagine.
They could actually.
No, it could.
Because they also have their own language. Basing on our Infinix mic check, they understand each other. It's so hard to comsat onto a team like TNC Pro Team. But kidding aside though, I do like that they're on the same wavelength. I'm observing their faces, their body language of course, but we would also be seeing our updated playoffs bracket now. The lower bracket finals has been locked and complete. It's a best of 7 matchup. Midnight, TLPH and TNC will meet again.
It's a fight of who gets louder and who gets prouder between TLPH and TNC. One is vying for the golden road after winning the MSC, but TNC, however, there's been 3 years since they last played for MSC, and now they're vying for the MPL Championship and the M Series campaign alongside Aurora.
TNC Pro Team. I'm seeing a lot of I love you chakras earlier.
Just one more.
And they only need another series win to represent our country for Chakno to be able to go back on an international stage, on an Emerald stage midnight.
Brother.
And they have the key to actually stop the golden road from happening.
Yeah, and you know what's crazy? Like, I casted a title on TNC. This is the only team that can actually beat RORA. I said that before playoffs. This is the only team that can actually win and break RORA's gameplay. TLPH, they got one off, but it's very obvious. Look at the previous match of RORA, 5 games. So, I don't know, if TNC manages to come through after TLPH, we never know.
But it's not the only brackets that's so hot right now. We also have our updated Fancy Laban playoffs bracket. So far, the Bees are waiting on the championship finals, and this is actually the first time in a while that the Cavalry will not be able to defend their Fansik Laban title. Now it's up to the Barangay and Auroras to show us if they're worthy to be part of their finals here for Fansik Laban.
Yeah, that's that match 6 will happen tomorrow, where we will know both the grand finalists for the main stage and also the playoffs here for Fansik Laban. I'm really excited for what's bound to happen tomorrow. Honestly, a lot of stuff will be going on in this venue.
I am excited too. And it's going to be an exciting matchup, not only on the MPL stage, but also on our MPL Super Fan City. By the way, the Infinix Fansik Laban playoffs will be happening, and the MPL Festival champions will also receive the Infinix GT30 Metro Zero shirts and 25,000 diamonds.
And for the first runner-up, they will receive the same Metro Zero shirts and Metro Zero tote bags and 10,000 diamonds, while the second and third runner-up will receive the tote bags and 5,000 diamonds.
Now the prizes are looking good.
Yeah, 5K
I wish
diamonds.
I joined.
You could have rolled with the diamonds that you have there for the Spire skin.
Yeah, but so far, all of our teams now, we're down to the final 3. Aurora waiting on to the grand finals, and tomorrow for our lower bracket finals. One will survive and one will say goodbye. I'm sorry, that's a number 2. One will survive and one will say goodbye.
Yeah.
Don't clip that.
One will fall. Don't worry. We got you. We got your theme. Don't worry.
Thank you, Midnight. But that was it for our last match of the day. It has been fun to visit here on the panel desk here on the English, showcasing the Alamat Awards, and now getting our first M7 representative, and to finally getting and locking in our spots for our lower bracket finals. This has been Athena and Midnight, and to throw it over to our host to finally show us our reminders.
After 3 days of beautiful MLBB, Aurora Gaming awaits in the grand finals. Congratulations to our first M7 representatives. We have 2 more days left in the playoffs. And tomorrow will be an intense best-of-7 match in the lower brackets. Whose dream will continue and who will fall out of the competition? We are steps closer to the conclusion of the season, inches away from finding our next MPL Philippines champion. Kaya magkita tayo ulit bukas para tunghayan ang lakas ng Pinas!
malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Look like a tank, buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas, kinikilala sa taas.